Good morning, Congress. Can I ask delegates to please take your seats? We're just going about to open up this morning's session. Thank you. Congress, the session's now opened, so thank you very much and a warm welcome to everyone again this morning. I hope you had a great night last night, and as I said earlier, I hope there's not too many sore heads in the room. We've got a full day of business ahead, and what I would like is for you to be aware that we continue to live stream the Congress, and the details are available with the Twitter hashtag and STUC23. I'm now going to call on Willie Docherty to give a report from the Standing Orders Committee. Morning, Willie.
Morning, President. Morning, Congress. Willie Docherty, Chair of the Standing Orders Committee, presenting the third report to Congress. Congress, later today we will debate redrafted Composite F, which was issued in your wallets on arrival. If any delegates did not receive a copy of this document, can you please collect one from the STUC information desks? Also, later this morning you will receive an emergency motions booklet. We have received 11 emergency motions. A number of these have been composited, and your emergency motion booklet contains 7 emergency motions and 2 agreed emergency composites. Please note that any business not taken yesterday will be scheduled for Wednesday afternoon. And finally, please remember that the speaking times are 5 minutes for movers of motions and 3 minutes for seconders and all other speakers. Please adhere to this, as we don't want to have to come back to the rostrum later and reduce the speaking times. I move the third Standing Orders report.
Thank you, Willie. Congress, do we accept the report? Thank you. And we're actually going to open up the morning session with an address to Congress by Paul Nowak, the General Secretary of the TUC. And Paul has taken up the post last year in 2022, but has been an active trade unionist since you worked part-time in ASDA at the age of 17, a few years ago, Paul. Before joining the TUC, Paul took part in the TUC's Organising Academy alongside Foyer and Sharon Graham, the General Secretary of Unite the Union. And during that time, you've held a number of roles, including Regional Secretary for the North of England, Head of Organising and Deputy General Secretary. Paul, delighted to have you here. The floor's yours. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Pauline. It is a huge honour to be here today to bring greetings and solidarity from the TUC, our 48 unions, 5.5 million members, and to join you in demanding a fair deal for every worker in Britain, from Glasgow to Gloucester, from Inverary to Ipswich, from Leith to Llandudno. Since I started as General Secretary at the start of the year, I've been proud to stand alongside workers on picket lines right across Britain. Stand alongside posties, lecturers, teachers, civil servants, railway workers, paramedics, physios and workers right across the private sector. So let me start my remarks by saying to each and every one of those workers, and to every worker who has taken action, voted for action, is considering strike action, sisters and brothers, your struggle is our struggle. When you win, we all win. Solidarity, comrades, solidarity. Now, Conference, I want to acknowledge your achievements here in Scotland, achievements driven by Ros, who, as Pauline said, is an old friend, but who is doing a brilliant job as your General Secretary, by the STUC staff team, but above all, by each and every delegate in this room and each and every union and trades council in Scotland. 550,000 members, 39 unions, more than 20 trades councils. A fantastic force for social and economic justice in Scotland and beyond. And whether it's your Scotland Demands a Pay Rise campaign, your support for striking workers, the work you're doing on net zero, the work you're doing on skills, what you do makes a difference each and every day. And that work has never been more important. Never been more important than it is right now. Devolution may have softened the blow in Scotland, but 13 years of Tory rule have broken Britain. And we've all experienced it. We've all seen it firsthand. Jobs that don't pay enough. Public services decimated by cuts. Trains that don't arrive cancelled at late notice. And a Tory government that is more interested in dividing working people than supporting working people, typified by their inhumane, degrading, spiteful immigration policies. So let's send a message from this conference. Britain should never turn its back on those seeking asylum, fleeing war, poverty. We stand with all working people, wherever they were born, whatever their religion, whatever their background. Solidarity should always, will always defeat the politics of hatred and division. Now, when I took over as General Secretary, I said I had three key priorities. Three priorities for the TUC over the coming year. And the first priority is simply to support unions and their members through the cost of living crisis. And it's a cost of living crisis that in large part is a wages crisis. Since the financial crash, workers have lost on average £20,000 from their pay packets in real terms. Under the Tories, UK wage growth is the weakest in the G7, and the weekly shop has gone up, our rent and mortgages have gone up, our bills have gone up, everything has gone up apart from our wages. The UK is now a country where 1 in 5 workers doesn't earn enough to live on, earns less than the real living wage, where 1 in 9 are on an insecure contract, a casual contract, the 0 hours contract, seasonal contract, no guarantees about pay or hours, and where pay is continually being outstripped by inflation. But we need to remember, it's not a cost of living crisis for everybody. It's not a cost of living crisis for everybody. Dividends have risen 3 times faster than wages. The chief executive of a FTSE 100 company saw their pay go up 23% last year, 39% the year before. And if you're a city banker, you're enjoying your best year ever for financial bonuses since the financial crash. And here's one statistic that I think you need to know. It's not particularly scientific, but I like to use it anyway. While in-work poverty is spiralling upwards, Porsche motor cars had their best ever year for sales in the UK last year. Their sales went up by 1/3 last year alone. Families in poverty struggling to make ends meet, Porsche motor cars see their sales go up by 1/3. Now, I care more about the public and patients and pupils than I do about Porsche dealers. And that's why the TUC said very clearly before the government's budget a few weeks ago that the government should make different political choices. But there was no plan for growth. There was no plan in investing in public services. There was no plan for boosting public sector pay. There was nothing on fair taxes that we need to fund our vital public services, whether they're schools, hospitals, or local councils. Delegates, fair taxes are the bedrock of any civilised society. And instead of dodging their taxes, it's time the rich paid their fair share. So let's have a proper windfall tax on the profits of the energy giants. Let's equalise capital gains tax and income tax so our Prime Minister pays more tax effectively than a nurse or a paramedic. Conference, let's raise tax on wealth, not working people. That's how we boost pensions and benefits. That's how we put money back into our communities. And that's how we deliver the pay rises our public sector workers have truly earned and deserve. Now, like the STUC, the TUC will continue to lobby governments north and south of the border for a shift in economic direction. But our job has never been just to ask for change or to lobby for change. Our job is to take action for change as well. As I've said before, I've been proud, as I know many people in this room will have been proud to have joined thousands of workers on picket lines, many of whom have been taking strike action for the very first time. And across the private sector, our unions are winning for members, delivering pay rises, saving jobs, protecting terms and conditions. And to those workers still fighting for a fair deal, including our civil servants, I simply say this: we will back you 100%. Any affiliate involved in industrial action can count on the TUC support. Coordinating strikes, providing practical support through our Solidarity Hub, and helping union members vote yes, take action, win disputes. Because as I said before, when one wins, we all win. And it's because unions are winning, it's because unions are standing up for our members, that the Tories want to kick lumps out of our rights. And that brings me on to my second priority, which is to push back on that attack on our rights, including our right to strike. We've got a UK government that has moved a million miles away from when Boris Johnson was waxing lyrical about extending and enhancing our employment rights in post-Brexit Britain. I never believed him then. Frankly, we should never believe the Tories when they talk about protecting the interests of working people. I'll just give you one example. Last month, I was in Hull with the RMT to mark the first anniversary of the worst industrial relations scandal in living memory. P&O broke the law with impunity, sacked 786 workers with no notice, no consultation, and no decency. And despite talking tough, the Tory government did precisely nothing as a result of those seafarers being sacked. No fines, no prosecutions, in fact, quite the opposite. The directors of P&O, who knowingly broke the law, who told the Select Committee they knowingly broke the law, shared between them a £15 million bonus pot. That's what they got for sacking nearly 800 seafarers. And just days after that one-year anniversary, DP World, P&O's parent company, were given a lucrative contract by the government to run the new Thames Freeports. It is an absolute disgrace. It gives a green light to every bad boss in Britain. So today, let's send out a message loud and clear on behalf of those 786 Nautilus and RMT members. Never forget, never forgive. We'll fight to make sure there are no more P&Os in this country. And rather than delivering the protections we need, this government is forcing through the EU retained law bill, which risks a huge tranche of EU-derived workers' rights. Everything from limits on unsafe working hours to paid holidays to equal treatment for part-time and agency workers. And if that legislation wasn't bad enough, we know they are hell-bent on attacking the right to strike through their so-called minimum services legislation. This is brutal legislation that will let bosses sack workers taking part in democratic strike action. It is wrong, it's unworkable, and when you put it together with all the other restrictions on the right to strike, it's almost certainly unlawful. It is a political attack on trade unionism, pure and simple. And as the analysis done by the TUC and the STUC has shown, as many as 1 in 4 Scottish workers could be affected by the legislation and lose the right to strike. That's why we're working with the House of Lords to expose the holes in the bill, why we're exploring the best way of defeating it in the courts should it make it onto the statute book, and why we and the STUC are calling on all politicians in Scotland, whether they're in the Scottish or UK Parliament, to join us in fighting this legislation tooth and nail. And let us be clear, the TUC, the STUC, I know our unions will stand by any worker sacked or losing their job because of this spiteful legislation. We will defend the right to strike, and we will defend every worker who exercises the right to strike. I personally think the Prime Minister has miscalculated. He thought he could just dust off the 1980s anti-union Thatcher playbook, but his attempt to divide working people is failing. There is no appetite in Scotland or any part of the UK for sacking paramedics or nurses for having the temerity to take strike action. No appetite, not from the public, not from employers, not from anyone. So come the next UK election, we need to make sure the Tories pay the price for their attacks on unions and the misery they've impacted on working people over the last 13 years. And this takes me on to my third and final priority, which is securing political change in Westminster. And that means the election of a Labour government on a worker and union-friendly manifesto. Now, in a few hours, you're going to hear from Angela, who will talk about Labour's New Deal for workers, a ban on zero-hours contracts, a ban on fire and rehire, repealing the anti-strikes bill, repealing other anti-union legislation, giving unions access to the workplace physically and digitally, introducing new fair pay agreements to raise standards across the whole sectors of the economy. All in all, a comprehensive package of measures that could help reset the balance of power in Britain's workplaces, both north and south of the border. And it's part of a wider, ambitious agenda, £28 billion a year to support a proper green industrial strategy, a new great British energy company, publicly owned and run in our interest, bringing our railways back where they belong in every part of Great Britain into public ownership. All clear steps in the right direction, and all important in signalling that Labour will mark a clear break from Tory decline. Across the world, in America, in Australia, in Spain, in Germany, in New Zealand, in Brazil, Labour's sister parties and progressive politicians are showing what's possible in power, levelling the playing field for Labour, engaging unions, building economies that reward work, not wealth. And it is time to follow their lead, time to be bold, and time to fix broken Britain. But winning change, securing that political change, won't happen because we wish it to happen or because we hope it will happen. It will happen because we organise for it, we fight for it, and we vote for it. And so our overwhelming priority, the TUC and the STUC, I think has to be building a bigger, more representative, more inclusive trade union movement. Because whatever happens in the future, our best defence will always be building our membership, building our organisation, building the reps in the workplace who can take on the bad bosses and win. And we have to be a movement for all workers in all of our magnificent diversity. That's why I'm determined at the TUC. We implement the findings of our anti-racism task force and lead the fight for racial justice, that we put equality front and centre in everything we do, and that we root out the scourge of sexual harassment in workplaces, but in our movement too. In our movement too, because this movement should be a safe, inclusive movement for women, and it should be a zero-tolerance environment for sexual harassment. No ifs, no buts. It's part of our fundamental DNA, because at its heart, trade unionism is about friendship and it's about solidarity between working people. That's why we have to live those values of equality, justice and respect. Women and men, black and white, young and old, in Scotland, England, Wales and Ireland, across borders and across continents, because unity really is strength. And if we can take anything out of what's happened over the last few months, that wave of industrial action, those people taking strike action for the first time ever, it's that when we stand together, when we fight together, when we take action together, that's when we win together, Congress. Thanks very much.
Paul, thank you so much for that address. We'd just like to offer you a small token, and thanks for the passion and commitment to the movement, which matches our own.
Thank you. Cheers. Thanks, Paul.
Congress, I'm now going to move to the first section of the business this morning, which is section 2, economy and industry. And we're going to start by having the Speaker, Elaine Dougal, on behalf of the General Council for Composite A, fair taxes to fund our public services. Thank you, Elaine.
President, Congress, Elaine Dougal, moving Composite A, fair taxes to fund our public services on behalf of the STUC General Council. Congress, our public services are in crisis. Pay in the private sector is rising 3 times faster in the public sector. We face a vicious circle of increased demands, unsustainable workloads, low morale, falling real wages and staff shortages. Is it any wonder that people are leaving our public services? No wonder workers right across our public sector have been pushed into taking strike action. As a result of public sector action or threat of action, workers in our public services are more than £1 billion better off. £1 billion has gone into workers' pockets. And I want to be clear, giving 600,000 workers a fair pay rise is not just the right thing to do, it's good economics. These workers spend their hard-earned wages in their local communities and economy, not off to the tax havens. And because of that, 40% of public sector pay rises make their way back to the government in taxes. So we will never apologise for making pay demands, but as well as calling for the investment in our services, in the last year the STUC has shown how it can be paid for. Published in December, the STUC tax report showed that in the short term, the Scottish Government could raise £1.3 billion from existing taxes, and in the longer term, a further £2 billion from new wealth, property and environmental taxes. Be in no doubt, it was due to the trade union movement campaigning on taxes that pushed the Scottish Government in the last budget to increase the higher and top rate income tax. Congress, we are leading the charge, and now is not the time to pause. During the SNP leadership campaign, Humza Yousaf proposed a new rate of tax for those earning between £75,000 and £125,000. That policy was borrowed from the STUC report, and it will be one we will hold him to account on. The Scottish Government have made small steps in the right direction on income tax, but we need giant leaps. We need to empower local government to raise taxes, including through wealth and property taxes. This fight won't be easy, but it's a fight we need to win. Congress, the latest Scottish Government public sector pay proposed a 3.5% pay increase. The very same Scottish Government has aspirations to be a world-leading fair work nation by 2025. Congress, you cannot be a world-leading fair nation if you propose real terms pay cuts after real terms pay cuts. Congress, the Scottish Government has a choice. It can manage decline in the public services, or it can invest in public sector pay and our services. This composite makes clear the path for investment and calls on the Scottish Government to make bold action to invest and tax the rich. Please support this motion. I move.
Thank you, Elaine, for opening up this really important debate. And I'm now going to invite Unison to second the composite motion. Thank you, Brenda.
Brenda Aitchison, Unison to second. We are pleased to be included in this composite. Our original motion 5 had a snappy title: fair funding, fair staffing, fair wages and decent housing. All we needed was a tease maid and a cuddly toy, and we could have been on the conveyor belt at the end of the game show, The Generation Game. But what we want for our generation and those that follow us is a fair society. And how can we fund those services that support our communities and ensure that the staff providing those services have fair wages? The impact on poor wages is a detrimental effect across public services, and we can see that due to understaffing in terms of recruitment and retention crisis, and the use of agency staff, particularly in the NHS and health and social care. If you pay workers well, we'll spend in our local communities, create more jobs and raise more taxes. It's not rocket science, and it creates vibrant communities. We're currently consulting our members to reject the COSLA pay offer. The money pot has to increase, and along with Unite and GMB, we're asking COSLA to have a bottom minimum £15 an hour rate. That's not a big ask for the lowest paid to get this as a minimum. Look at Matt Hancock, former Health Secretary, former I'm a Celebrity. He's touting himself for £1,500 an hour. A fair wage? We think not. Fair funding is key, and the Scottish Government and local authorities throughout Scotland have got their part to play. Spending and raising taxes are political choices, but let us not forget they're spending our money raised by taxes, and we need to keep the pressure up on the Scottish Government to increase revenue using their tax-raising powers, especially in areas of wealth such as property, from scrapping the small business bonus and reform of local property taxes. To create a more equal society, the wealthier must shoulder that burden, and the wealthy have benefited from what is termed as asset inflation, and this needs to be addressed. Look at the disgraced Baroness Moan. She's got a property empire, part of it in Glasgow. She's bought properties in Park Circus, £10 million. She's converted one into 2 flats. The rent, £3,500 a month. For so many people, the rising cost of both rents and mortgages is a real concern. The right to have a roof over your head and a place to call home is a fundamental right, and we're campaigning for increased investment for social housing and the dire need for rent control. There's also the issue of public money, housing benefit, get into the hands of so many private landlords. Not just housing, but the increased use of business premises like hotels and guest houses being used to house homeless persons or migrants. Surely our tax money can be better invested to provide lasting solutions. Please support this composite.
Thank you, Brenda. I'll now call on the EIS to speak in support of the composite motion. Thank you, Angie.
President, Congress, Andrea Bamford to represent EIS and supporting Composite A. We have just concluded our pay dispute with the Scottish Government and COSLA and our campaign which turned Scotland pink and green. I was so proud of our members and those from other teacher trade unions who took up to 8 days of strike action in order to ensure that our teachers' wages are in a better position to face the cost of living crisis. Now, that campaign was not easy. To take our members out on strike while the Scottish Government nonchalantly looked the other way while declaring that there was no money, that took guts. Shirley-Ann Somerville claimed that she would leave no stone unturned to settle our dispute, but we already knew where that money could be found. The EIS studied the Scottish Government's recent budgets, the Financial Framework Agreement, its interim outturn statement for the previous year and evidence to parliamentary committees. With a budget of over 50 billion, we were confident that the Scottish Government did have more money available, and the STUC report was also timely. And we were able to use all of that to demand that the Scottish Government take action to resolve our dispute. Right now, Scotland has the most generous small business tax relief in the UK. Well, at what cost? Well, at the cost of public services, at the cost of education, healthcare, social care, sanitation, roads, etc., the workers and the services that are vital to life itself. The rich are getting richer, while the underfunding of education is at dangerous levels. CAMS waiting lists are now years long, not months, years long. We have ASN underfunding, woeful underfunding, classes that are far too big, teachers with not enough time, and all that means our children are not getting the education they deserve, and our teachers are facing burnout. Now, the Audit Commission stated that greater government financial transparency is needed. Well, anyone who's ever been involved in a school inspection will know that we have a government that is absolutely obsessed with data and scrutiny, so I am sure that the prospect of greater transparency will positively excite them. We need to see what the reserves really are, and we need to know exactly how they're being used, and we need the super rich to be taxed appropriately. Comrades, please support this motion.
Thank you, Angie. Call on East Kilbride and South Lanarkshire Trades Union. Thank you.
Morning, colleagues. Bill Ramsey, South Lanarkshire Trades Union Council, focusing on our contribution to the composite. That is, the second last bullet point that talks about, and I quote, introducing production levies on industries with extraordinarily high profit margin. Now, there's oil and gas, of course, but after that, we have the £34 billion annually worth of Scotch that's produced, of which 92% leaves these shores with no levy on it whatsoever. You will hear from the Scottish Whisky Association, Big Whisky, not craft distilleries, Big Whisky. Their press release will talk about Scotch production worth about £5 billion a year. That's the 8% that's consumed within the UK, not the 92% or thereabouts, 29 billion annually, that leaves these shores with no levy, tax, whatever. That's why in transit airports in the Middle East, colleagues, you will see a £30 bottle of Scotch retailing for £3 or less, and it's still profitable to the shop in that airport. Bear in mind, sisters and brothers, we're not asking in this composite for a Scotch production levy. We're only looking for an examination of such a levy that could be applied within the existing powers of the Scottish Parliament. A proposal that has wide support across the political and academic spectrum. If you want some evidence of that, I could point you in the direction of a former Director General of Customs and Excise. He actually was a prospect activist before he reached that exalted status. A former whisky executive. Part of his work was to ensure a light touch approach in jurisdictions where that 29 billion annually or thereabouts ends up. I could point in the direction of academics, the academic who set up the Institute for Fiscal Studies, Professor John Kay, or Professor John McLaren, who has written for such revolutionary think tanks as Reform Scotland and the one set up by Gordon Brown. Closer to home, Congress, there is the former head of policy for Unison Scotland, who's probably sitting out there somewhere, staffing the Reid Foundation stall, Big Dave Watson. And there are many, many other experts that would be more than happy to give you some steers as to why a production levy using existing powers on the 29 billion that leaves our shores with no levy whatsoever should at least be considered. Thank you, Congress.
Thank you. Rosie, I'll ask you up on behalf of the STUC Youth Conference.
Morning, Congress. Rosie Hampton, STUC Young Workers and UCU member. To add to the excellent contributions of fellow delegates, I wanted to highlight something within this composite that's related to housing as an issue that we talk about a lot within our youth committee and at the previous youth conference. Now, organising around housing has been difficult. Rents have been going up by 35% over the last 10 years in Scotland, which increases to around 60% when you look at cities. It's increasingly a larger and larger portion of people's take-home wages, and as a proud member of Live in Rent, I discussed this a couple of months ago with a journalist, and I hope this anecdote gives a tiny, semi-light-hearted reflection into what it's like to kind of discuss and organise around housing in Scotland. A couple of weeks ago, after that interview, I had a landlord inspection, which is one of the lovely ways that the private rented sector likes to remind you that your home is not yours. And he came round and he said, "I've actually seen you really recently. I saw you on the telly. You were complaining about the fact that your rent at that point was over 50% of your wages." And before I had a chance to kind of reply to this, he said, "Oh, and my first thought was, oh, you bitch." And then he went on to give me a really long spiel about how actually I was getting a really good deal for the area. It was practically a friends and family rate. And actually, you know, I didn't have to live in such a flat. I could go and move to a cheaper area or a smaller flat or out of Glasgow, something like that. And he was like, that would be a good solution. And you know, maybe the guy had a point in a way that maybe he didn't even realise. I don't actually want to live in extortionate private lets, which are an increasingly deregulated sector where I could be tossed out at any point. I want to live in public housing that is warm, energy efficient, good quality and safe. I want it to be built I want it to be built by a well-funded local council, and I want to know that I can live there for as long as I want. I want to know that when I organise proudly with my tenant union, which is the other side of the coin of trade union organising, that I don't have to listen to the long spiels of my landlord in my own home and be called a bitch for it. Congress, please support this motion.
Thank you, Rosie. I'll now invite any other speakers from the floor in this debate. Susan, good morning. Thank you.
Good morning. Susan Donaldson from Usdaw, speaking in opposition to Composite A. Congress. Usdaw supports many of the calls within the composite. We completely agree that there needs to be a significant increase in spending on public services. And that such spending can only come about through fundamental reform to the tax system, ensuring that those with the broadest shoulders pay the most. However, Usdaw does not and cannot support a blunt land value tax. In recent years, hundreds of thousands of retail workers have lost their jobs and as a result of an unfair tax system. Big names such as Debenhams, Mothercare, Topshop have disappeared off our high streets. These job losses have been caused by a tax system which creates an uneven playing field between online-only operators and your traditional bricks and mortar retailers. A land value tax would only make this situation worse. Land on our high streets are typically high value, whereas land for online distribution centres tend to be commonly in undesirable areas near motorways and less valuable, meaning that online operators would only pay lower taxes through this system. Congress, it cannot be right for us to vote through a proposal which only puts trade union members' jobs at risk, but allows online retailers who already avoid as much tax as possible to make an even lower contribution to our society. As previously mentioned, USDO supports lots of the calls of the composite, and we completely understand the sentiment behind it. However, if passed, it would place our members' jobs at further risk, and therefore we call on all delegates to oppose. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Are there any other speakers in the debate? There's been opposition. The mover has the right to reply. Elaine, on behalf of General Counsel? No? Okay. On that basis, we will move to the vote. So we're looking at Composite A, fair taxes to fund ad public services. Can I ask all those in favour, please show. Those against? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Thank you, Congress. I would also like to thank the speakers in that debate. The sound seemed to be much clearer this morning, and I think that's going to help the signers. There was some difficulties yesterday, so when you do come up to the rostrum, if you can, keep close to the mic and try and speak up, because there was some difficulties yesterday afternoon, but I think the sound itself is clearer. So thanks very much, Congress. I'm now going to move on to the next item of business, which is Composite C, the energy crisis, climate change and public ownership. And I'm going to call on Richard Hardy from the General Council to move the motion. Thank you.
President Conference, Richard Hardy, General Counsel, moving Composite C. Congress, all across Scotland, our members face the twin existential crises of the cost of living emergency and the increasing impact of climate change. Our members face unpalatable choices between eating and heating their homes. They face uncertainty about their future employment. They can see change coming, but they do not know how this will be managed. At the same time as our members face this existential crisis, we have two governments in Westminster and Holyrood who remain wedded to a market-led solution to the problems that we face. Whether that be a red in tooth and claw neoliberal Tory party, hell-bent on stripping away every tool and right that we have as a class to defend ourselves, or an often well-meaning administration in Hollywood, which is often hamstrung by both a depressing track record of failed delivery and a crippling lack of ambition to be a driver for the change that we need, simply acquiescing to a market-led economic strategy. Conference evidence from around the world shows that where the state is a leader and driver of the changes and challenges we face, then outcomes for workers and their communities is far better than that which British workers have experienced since the 1980s. Colleagues, at the same time as our members face the stark choices I've already highlighted, we see a market-led industry delivering massive profits, salaries and bonuses to the shareholders and senior managers of the businesses that run our public utilities. Colleagues, these profits and bonuses are stolen from the pockets of our members through usurious prices or suppressed wages. Even the very timid attempts at ameliorating the emergencies we face are met with a corporate backlash and resistance. Congress, if we are to meet the ambitious and non-negotiable programmes of investment in public transport, in retrofitting houses, in building both a clean energy system and a high-skill, high-wage supply chain, harnessing the benefits of municipal and community-owned clean energy generation, then we know that this cannot be led by the market. And we know this with certainty because over the last 40 years, the market has simply failed to deliver. That is why we are calling for a fundamental shift to a democratically controlled public ownership model to deliver the change we need for our members and our communities. Let's see the Scottish Government use the powers it has to their fullest extent to lead the change for the good of the many, and let's keep the pressure on any incoming Labour government to reject market-led failure and to learn from the history of publicly controlled industrial change, such as the creation of the national grid in the 1950s and the shift to natural gas in the 1960s and 70s, which show how wrong those people who say the public sector can't deliver are. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Richard. Can I call on Unite the Union to second the composite? Thank you.
Chair, Conference. Paul Mooney, Unite the Union, seconding composite Q. Comrades, we all know that we all need secure, affordable homes. But it's not just affordable homes we need. We also require homes that can be environmental friendly and easier to heat. We've heard many slogans recently: Green New Deals, a greener economy, a just transition. Congress, we need real, tangible, practical steps, plans, strategies to provide a decarbonised society, rejuvenate our economy and provide better and warmer homes, whilst protecting and improving jobs within paying conditions. Comrades, none of this change will be achieved from words alone. It needs action, and that action needs to come from our members. There will be a lot of investment being put into this agenda. We must ensure that that investment is invested in our members. Retrofitting gives us the opportunity to deliver cleaner, greener, warmer homes. It has the potential to create 36,000 new skilled jobs. It will give thousands the chance to get an apprenticeship and a trade going into the future. But it can only happen if there is a political will to make it happen. We are calling for a nationally funded investment scheme delivering good jobs, paying conditions, with investment within apprentices at its core. Comrades, any money that is put in must come with conditions. It must guarantee the jobs are protected from the poor practices that we see across construction's private sector at the moment. Politicians of all parties need to start standing up for workers within the construction industry. That is why Unite are demanding any contractor of a private company involved in any retrofitting must follow the Unite Construction Charter. We must ensure that we deliver secure permanent employment, end zero-hour contracts, bogus self-employment, the use of umbrella companies, and make sure site welfare facilities are fit for purpose. Comrades, all of the above will enhance and ensure the highest standard of health and safety across construction. An organised site is a safe site. Congress, we must provide the quality apprenticeships to a minimum of SVQ level 3. That must be a minimum standard. We must also end the scourge of blacklisting and fully recognise unions with their reps within the workplace. I've got the red light again, so I'll skip a wee bit here. Our aim is to ensure that every person in our country has comfortable homes. Homes should be where the families thrive, not where families struggle to survive. I support.
Thank you, Paul. I'll now invite Unison to support the motion. Thank you, Lillian.
Thanks very much, President Congress. Lillian Macer, Unison Scotland, supporting Composite C. I thought I was going to have to rugby tackle my two colleagues to get to the rostrum there, but they let me up fine. As we all know, climate change is causing devastation right now. With countless lives being lost, homes destroyed, major impacts on food systems, with more frequent storms, extreme temperatures, melting ice caps, with floods and wildfires looming. People are feeling helpless, but Congress, there are things that we can do, things that we must do, and we must do collectively for a just transition. All of these climate impacts are interlinked with the cost of living crisis and the energy crisis. We need a wholesale reconfiguration of energy systems worldwide, an economy that puts people and the planet before profit. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report last month stressed that their hope was that we must act now and act fast to limit the temperatures to the Paris Agreement. The UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres said we need a quantum leap of action now, warp speed. Specifically, we need to move away from fossil fuels, and he called for the ceasing of all licences and funding for new oil and gas, stopping any expansion of existing reserves, shifting subsidies from fossil fuels to a just energy transition, and a global phase down of existing oil and gas productions comparable with the 2050 global net zero target. The future has to be renewables, a green energy revolution the Composite is calling for. But we won't win that energy transition that is urgently needed right now if we leave it to the private sector. They will continue to ask ordinary people to pay the price of this crisis not of their making, while big energy companies and the world's top 1% are raking in the dosh while the planet burns. We need a massive expansion in public, community and owned energy generation and distribution, a major investment and a rapid decarbonisation of public services, a recommendation that Unison's COP26 report called for. Public energy generation can range from local, such as Ayrshire Council's solar farms, boosting council coffers and cutting energy bills, to the Scottish level, where we are calling for the Scottish Government to establish a publicly owned energy company. Congress, this is too important to leave for another year. This action needs to happen now. Please support the Composite.
Thank you, Lillian. Can I invite Fife Trades Council up to the floor to support the motion? Thank you.
Comrades, Tam Kirby, Fife Trade Union Council. And strangely, I feel like I'm in the film Groundhog Day. I've seen a memory post on Facebook this morning when I was writing my diatribe, and it's me standing in this very spot 4 or 5 years ago, seconding a motion by the GMB on renewables, green energy and just transition. And I'm here again 4 or 5 years later talking about exactly the same thing. During that, I called for nationalisation, but real nationalisation. Not the nationalisation of the SNP's social care, not Sir Keir's bloody Toy Town National Energy Company fiasco, right? And definitely not Boris Johnson's Great British Bloody Rail. Real nationalisation, nationalisation not just of energy, transport. The manufacturing for green jobs needs to be nationalised and controlled by the working class, and we need the means of production. Construction, we need a nationalised construction company for the retrofitting, for the green jobs. That's what we need. Real democratic control by the workers and the communities they are based in, not by words and deeds of politicians who are telling us lies upon lies. What have I seen over that period? A year and a bit ago, this was issued. Building Fair Work and Construction. The Scottish Government's not even responded to that. I have seen and witnessed last year 900 construction apprentices who all had jobs, who all had college spaces, but were not going to be funded by the Scottish Government. And it took the trade union and the trade federations to actually fight and lobby to get these construction apprentices that we need because there's a skill shortage funded. I have seen over the last 2 years, fourth-year construction apprentices who cannot finish their time and are moving into fifth year and sixth year, and they can't finish their time because of changes to the bloody apprenticeship framework forced on the industry by SDS and the SQA. And they are intransigent, and the government will not allow it to happen. We have people who can't finish their time and become real tradespeople and get paid a tradesperson's rate. That's what I have seen. Just transition. I've seen hee-haw of any kind of just transition. The only just transition is a transitioning wealth from us to them. That has to change. I finished that speech 4 and a bit years ago, or 5 years ago, and I said we need action, not words. And comrades, I do not want to be back here in 4 years' time debating exactly the same bloody thing again. We need action, not words, from the movement and definitely from those bloody charlatan politicians. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Yep. Thanks for your passion. I'm now going to invite the speaker up from Inverness and District Trades Council. Thank you.
Hi, comrades. Can I just say what he said? So, Inverness Trades Union Council views with alarm the huge increase in energy prices since the end of the COVID lockdown. And obviously from the Highlands, in the Highlands, which prior to the pandemic, there was 33% of people living in fuel poverty, but now the majority of people in the Highlands do so. Despite providing a significant proportion of both Scotland and Europe's renewable energy potential resource. Pay rises that I was fighting for in the NHS, and a lot of you were fighting for in the last year, they've been wiped out by skyrocket inflation, and that's been blamed on the war in Ukraine. But in reality, it's a result of rampant profiteering in the energy sector, a lifeline public service, and a natural monopoly. Nothing could demonstrate this more clearly than the need. Nothing could demonstrate more clearly the need for this sector to be publicly owned and run for need, not profit. Furthermore, the crisis in energy has also exposed the weakness of the dependence on fossil fuels and demonstrates the time is right for a green energy revolution, which also challenges all reforms to the energy sector which negatively affect jobs, workers' rights or pay, like my friend was talking about. We believe that this cannot be achieved under private ownership because companies will continue to want to profit from the fossil fuels they own. The wholesale changes workers need can only be achieved when the entire energy sector is taken out of the hands of profit-driven shareholders and is placed under the democratic public ownership with control and management by workers, consumers and communities. Democratic planning can ensure no one needs to choose between heating and eating. Public ownership is not even the elephant, but the blue whale in the room, which is skillfully ignored on broadcast after broadcast when talking heads toe the neoliberal party line. To all those who have to wear 2 jumpers and have the hot water bottles ready, the need for public ownership is clear and obvious. It is time to demand that energy is controlled by us, for us. Support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to call on the STUC Youth Conference. Thank you.
President, Congress, Josh Morris on behalf of the STUC Youth Conference. This motion is wide and varied and provides many solutions to the cost of Greek crisis we face. I'd like to focus on 1 or 2 important points raised in this, which signal a need for a redirection in the strategy of our cost of living campaigns, which would be akin to the adoption of the organising method we've seen in workplaces, which has contributed in no small part to the current strike wave we're seeing in Britain. For me, the thrust of this motion is contained in 2 words: Keith Anderson. As a communist who recognises the ills in our society aren't simply down to the intent of one or two bad actors, and recognises that neoliberal financial capitalism is in fact an entire system built around keeping the rich in power and the working class subservient to them, this was something that I initially struggled to get my head round. When looking at the theory of campaigning and what works and doesn't work, we recognise that the most successful campaigns are those which identify a target that people can focus their anger on and leverage into making change. On the face of it, it may seem that this runs contrary to socialist theory. However, it's a welcome addition to it, which has been the practice of the movement since the first trade unions were formed. It allows us to exploit weaknesses within the ruling class and provides a clear path towards escalation. Escalation is something which is a little easier in the workplace than it is in the community. With escalation in the workplace, withdrawal of labour is almost always the ultimate form of leverage, whereas in the community it's not always so clear. When Keith Anderson sits in his Spanish holiday home, paid for by you and me, and hears reports of protests outside Scottish Power offices in Glasgow, he's not particularly worried. If that's all we're doing, he can rest quite easily, knowing that the bosses' governments we have aren't going to significantly damage his bottom line. He'll still be able to afford his tapas in Rioja next year just fine. When he hears that those same protests are singling him out as someone who's responsible for our misery, the Serrano ham begins to stick in his throat a little. It's making his face the face that people who are having to make impossible choices can base their anger around. This year, Keith Anderson's most difficult choice will be between Cava vintages. Next year, let's make his choice the way in which he and Scottish Power pay for what they've done. Once we make Keith Anderson pay, we'll be able to make the next class enemy pay. Once we make them pay, we'll make the next one pay. We'll continue this until we've built a militant working class who isn't going to let anyone tell us what to do. This is how we build socialism in the 21st century. And let me tell you, Congress, we are going to build socialism, and we're going to make the rich pay for it. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Josh. I'm now going to invite the RMT. Thank you.
Thanks very much. David Douglas, our National Union of Rail Maritime Transport Workers. Just to make it clear, we support the composite, but however we cannot support...
David, sorry, can I ask you to speak closer to the mic or to speak up
Is
a
that
bit?
better?
Thanks,
Yeah, okay,
it is for
sorry.
the signers, thank you.
Right, so just to make it clear, we support the composite, but we can't support the GMB amendment, which goes against our national policy on nuclear energy. So I'll carry on. RMT has been campaigning with support of politicians and green groups for 5 years for an offshore training passport to protect oil and gas and maritime workers from retraining costs associated with the transition to a zero carbon economy. Despite Scottish and UK government support, including £5 million from the Scottish Government's Just Transition Fund to the Offshore Petroleum Industry Training Organisation, our members are still without this basic guarantee which would provide certainty and avoid cost and duplication for offshore workers. The stumbling block remains international training standards bodies for wind and for oil and gas who cannot agree on standardisation. A real danger is that a digital passport will be rushed out this year which is not recognised by the offshore wind developers or by their supply chain contractors. The financial hit on our members is considerable and can lead to costs in excess of £7,000 every 2 years to obtain the Global Wind Organisation certification, which does not guarantee a job, let alone a full-time permanent position. Seafarers are also expected to obtain Global Wind Organisation certificates, often at their own expense, despite not setting foot on a wind turbine as part of their duties. Basic STCW certification required by all seafarers is refreshed every 5 years, whereas GWO certification has to be renewed every 2 years. This has led to accusations of GWO operating a cartel, which is causing additional cost from duplication and a lack of protection for offshore workers and seafarers. Offshore workers' demands for a just transition in the Our Power report, based on interviews with hundreds of RMT members and other unions, were published last month. As well as supporting collective bargaining across the offshore energy sector, the report calls on the Scottish Government to create a transition skills levy on energy companies who do not provide a training or employment pathway for offshore oil and gas workers to retain their earnings and skills in renewable energy sectors. Our Power also supports RMT's policy that Crown Estate Scotland should add local employment and training conditions to leasing agreements with offshore wind developers, as well as wealthy oil and gas multinationals like BP, Shell, Equinor and Total, diversifying into offshore wind. Contractors from offshore oil and gas like Aker, Wood Group and Petrofac are also picking up contracts in offshore wind. The Offshore Wind Industry Council estimate that by 2030 there will be over 65,000 more jobs in the industry. In Scotland, that figure is expected to jump from 2,500 today to nearly 30,000 by the end of the decade. Unfortunately, in June 2022, there are only 13 apprentices in Scotland's offshore wind sector across all grades and skills levels. CalMac's Seafarer Training Programme is the only secure supply of seafarer routings in the Scottish maritime industry. The national minimum wage does not provide a wage floor for seafarers.
Colleague, can I ask you to wind up now, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
When they work in the offshore wind supply chain, whereas the national minimum wage does apply to seafarers working in the offshore oil and gas supply chain. We support. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you, David. Colleagues, I'm only taking the speakers that are down for the debate this morning. Apologies, but are there any speakers in opposition to the motion? No. If you hold on, thank you. David, can I ask you for a bit of clarity around your contribution? Were you speaking in support or opposition? Support. Okay, thanks. It was just when you got up first for a bit of clarity. Thank you so much. And now, are there any other speakers from the floor? As I say, we've had quite a number in support. There's no opposition. So I'm going to move to the vote on Composite C, the energy crisis, climate change and public ownership. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Thank you. I should have added that the General Council's position was also support. So thank you, Congress. Composite C is carried. Thank you. Congress, I'll now move on to the next item of business, which is amended motion number 4, an industrial strategy for energy to grow jobs and tackle the cost of living crisis. And I'm going to call on GMB to move the motion. Thank you, comrade.
President, Congress, John Dolan, GMB, moving amended motion 4. At this time last year, this conference debated energy and the cost of living crisis, as both began to take hold in households across Scotland and the world. Since then, inflation has remained at a 40-year high, while wages stagnate. Trade unions have been at the forefront of the fight for proper wages and increases. Union members campaigning, organising and winning pay deals that confront the crisis. But this is a marathon for organised labour, while the crisis of the poorest deepens. Absence of political leadership has never been so obvious. The response from the UK government has been continue to allow the energy giants to pile profits high while people freeze in their homes, as the Scottish Government continues to sell off our energy at the cheap, our energy assets cheap, and offshore manufacturing jobs, both allowing workers' rights to be driven down with their greenwashed Freeports, which only displace existing work as corporations rush to the Thatcherite enclaves of the coasts. The mask has slipped in both governments. We can see that there are zombie governments which have run out of ideas, out of steam, and most importantly, out of the trust amongst the people. The only trick left up their sleeve is spin. There is no greater example from that than the proposed just transition, which has become an empty phrase used to haul out our energy sector. Another part of a failed political agenda which has left workers by the wayside. Decades of governments which have cared more about PR than they have about delivering for the people who elect them, and have allowed this private sector to creep into every corner of our economy, and households in Scotland, households across Scotland are paying the price. In the case of Scotland, our seabed was leased to energy giants for a bargain price of £755 million. Another Scottish Government disgrace. To put this into context, similar deals in the US and in England have raised 18 times more for similar deals. Scotland is expected to lose £60 billion as a result of leasing and losses in the supply chain. Think how differently our public services, pay packets and bills would look if that money was put in the public purse rather than the pockets of energy giants. With runaway energy costs by corporate opportunism and the war in Ukraine, the need for energy security and affordability has never been greater. The need for an energy mix has never been greater. We have to learn from failures in the market and approach in order to build a recovery which promotes energy resilience and meets zero ambitions. The foundation of an industrial strategy for energy must include domestic energy, independence in production and manufacturing. In renewables, Scotland has not become an oasis of work. Remember the words of Alex Salmond said that Scotland would be the Saudi Arabia of new energy. Quite wrong. Contracts to supply dozens of turbine jackets for Moray West were given to the United Arab Emirates-based fabricator Lamprell. This is while the yard at Methil had orders for jackets downsized and eventually scrapped. This is just one of many examples on how Scotland's workers are not even receiving the crumbs of a just transition. The Scottish Government has been on an ideological crusade to haul out our energy sector and its supply chains. In renewable jobs, offshored and assets sold off in the cheap. In oil and gas, the jobs that we do have are coming under threat, whilst continue to import our oil and gas from abroad. In new nuclear, they won't even consider the potential, despite it being one of the cleanest and safest forms of energy production, which is achieving new breakthroughs each day. It's unclear, it's unclear we're supposed to treat our homes. Just go to the bottom. I'm moving amended motion 4. Thank you.
Thank you for that, comrade. And I'd now like to invite Prospect to second the motion. Thank you, Richard.
President Conference, Richard Hardy seconding motion 4, and in starting saying that we share many of the views of our colleagues from the GMB. We do, however, perhaps diverge on the issue of just transition, and I think most people know why that's a particular issue for me. Congress, the STUC has long had a balanced energy policy. We've done so to ensure that Scotland's energy economy has a resilient approach to generation and has maximised the opportunities to create and maintain high-skill, high-wage, unionised jobs. And more recently, to ensure that Scotland can meet the dual challenges of carbon neutrality and a just transition. The ongoing prioritisation by the Scottish Government of intermittent generation capacity, such as offshore wind, has, whilst addressing to an extent the issue of Scotland's carbon neutrality, has done nothing to create a domestic manufacturing base or a domestic supply chain. It risks locking Scotland into an offshored, non-national generation model. It will do little to deliver a just transition. Meanwhile, new nuclear build in other parts of the UK, led by the Hinkley Point C contract, continues to deliver thousands of new jobs, both directly and in the supply chain, and importantly, in both research and academia, jobs that we have waited in vain for to be created by the Scottish Government's energy strategy. The failure of the Scottish Government to recognise the groundbreaking work being done by union members at Rolls-Royce in developing small modular reactors risks locking Scotland and Scottish workers out of the high-quality jobs that will be generated as SMRs are deployed. Nuclear communities across Scotland, from Caithness to Chapelcross, will be denied the job opportunities and inward investment that will sustain their communities in a way that current energy strategies have not. Small modular reactors allowing the generation of clean, green energy at significantly lower cost and a significantly smaller spatial footprint than current reactor design is clearly a technological step change. And yet the Scottish Government refuses to engage in discussion and debate about this because they say it does not, it is not a new technology, it is not a new generation of reactors. This is simply a dogmatic response, and it will mean the door will remain locked to new opportunities and new jobs that Scottish workers and Scottish communities so desperately need. Congress, let's affirm our support for a balanced energy policy. Let's keep open the door to high quality, high-waged, unionised jobs, which have sustained Scottish communities for generations. Please support this motion.
Thank you, Richard. I'm now going to open it up to the floor for any other speakers. Welcome. Thank you.
President Congress, Steve West on behalf of PCS to call for opposition to amended motion 4. Now, PCS opposes nuclear power and the continued use of gas. The latter has long been cited as a transition fuel. It remains the case that the cheapest and the cleanest energy is actually the energy you don't use. This means we need a mass retrofit and insulation programme across Scotland and the rest of the UK, where we have some of the poorest housing stock in Europe. If we are to address the issues of fuel poverty, decarbonisation and affordability, we need a national level coordinated plan to transition our energy system. Retrofit and insulation is a part of this, and we have to transition our energy system to 100% real renewables alongside development of storage technology, and that does not include the pseudo-new nuclear definition. The coordinated plan that we refer to would see the end to any new fossil fuel licences. This plan would manage down the current industry to ensure a real just transition for workers in the oil and gas industry. And this would be done in full consultation and negotiation with workers, and it would build on the approach in the inspired report of Friends of the Earth Scotland and Platform. It was a report that PCS was proud to support. And Congress, nuclear power is not the answer to our energy needs. Small modular reactors are the same technology in new clothes. We have had decades of nuclear power, which has enabled us to make an informed view, and we have set this out in our new pamphlet, which is entitled "The Atom's New Clothes: Why PCS Opposes Nuclear Power." Therefore, far from the rhetoric of the nuclear lobby that rests on accusations of so-called outdated prejudices and pickled dogmas, the continued debate is detracting from the energy transition that is needed. We do have to support all workers through that, and this includes nuclear power workers. They are in a declining industry as a majority of plans are scheduled to end generation by 2030. And this includes the multi-billions of pounds which taxpayers, including Scottish taxpayers, will have to underwrite in order to carry the risk of new nuclear projects via the new regulated asset-based funding model. I'm going to wind up here. This is a dangerous motion. Please throw it out.
Thank you, colleague. Marion?
Yeah. Marion Hirsch, UCU, speaking against the motion. Yes, I agree we need cheap, safe energy. Equally, we need an energy reduction strategy, insulation, retrofitting, great. Nuclear power is not cheap and safe. Uranium miners have a 1 in 10 risk of lung cancer. Mining and milling is the most dangerous stage of the nuclear power, and this is something that leads to a wide range of human rights abuses, whereas as trade unionists, we want to show solidarity. A lot of uranium comes from Australia, particularly from Aboriginal tribal lands, Aboriginal sacred sites, and there's strong opposition. We used to get uranium from Namibia. At one point, it was called the land of sterile women as a result of miscarriages and birth defects. That's not something we want as trade unions to support. Nuclear power is not a cheap energy source. The cost of renewables has gone down, whereas a lot of nuclear power plants are economically unsustainable and requiring subsidies. Nuclear power also requires a lot longer to build than other sources of energy. It also, if you look at the whole life cycle, it actually has a very high carbon footprint. So it's not, it's by no means carbon neutral, carbon zero. There's a lot of processing involved till the uranium gets to the point it can be used as sort of low enriched uranium in power stations. There's also the issue of nuclear waste. This, again, has both energy costs in terms of processing it at the end of life and also as it's produced, long-term storage, and it's not something which has really been resolved. So it's hardly just transition, producing a lot of reactive waste that has to be stored for a long time. There's the link with nuclear weapons. That was why nuclear power was originally introduced, to have the uranium processing cycle, and a lot of other very good reasons. Yes, jobs need to be supported, but they could be jobs in renewable power. There needs to be a transition. There needs to be diversity of renewable energy supply, not just one source of renewable energy.
Marion, can I ask you to wind up, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Last sentence. And research money put into it, which hasn't happened previously, So oppose the motion.
Thank you, Marion. Thank you, colleague.
Colleague Stephen Smiley, Unison opposing amended motion 4. We do share the GMB's concern about the offshoring of green jobs, but nuclear is not part of the answer. The motion is based on a false premise to start with. It talks about the cost of living crisis and suggests that that can be addressed by new nuclear power. There's also a possible subtext that nuclear might be an answer to challenges of climate change, and both of those are wrong. The cost of living crisis, as we know, largely a result of soaring costs of fossil fuels, is a cost of living crisis now. New nuclear power is 10 to 15 years away, or longer, even if the Scottish Government were to agree to progress down that road, which means it can't be an answer, not just to the cost of living crisis, but it can't be an answer to the climate crisis either. Action needs to be done now to reduce fossil fuels, and that needs to be through renewables. All the scientists tell us that, so we can't wait for the magic of nuclear in 10, 15 or 20 years to save us from climate change any more than we can for the current cost of living crisis. The money, the billions of pounds that would have to be invested to commit to new nuclear power won't solve that cost of living crisis, it won't solve the climate crisis, and it needs to be directed differently. It needs to be invested in renewables, the wind and solar, but also electricity storage, geothermal, biomass, hydro, tidal, all those kind of renewable technologies which exist today are what is the answer for the future. We need to invest those billions of pounds in reducing the demand for energy through the retrofitting programmes that the previous speaker mentioned in our previous composite that we just agreed committed us to support. And it's also wrong. The motion is wrong in dismissing as an ideological opposition to what is in fact a perfectly rational opposition to nuclear power, which is a dirty power source. Dirty in extraction, as Marion explained previously. It's dirty in its energy intense construction, and it's dirty in its production of a waste material that won't just be left for our children to clean up, but for our great to the power of 10 grandchildren for thousands of years ahead. And the idea that we should invest lots of money in the small modular reactors is another false premise, because every nuclear plant, big or small, produces that kind of waste and creates a security risk, a risk of accidents, which we know about, a risk of attack for hundreds and thousands of years. Think about that. For hundreds of thousands of years, we would have to be protecting these reactors and the waste that they have produced. And given the instability of the world ahead, and indeed environmental change, can we really pass on to our generations to come? It would be an intergenerational crime and injustice to commit to a nuclear future. Please oppose the motion.
Thank you, Comrade.
Good morning, Conference. President Robert Parker, Paisley District Trade Union Council, to oppose the motion. It is interesting that some of the comments in the motion are the aspirations that have been given by me and others in the Green Lobby and the climate change people over the years, and we've been criticised by the mover of the motion on that as well. Nuclear's no, if you go down that road, it's no more sustainable, and it's no more dependable than any other source. We have the nuclear reactors that shut down for 3 months because they find a fault. It's no different from any other part of the world. SMRs, there's no design agreed for this. Yes, Marion, you're right. The whole thing's designed to create plutonium for weapons. It's got nothing to do with cheap nuclear. Don't go about that one. 2012, the government guaranteed £92.50 per megawatt hour for Hinkley C. And we all thought, bloody hell, that's about 4 times what we're paying for electricity at the moment. Well, things have changed a bit there, but still, when you look at it, the cost is not cheap. There's no way Again, Marion, you're right. If we add in the cost of the extraction of the uranium, etc., and let's add in the nasty concrete that they're all encased in. So your SMRs, you're saying, well, 2 football pitches. I don't know how many football pitches a big one is, but your 2 football pitches one, some of the designs will give you maybe 1/10 of the power output. I don't see what the savings are. They're certainly using a lot more concrete to build them that way. Jobs. Well, if we look at the renewables again and again, I accept the criticism there that we were talking aspirationally, pie in the sky maybe, about all the jobs that it create here. Well, the more modular you make it, the more the jobs are going to be offshored, unless there's a political will to insist that the jobs stay here. It's not rocket science that we cannot, we need the jobs. I mean, let's be honest, we need the jobs, whether they're high quality or not. I mean, yes, we want high quality, well-paid jobs, but in some instances we just need jobs, and I'm afraid the waste in nuclear, money-wise, is not worth the effort in that. Please oppose the motion.
Thank you. John, I'm going to ask you to come in and then we're going to move to vote, but if you'd like to come to the rostrum, thank you.
Chair, Conference. John Deegan, Secretary of the Thursday and Wick Trade Union Council and a member of Unite. I worked in the nuclear industry for 35 years up at Dounreay, and today at Dounreay, 2,000 workers approximately will go through the gate. The vast majority of them trade union members. So let's support workers in all industries, not oppose them. New modular reactors are a new industry. They're a different form of the nuclear industry. We must be in there when they're building them, servicing them, and making them. Rolls-Royce engineers are some of the best in the world. The plant that we have in Caithness is second to none. So I support Richard Hardy. Please support the nuclear workers. And what Tam said about the just transition is true. It's not kicked off yet. It's not kicked off. The nuclear workers will be left to their own devices. Please support the nuclear workers.
Thank you, John. There's been opposition. The mover has the right to reply. JMB, thank you.
Thank you, President. John Dolan, speaking in support of the motion and in response to the opposition. Conference. Events over the last few years have made it obvious that the world has entered a period of economic and political uncertainty. If we are to meet our energy needs, they must be met through production at home. We cannot rely on others to meet our needs by offshoring energy productions and jobs when our potential at home remains untapped.
Tackle the cost of living crisis. Can we have the tellers in the hall, please? Can I ask delegates to have their card votes ready? Thank you. Thank you.
You'll have to tell them what colour card it is, because they've got 3 cards.
I don't know. Thank you, Congress, for your patience. As I say, can I ask all delegates to take the seats so that there's no movement in the hall? You have your card votes. Can I ask those who are supporting the motion to please show their card votes for the tellers? Thank you. Yes, card vote number 1. So those in favour, those in support of the amended motion, if you could hold the cards high to assist the tellers. Thank you. Thank you, Congress. Can I ask for those opposing the motion to hold the card vote number 1 in opposition to help the tellers? Thank you. Thank you, Congress. Can I ask if there's any abstentions on the motion? Again, please hold them high for the tellers. Thank you for your cooperation, Congress. The card votes will now be counted out the hall, but we will proceed with the business and the result will be announced later. So thank you for your cooperation, and I hope you've all now woke up and found your papers in your packs. Thank you so much. So we're going to move on to motion number 10 on defence procurement, but before we do, a couple of things have been brought to our attention, and observers and visitors are very welcome to the Congress. But can I ask you to sit out with the delegation seats? We'll have some delegates that no longer have seats because of visitors. So could you please use the sections around the hall? I'm actually also conscious that a number of delegates have put on jackets and coats, so can we maybe just check the temperature in the hall for comfort as well, please? Thank you. Richard, thank you. I'm now going to ask you to move motion number 10, defence procurement. Thanks for your patience.
Thanks, President. President, Congress, Richard Hardy from Prospect moving motion 10, and I apologise, it's that Father Ted moment where you say, is that gobshite standing at the rostrum again? I will have a word with standing orders so that you don't have to put up with me speaking constantly to you on a Tuesday morning for next year. Congress, the Westminster Tory government likes to trumpet its levelling up agenda, a somewhat vacuous strapline that seeks to convince workers that as a government they have their interests and the interests of their communities at heart, rather than being the venal, anti-working class set of grifters that everybody in this hall knows them to be. The lies at the heart of this policy are exposed by the Tories' failure to use its own procurement policies to support workers across the UK. Just as in the race to the bottom in the clean energy sector, which mitigates against the development of a manufacturing supply chain, defence procurement regulations preclude any meaningful weight being given to UK job creation or retention in bids for UK military procurement. Nor do the benefits to the UK exchequer of company and worker taxation. This cheapest wins approach has seen the recent offshoring of tanker vessels to South Korea and of other auxiliary vessels for the Royal Fleet Auxiliary to Spain, thus ensuring that any job or tax benefit created will happen in Seoul, not Shettleston, and Cadiz, not Cumbernauld. Colleagues, defence shipbuilding in Scotland provides one of the few accessible ways for apprentices to get into large-scale engineering. And it's just such these workers that we require to build the clean, green manufacturing base for our renewable strategies that will deliver a just transition. I appreciate that for some colleagues in the room, defence procurement and the purchase of warships, tanks and military aircraft will create philosophical issues. And that's understandable and part of the ongoing debate that we have about defence within our movement. I hope it's helpful for me to point out that this motion isn't about increasing military expenditure. It's about ensuring that when decisions have been made to procure warships, tanks, or military aircraft, that taxpayer money is spent on supporting UK jobs and UK communities. Colleagues, a week today we will launch our new vision for a reformed approach to defence procurement, and I'd like to pay tribute to Dave Watson, formerly of Unison, who's done a fantastic job in producing a policy paper for us on defence procurement. It's just unfortunate we're doing that next week and I don't have copies to hand out to you today. This calls for a full accounting of prosperity issues to be built in to defence procurement so that the government is held to account to deliver on its vacuous strapline. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Richard. Can we have a seconder for the motion? Formally, thank you, Congress. Are there any supporting speakers? I'll invite you to the rostrum to contribute to the debate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Congress, Talat Ahmed on behalf of the STUC Black Workers Committee to oppose this motion. I'm a first-time delegate and also first-time speaker to Congress. Congress, on behalf of the Black Workers Committee, we are opposing this motion. We note what the proposers in Prospect have stated about the whole question of outsourcing. Yes, it is something which is problematic. It's something which is completely associated with the neoliberal agenda of the Tory government, whereby capital is free to move at the touch of a switch on a keyboard anywhere across the globe without any thought for workers' jobs, whilst workers' lives are obviously constrained in terms of not having freedom of movement. So we recognise that there is a huge problem in this. However, we do have questions. To say that the Tories have a problem with levelling up in Cumbernauld, but they don't do in South Korea or Cadiz, we think is completely wrong. The Tories don't give two hoots about levelling up in Cadiz or South Korea any more than they do in Scotland. They only care about making a fast buck and profit anywhere across the globe. And when things like outsourcing happen in terms of jobs, it is not the case that people in other parts of the world necessarily benefit. The Tories only do this, and the right wing only do this, business only does this, because they want to ensure that they are paying very, very cheap rates of labour anywhere across the globe. We also think, as a Black Workers Committee, standing for diversity and equality, that there's also something problematic in trying to pit one group of workers anywhere in the world with another group of workers. In our movement, we stand for internationalism. We stand for siding with workers anywhere across the globe. The other key thing that we have a problem with, of course, is about defence procurement. Now, I'm an old-fashioned C&D girl myself, and as such, I've always stood for peace and for disarmament and anti-militarism. And so there is an issue about defence procurement. I can remember many decades ago listening to Mike Cooley from Lucas Aerospace, who spoke very eloquently and even more eloquently devised a plan whereby the deep talents that people have, which are sadly being employed in the defence industry, can be put to far better use. We'd much rather see those skills and those talents and that professionalism being used in other ways, because we want our movement to stand for anti-militarism, for peace and for disarmament. So please vote against this motion.
Thank you, Sister. Are there any other speakers in the debate? If you'd just like to come to the rostrum, thank you.
Hi, delegates, comrades, brothers and sisters, siblings, Carla Morelli, UCU. I too want to speak against the motion, and I want to share the view that Prospect talked about in terms of the concerns for high-skilled jobs and workers through the defence industry. In my own union, UCU, and universities, the MOD funds a lot of research, so it's something which is very, very pertinent to our union, and I'm sure is to many other unions. But nevertheless, I think we do have to question the issue about the way in which defence expenditure is being used in Britain. The currently £46 billion of expenditure, rising to 3% of GDP by 2030. It's clear that there is no cost of living crisis when it comes to militarism, but we are being asked to pay for that through the cost of living crisis today, and will do for every year going forward. So the question of defence expenditure and its use in Britain and internationally is crucial to our discussions. When we look at Britain as being a major exporter of armaments, we can see the way in which the British government is instrumental in the destabilisation around the world, is instrumental in promoting the carbon technologies. So when we have a debate about just transitions, it's not simply the oil-based technologies which we want to replace, it's also the military technologies that are not part of a just transition. And therefore that's one of the key reasons why I think we need to think about opposing this motion. We need to protect jobs, we need to fight for jobs, but they will come through a just transition, not a military transition. A couple of final points before I finish up. When we look at what is happening around the world that people have been referring to, and we're going to talk about Ukraine tomorrow, the British government is involved and NATO is involved in this war. The idea that somehow NATO is not part of this and British militarism is not part of the furthering of the war in Ukraine is a myth. And therefore, whatever view we take on the Ukraine war, we should not be taking a position which somehow fuels armaments, fuels the defence industry, and fuels the bloodbath that is taking place in Ukraine, Yemen, and large numbers of other parts of the world. So move to oppose the motion. Thanks.
Thank you, colleague. There's been opposition. The mover has the right to reply. Richard, on behalf of Prospect. Thank you.
Thank you, President. President Conference, Richard Hardy from Prospect, exercising right of reply. So, with all due respect to the last speaker, I'm not going to get drawn into a conversation about the Ukraine and Russia's illegal invasion of the Ukraine. I think that's going to be covered by other motions. I want to reiterate that what Prospect is not calling for is an increase in defence expenditure. Okay. At the last budget, the government actually stopped the progress towards spending more money on the military, and I was very clear in moving that this is not about us saying that we should be spending 2, 3, 4, 5, however many percent. What we're saying is that the defence procurement regulations that are in place do not take account of the benefits that are generated to workers and communities by retaining those jobs in the UK. Now, I'm as big an internationalist as anybody, but I think we have to have a logical position that says that if we oppose the offshoring and outsourcing of jobs out of the UK for IT, for call centre workers, for academic workers, for people when I used to work in the civil service, I was a PCS rep, when we stood against the outsourcing of jobs in the civil service abroad, We have to apply that same logic of standing up against outsourcing and offshoring when it comes to defence workers. Defence workers are workers in our movement just as much as anybody else. And you know, if a ship is built in Seoul and a person gets a job because the ship is built in Seoul, that job does not come to Glasgow or Rosyth or Portsmouth or other places in the UK where those ships are built. So there is a benefit, because a British worker will lose their job and a Korean worker will have a work. And I agree, we shouldn't be creating internal markets between workers across the world. But the outcome for British workers is that the cheapest first option means that jobs go offshore. And we should support the retention of jobs in these industries which lead people. They are gateway industries into the jobs that we want to create in the green sector, in renewables. So support the motion. It's not a call for more tanks. It's a call for tanks and ships and planes to be built in the UK and support British workers and British communities. Please support the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. Congress, I'm now going to move to the vote for motion number 10 on defence procurement. The General Council position is to support. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Any against? Any abstentions? Congress, motion 10, defence procurement, is carried. Thank you. Before I move on to the next item on the agenda, I have the result of the card vote in front of me for amended motion 4. If you want to take a note in your pads. Support 552. Oppose 425. Abstentions 153. Amended motion 4 is carried. Thank you, Congress. Congress, we're now going to move to Composite D, the cost of living crisis, and I'm going to invite the PCS to move the motion. Thank you, Fran.
President Congress, Fran Heathcote on behalf of PCS to move Composite D. I can't afford to put the heating on, and as a result, I'm contracting illnesses. I've restricted the amount of food and essentials that I buy. My mental health is deteriorating due to worried about paying bills and more bills. I can't afford to retire, and I can't afford activities outside of work to alleviate my stress. I've not had a holiday for 10 years, and at the moment I'm panicking about turning on the heating. I sit with a blanket wrapped around me rather than turn it on, and I sit with no lights in the evenings to try and save electricity. I provide a service to stop Scottish families falling into poverty, but in most cases, clients are earning or receiving benefits that far outweigh what I have to live on. I have had to cancel my kids' out of school activities this year because I can no longer afford these so-called luxuries. Comrades, these are all testimonies from Scottish PCS members, civil servants, government employees. How is that acceptable in 2023? It's a damning indictment on how undervalued they feel, and it cannot go on. A far cry from bowler-hatted bureaucrats that we're portrayed as. 40% of our members processing universal credit entitled to claim it. 47,000 members using a food bank. In the two biggest departments alone, the DWP and the HMRC, 46,000 fell below the national minimum wage in April. PCS is calling on Scottish Government to use the powers of the Scottish Parliament to prioritise and make it a central political choice to provide fair pay. We represent workers across devolved sectors in Scotland and related public bodies, as well as UK civil servants based in Scotland. The research we did in Scotland should send a word of warning with regard to retention. Why would anybody want to stay in a job that doesn't offer them enough to live on? More money has to be found in the budget to pay civil servants fairly. Now is the time for the Scottish Parliament to introduce a wealth tax, land taxes, council tax abolition and other revenue-raising proposals that have been put forward by the STUC. The changes to income tax announced in the budget don't go far enough. The scale of the problems facing public services and those working in them necessitate bold and immediate action. PCS expects no less, and if the Scottish Government don't use their powers to pay our members what they need and deserve, then we will escalate action that our members have resoundingly voted for. On Friday, the Cabinet Office published their civil service pay remit, still the lowest in the public sector, nothing for 2022 to address the cost of living crisis, and a derisory offers for 2023 that all other public sector unions in dispute have already rejected. And whilst it's true that without our current hard-hitting industrial action campaign, we wouldn't have been made any offer at all. So this is progress of sorts. Our members have had enough, and they are determined to smash the threshold in our current reballot and send the strongest message to both Westminster and Holyrood that now is the time to pay up. Tory MPs are clearly clueless about these issues. Chloe Smith MP, as you may be aware, government is not responsible for decisions on pay. False. Chris Clarkson MP, I'm glad that government has been working so constructively with the unions. False. John Glenn MP, pay for civil servants is ultimately the responsibility of departments. I encourage you to contact HR. Also false. All of these statements are false or meaningless, and clearly the government is responsible for the pay of its own staff, and it is them that sets the remit. Shamefully, ministers would rather take away our rights than give our own staff a pay rise to help them through the cost of living crisis and beyond. And whilst the Labour Party have said they'll repeal the legislation within 100 days of taking office, we have to hold their feet to the fire on this. So we need to use our collective strength, join together trade unionists, service unionists, users, social movements and claimant groups, build the biggest, most coordinated movement possible, one capable of fighting back and defeating their attacks. If we're united, we can push them back, and we will do. STUC is always a great example of the solidarity that we need to see. So let's stand together, campaign together, defend workers, defend services to the public, and defend the right to strike. Together, if we're united, we can do this. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Fran, and for reminding us of these shocking statistics affecting workers in Scotland. Thank you so much. I'm now going to call on Fife's Trades Council to second the composite motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Comrades, cost of living crisis. It's not a cost of living crisis. It's a cost of capitalism. It's the latest attack in the class war that they are waging against us. We did not cause it, they caused it. Corporate greed, corporate profiteering, that's what is causing this cost of living crisis. It's an attack on us. And it's funny, I attended the STUC's fringe yesterday on political education, and what came across quite clearly was follow the money. Follow the money. Sixth richest country in the world, there's plenty bloody money in this country. It's just in the wrong hands. It's not in the hands of those that make and create the wealth. It's in the hands of the profiteers and the spivs in the city of bloody London. That is what we need to be attacking. It's who controls and owns the wealth. It's not us. We create it. We should own and control it. It's about real democracy. And strangely, and I've never thought I would hear this at an STUC fringe, the speaker, one of the speakers, the first speaker, he quoted Marxist economy 3 times. I almost fell off my frickin' chair. I was so happy because Karl Marx proved where the money is, proved who owns it, how they own it, how they control it, and it's about time we went back and learned how to take control and take control back to us. I am calling, and I have always called, we need a united front against these profiteers. We need to highlight the greed and the profiteering that's here. We need a united front of the trade unions, the wider labour movement, other allied community campaigns and our communities. We need to unite together. We need to take the fight to them. And I will quote Marx, workers of all land unite. You have nothing to lose but your change. So it's time to unite, and it's time to take the fight to them in the class war. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Can I now invite any other speakers into this debate?
President, Congress, good morning, Lynn O'Hara, Unison. It is an absolute pleasure to stand here today to say that I do support this motion and ask everyone in this room supports this motion. Because this isn't about a cost of living crisis, it is a cost of greed that's put our people that we represent in crisis. What do we get as a result of bailing out banks? We get food banks, we get heat banks. No, this is not good enough. This is the 21st century in Britain, and as everyone says, there's plenty of money in society, it's in the wrong hands. And in the last year, workers have taken a lot into their own hands. Yes, there's been loads of industrial action to put money in the pockets of our members and the people we represent who are living this experience of having to consider what it is you eat or what it is when you put your heating on. It is no way good enough. And I absolutely stand here today to say your fight is our fight and everybody's fighting together. So I would urge everyone in this room that's like-minded to get up here, speak in all the things that affect you, the people you're representing. See if there's industrial action in your area. It's all our industrial action. Please be aware of the fact that we all need to stay standing together to fight off what this cost of greed is all about. I urge you to support motion 14. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne-Marie.
Thanks, President. Mick Dolan, EIS. Congress, we're fresh from a pay campaign which lasted over a year. Frustrated by the intransigence and failure to deliver a negotiated settlement, we embarked on the first national strike action in 40 years. Strike action which saw a new generation of teachers experience the widespread solidarity of all of our sister unions across the country and widespread support from the broader community. Just like fellow trade unionists and the wider community, our members are experiencing the pressures of staggering rises in energy costs paid to privatised energy companies that make billions in profits at the expense of all of our members. In the 12 months of February of this year, electricity prices rose by 66% and gas prices rose by 129%. While we are continually told that CPI is 10%, people don't live in the world of CPI. With rocketing energy prices and average food price inflation at 18.2% in the same 12 months to February, members of all unions across the country have sent a clear message that it's now time to fight back. This UK government knows no shame and have the audacity to brand all workers' claims for inflation-proof wage rises as unrealistic, while some, including Kwasi Kwarteng, who single-handedly managed to ruin the economy, tout their services for £10,000 a day while drawing salaries from the public purse as MPs. At the start of our pay campaign in February 22, our pay had fallen behind inflation by over 20% since 2008 levels of pay. Like workers in many other sectors, we are not only determined to seek wage rises to cope with current inflation pressures, but we are determined to continue the fight to restore the value of our losses suffered over the previous decade and more. Our members have relearned the benefit of collective action. Our recent campaign is over, but the bigger fight of long-term restoration of value of our pay has only just started. The tactic of setting one group of workers against another, as employed by the UK Tory government and disappointingly by our own Scottish government in Parliament recently, has clearly failed. The traction that the former First Minister hoped to gain by setting, and I quote, the dinner lady and the janitor against our pay claim backfired, and we'll continue to call out such underhanded tactics no matter where they come from. Our 65,000 members across Scotland are ready to play their part in continuing to demand a fair pay for the jobs we all do. Please support the motion.
Thank you for that contribution, comrade. Scott, thank you.
President, Congress, Scott Hartles on behalf of the Communication Workers Union to support the motion. Congress, I am sure you have heard about the attacks our members have faced from Royal Mail during the dispute, but not much has been said about what it's like living through this crisis for working class people. The truth is, not everyone would call this a crisis. If you can afford to fly to space, if you can afford to buy Twitter, if you are one of the 6 or so that own our mainstream media, if you can lie to Parliament or, say, in a select committee, not to name names, and have nothing happen to you, if you're a banker, this is exactly what you want. This is a crisis of capitalism, created by the rich to break the workers. It's an attack on our class, on our friends and comrades. What they didn't expect was the trade union movement wasn't and isn't going to back down. Let's not forget who makes these massive profits for the rich. During the height of COVID restrictions, it was postal workers who made 767 million profits for Royal Mail. Shareholders took 567 million of those profits and made them into dividend payments, while postal workers were given a one-off £200 taxable bonus. The bosses will tell us as workers that we can't afford to strike. We can't afford to stand up for ourselves. We have to accept the pittance given to us out of the kindness of their hearts. The reality as a postal worker is that I can't really afford to keep paying over £800 a month in rent for my flat. I can't keep paying an expensive weekly food shop with what I am earning now. Winter was extremely hard. We were scared to put our heating on due to the expense. So of course going without meant we both ended up unwell, myself and my partner. With or without 18 days of strike action, it would be hard, but we couldn't really afford not to strike. This motion is a great motion because it calls for a united campaign, something in the Scottish trade union movement we are improving on, not just standing on each other's picket lines, but attending each other's conferences to talk about our own disputes. To set up a united campaign of coordinated action sends a powerful message to all bosses in Scotland. We as a movement need to stand up and say we've had enough and Scotland's workers demand better. Thank you and support the motion.
Thank you, Scott. Congress, I can't see any indication of any other speakers on this debate, so I am going to move to the vote. That's for Composite D, cost of living crisis. The General Council position is to support, so I can ask for all those in favour, please show. Any against? No surprise. Any abstentions? Congress, Composite D, cost of living crisis is carried, and thanks for all those fantastic contributions. I'm now going to move to motion 16, retail recovery in Scotland, and I'm going to ask USDA to move that motion. Thank you.
Scott Redpath, USDA, moving the motion on retail recovery in Scotland. Congress in the last few years have been a struggle, no matter what industry you work in. During the pandemic, we had to deal with worry about our health and those we love. And most recently, the cost of living crisis has affected nearly all households, causing issues around financial and job security. For so many workers in sectors like high street, retail, the impact of both the virus and the cost of living crisis has been catastrophic. The high street retail sector faced unprecedented challenges during the pandemic. And now, as a result of the ongoing issues caused by the cost of the living crisis, we feel the real prospect that the heart of our communities will be ripped away. Last year alone, across the UK, over 150,000 retail jobs were lost. And then in the first month of this year, over 15,000 further job losses were announced. If we see the scale of this job loss in any other sector, it would be front page news. But nothing said. This would be a national outcry, and there would be serious government intervention. But so far, what we've seen is no support and no lifeline to an industry in crisis. Retail, for far too long, has been overlooked. Despite being such a pivotal role in ensuring the country got through the pandemic. But ASDA believes it's not too late. There are still lots of measures that could address the crisis affecting the sector. ASDA's Retail Recovery Plan lays out a number of practical steps that could be taken to help secure the future of retail. And the plan starts with addressing the ongoing cost of living crisis. For the retail sector to be able to thrive, we need to ensure that we're growing an economy based on high wages. But we also need an economy where business can offer job security. Over the last 12 months, retailers had to look at mothballing stores as a result of high energy costs and supply chains issues have caused increased costs. These increased costs are affecting job security right across Scotland, and they need to be urgently tackled. We need financial support for struggling businesses and households, and we need a government with the competence to bring prices down. At the same time, we need to tackle the long-term structural issues which create an uneven playing field between online retailers and traditional bricks and mortar operations. Bricks and mortar retailers on our high streets are currently saddled with a huge tax, rent and non-domestic rate bills, while online retailers rake in billions but only pay a tiny percentage in taxation. We need to fundamentally reform this unfair system in what that supports our high streets, and to ensure multinational companies pay their fair share to support our country as we bounce back from this crisis. We need to build back jobs in the retail sector, decent jobs with New Deal for workers based around a genuine living wage and guaranteed hours, and not low hours or 0 hour contracts. We need New Deal for workers that invest in people so that they have the financial security, the skills and the job security to be able to thrive. It's only through urgent action from the government that we are able to safeguard jobs in the retail sector and protect the communities they serve. Conference, I move this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Thank you.
Hello, Paul Flynn, Pharmacists Defence Association, seconding the motion from Oslo. President, Congress, pleased to be here. Tracy asked me yesterday morning if I would second this. Really delighted to be up here now doing that, so thanks for having me. So our PDA pharmacist members work in high street stores, work in shopping centres, and are basically the most accessible part of the NHS for patients across Scotland. There are issues in our sector, and they are generally a result of employers, but we'll not step into that too much. We're supporting Oslo here. So the support staff that our members work alongside of are generally paid minimum wage, maybe slightly more than that, for doing a very, very demanding job. You have to have a great deal of expertise to be able to work in the pharmacy sector, which doesn't happen overnight. It takes a lot of training. And you're also doing a job which is extremely responsible. You have severe risks if you get your job wrong. And the pay that the workers receive doesn't reflect the level of expertise and responsibility that they have. As a result of that, retention of staff is very, very difficult. What we also have in Scotland is the majority of our large community employers are businesses which are headquartered in England. They have a far less generous pharmacy contract, and what we generally see is that money received in Scotland is then used to subsidise an ailing English business model, which obviously isn't acceptable. Automation is being used in pharmacy to massively reduce the number of staff and reduce the costs associated with that, rather than allow the staff in the stores to spend more time helping patients and building improvements to their health and well-being. So it's being used to reduce costs and increase profits. We don't think that's right either. I think it's important to remember that retail is one of the largest areas of employment in Scotland for workers, so I think it's important that we support the motion and try and defend jobs as best as we can. So we support the motion and hope that you will support many of Scotland's workers along with us.
Thank you, Paul. Congress, are there any other speakers on this motion? I can't see anyone waiting to come in. I will move to the vote. For motion 16, retail recovery in Scotland, the General Council position is to support. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Thank you, Congress. Motion 16 is carried. We're now going to continue with the motions from section 2, and we're going to move, bear with me just a second. Yep, we're going to move to composite E, and that's defend cultural workers, public funding for creative industries. Thank you. I'm going to call on Equity to move the composite motion.
Kirsty Miller, Equity. President, Congress. It will come to no surprise to this Congress that both Equity and the Musicians' Union drafted motions to address the crisis in public funding for the arts in Scotland. And so I propose this composite motion asking for support for the entertainment unions to fight against cuts to the arts in Scotland and to demand an increase in public funding to address the real-term cuts that arts and culture are facing in Scotland. In these cash-strapped times, it is easy to dismiss the creative industries as elitist and unnecessary. However, the social, economic and cultural benefits to Scotland are immense. According to the Scottish Government's own research, in 2020, 86% of adults in Scotland were culturally engaged and 83% of adults took part in cultural activity. Yeah, that's 2020, when we were all locked in our houses. The arts, in all its myriad forms, are important to everyone and should not be seen as a luxury, but as a vital part of our economy, our international reputation, and indeed our well-being as a nation. In Scotland, the creative industries comprise of over 15,000 businesses, which employ over 70,000 people, as well as a large number of freelancers like myself and students studying creative courses who will be the future of the arts in Scotland and abroad as well. Although the recent campaign against the huge cuts to Scotland's cultural budget was successful, it only maintained the status quo, and in real terms, public funding is still woefully inadequate. The real-term cuts to public funding are short-sighted and financially imprudent. As pointed out in the motion, for every £1 invested in the arts, £8 is delivered back to the local economy. Every year, Scotland's creative industries contribute more than £5 billion to the Scottish economy. An independent report commissioned by Screen Scotland showed that the screen sector alone contributed £567 million to Scotland's economy in 2019. If balance sheets were all that mattered, then investment in the arts would be a no-brainer. But why should the arts have to be profitable? Why should the creative industries have to justify their existence on a purely economic level? And why should the working people of Scotland not have access to arts and culture? We know that the majority of the Scottish population value creativity, and in fact, 84% believe there should be public funding for arts and cultural activities in Scotland. Equity and the MU believe art and culture that is accessible and sustainable are essential for everyone. To all workers, good art. To all artists, good work. Bread and roses. Nothing is too good for the working class. I urge you to support this motion.
Thank you, Delegate. Please ask the Musicians' Union to second.
Congress, Ben Lunn, Musicians' Union, seconding the motion, and I have the very difficult challenge of speaking very passionately about something in a shorter period of time. Our lovely comrade in Equity has been able to point out the clear problems we face within our industry because of the nature of how spending on the arts is being treated in various different forms, both within Scotland but also within Britain more broadly. I want to sort of talk a little bit more about what the nature of the state arts funding is supposed to be. Arts Council England, Creative Scotland and Arts Council Wales was introduced in 1945 thanks to the Attlee government, which was brought in to make sure that the arts didn't rely on rich benefactors to make art happen. It was about making sure that our class could get hold of art and also allow people from our class to make art as well. Since its formation, much like the NHS, it has been constantly under attack, and over the previous leaders, we have only seen one particular Prime Minister who's managed to actually increase that spending. Every other time it has constantly lagged behind because it's been treated as a luxury, something extra on top of that. Ultimately, we have seen the announced budget that was declared in December, a step back from the Scottish Government, which now brings Creative Scotland's budget back up to where it was. The only problem is this is based on last year's spending. We've already heard numerous times about how monstrous inflation has been, so we still have a massive pay cut for all arts across the sector, and as it is the main body that funds most arts within Scotland, it means numerous artists and numerous workers are going to face these cuts. We also then need to think about what also beyond that, if the workers are then facing these cuts to a greater extent, our access to this art is then being robbed from us. This means that our young people don't get to actually make art, don't get to see art. While they are at home suffering through the various different problems we have in school, they don't have something that can lift them up ideologically, can give them promise, give them a nice distraction, even if that is all art can be. Ultimately, art can be a positive thing and a wonderful thing. We have seen numerous times on strikes, on picket lines, songs that have supported our movement. Lovely songs like the Workers United Will Never Be Defeated, the Red Flag, the Internationale. This is all part of it because music and art can capture the feeling, the mood and what we do. And this is probably part of the reason why the governments are constantly out to make sure it stays a middle class luxury. Nothing is too good for our class, and we need the trade union movement to defend that to the hilt. I hope you'll support this motion, comrades. Thank you very much.
Thank you, comrades. Comrades from our performing sector sticking wonderfully to time. Can I now ask for supportive speakers?
Adam Sutcliffe, EIS, supporting the motion. Colleagues, President, I want to change the tune slightly. From the age of 5, deep in brass band country in the village of Delft, made famous by Brassed Off, I learned how to play baritone. I later went on to play in such auspicious venues as the Royal Albert Hall and Cologne Cathedral. Then one day my mum took me to a concert in a local music centre, and I sat in wonder as a whole new world of music outside of brass bands opened up. Jazz. Nice. The very next week, I started bass lessons at Oldham Music Centre. 3 years down the line, I was bassist for the Oldham Music Centre Big Band, playing double bass in the orchestra and baritone in the brass band. I was at the Music Centre 4 days a week. I learned how to read music in treble and bass clef. And I gained a huge amount of self-confidence, some might say too much, from performing and competing. My parents didn't have to pay for either the use of the instruments or any tuition. If Oldham Council had charged for tuition, I would never have learned music, as my folks just never had spare cash. I simply can't imagine what my life would be like without having music in it. I'm not a professional musician, I'm not very good, but I just love music. I still play in a jazz band and for a local theatre group, and I sing in a choir, but now I pay for it. The arts are a great leveller. Working class kids, if given the opportunity, literally take on the world with their talent. The EIS is a proud supporter of free instrumental music tuition in state schools in Scotland. We launched our first charter for instrumental music in 2011, asserting the right of every child to learn and play a musical instrument. We believe that instrumental music tuition should be treated as a core element of the curriculum. Every child in Scotland should be entitled to receive instrumental music provision without charge. Family income should not be a barrier to accessing music education. Music education can be instrumental in closing poverty-related attainment gaps. See what I did there? And there's an enormous body of evidence which demonstrates the value of studying and playing music. Music develops reading skills, can improve mathematical performance, as well as having positive effects on social development. Young people playing music make greater progress and achieve better academic outcomes. Playing music improves confidence, concentration, organisation and collaboration, and is quite simply joyous. Creative industries in Scotland make a massive contribution to the economy, and it's stupid and depressing that government sees cuts as easy ways to make savings. We need music and any type of creativity to escape from the daily grind. We need youngsters to carry Scotland's great tradition of wonderful musicians and creatives, but we also need there to be jobs for these youngsters to go into. Cuts to the arts in Scotland are cuts to the lifeblood of the country. Far from being cut, funding should be increased. We need the arts need us. Please support this motion.
Thank you, Delegate. Can I have a next supporting speaker, please?
President, Conference, Angela Gannon, Chair of Prospects Heritage Group, speaking in support of Composite Motion E. I'm also a first-time delegate and speaker, and wait for it, more importantly for Prospect, I'm not talking about energy or defence. Scotland is a small nation that has long punched above its weight. Think of Scotland and inevitably you think of whisky, tartan, haggis, heather moorland, and indeed the Highland Games. Today, you need only walk 5 minutes from here to the V&A, buy a ticket, and see the exhibition on tartan. Surely you can't get more Scottish than that. But when thinking of Scotland, others will no doubt mention Robert Burns, our national bard. And who can't recite a line or two from one of his songs or poems? Then, of course, there's TV and film production, including actors and film sets, from Whisky Galore to Trainspotting to Outlander. This last a prime example that showcases our scenery and incorporates the Scottish Gaelic language in its dialogue and soundtracks. But in all of these, do spare a thought for the creative and dedicated people who make these films, soundtracks and programmes so successful. Surely their hard work needs to be recognised with better working conditions, better and more sustainable contracts, and a drive to tackle long working hours. Let's not forget that Scotland also has a vibrant music industry. There's the Celtic Connections Festival, the Mod, and the bands such as the Skids, Big Country, and the Associates, the latter from Dundee. But maybe I'm showing my age, and indeed my taste in music. And of course, mention must be made too of Edinburgh's Festival Fringe, described, and I quote, as one of the greatest showcases of arts and culture in the world. So yes, Scotland is a small nation, but we have much to celebrate. We are used to being the underdogs, but we get where we are because we work together. So let's help our colleagues in the creative industries support this motion and keep the show on the road.
Thank you, Delegate. Can we have a next delegate supporting, please?
Hello, I'm Gail Hilliard from the Scottish Artists Union, and I'm a first-time delegate too, so very exciting. I think it would be wrong for me not to stand up here as a Scottish Artists Union and support this motion. 81% of artists are freelancers, and we really need support. It's very hard work. It might sound like fun, but I can assure you, stuck day after day in the studio without the solidarity of you people is really difficult. So I appreciate being here, and I really ask you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. There being no further speakers, we'll move to the vote on Composite E. All those in favour? Thank you. Any against? And abstentions? Thank you. Composite E is passed. We now move on to amended motion 19 on Freeports, to be moved by Edinburgh Trade Union Council.
Chair, Congress, Ian Mullen, Edinburgh TUC. I notice that my colleagues have just disappeared. We ask Congress to note the decision of the UK and Scottish governments to decision to award green Freeport status to the Forth Valley and Commonwealth Firth areas. We recognise that the Freeport model threatens workers' rights, safety, terms and conditions, while offering tax breaks and deregulation to transnational corporations. Rather than create jobs, as claimed, Freeports will displace jobs from other areas. This fact, combined with the increased use of automation within Freeports, could result in a net loss of jobs caused by the Freeport model, with communities suffering economic detriment, whilst transnational corporations reap the reward of tax breaks and deregulation. The financial case for Freeports remains unconvincing. Local authorities are enticed to make bids with the promise that they will benefit from keeping 100% of the non-domestic rates generated from the Freeport area. Whether this potential local benefit offsets the tax revenue nationally has not been adequately answered. Such a measure sets a worrying precedent for local government funding and puts local authorities in competition with one another, leading to a race to the bottom for working conditions as council quotes interested employers. For this reason, we call on the STUC General Council to provide a report on the economic impact of the Green Freeport model in Scotland. Whilst the UK government is pursuing Freeports, their creation in Scotland is dependent on local authorities supporting bids. We call on the STUC General Council to lobby COSLA and to have all local authorities declare opposition to the Freeport model, oppose job displacement, and work with the trade unions to ensure an extension of union recognition, collective bargaining, and adherence to trade union negotiated rates of pay and conditions in existing Freeport areas. Congress, I move. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Can I invite Unite the Union to second?
Congress, Graham Haynes, Unite the Union, first-time speaker. Congress, Freeports or Greenports have been widely presented in the media and elsewhere as a positive thing. They're not. We're told that Freeports, based on incentives such as initial seed capital, reduced tariffs, tax and national insurance incentives to businesses, will create jobs. In Scotland, the joint Scottish and UK government Greenports version is presented as including commitments to zero emissions and adherence to so-called fair work principles. However, conference, we should be deeply suspicious and sceptical of the reframing of a Thatcherite economic policy, known then as free enterprise zones. And we know from experience that anything that is based on deregulation and cutting red tape to businesses often raises the potential of weakening employment rights, terms and conditions and other protections for workers. When pressed, the Scottish Government can only confirm that fair work means a voluntary commitment, which is unenforceable in the absence of devolution of employment law. Goes to the minimal living wage and so-called workers' voice or workers' interest groups, which is code for non-union engagement. There are genuine fears that rather than create new jobs, Freeports will displace existing jobs as employers shift from their current areas to the Freeport areas to take advantage of the tax breaks on offer. Following the announcement of the two Freeports in Scotland in January this year, on the Firth of Forth and in the May area and the Cromarty Firth, the reality is they're going ahead whether we want them to or not. Now, Unite members obviously want to see investment in jobs, building skills and securing sustainable skilled work for all. But in relation to Freeports, we need to be continually vigilant. If necessary, hold the SNP and the UK government to account. It looks so far like the Scottish version is simply tinkering around the edges of a hardwired Tory Freeport ideology, with the benefits of establishing Freeports going to employers and big businesses. Instead of levelling up, we could be levelling down. It's just a race to the bottom, and this should not go unchallenged. We must demand an audit of all jobs created in the Freeport zones. Are they new jobs? Are they displacing jobs from other areas? We must ensure collective bargaining is enshrined in every workplace in a Freeport. We've got to test the legally unenforceable commitments in the Scottish Government prospectus. It will come as no surprise. Rishi Sunak, Liz Truss, great exponents, formed a panel excluding trade unions. It's just corporate greed in suits. They're known to encourage crime, drugs, guns, you name it, crime happens in a Freeport. Will we value human life over a Freeport? We can't stand by and allow these zones to be the epitome of a low-wage, low-regulation model. Together we must, as we always should, stand up for workers' rights, advancing collective democracy and working together. I second.
Thank you, Delegate. Any other contributions? No, so we'll move straight to the vote. That's amended motion 19 on Freeports. Can I see those in favour? Thank you. Can I see those against? Thank you. Any amendments? That motion is carried. We now move on to Composite F, covering motions 20 and 22, nationalisation of rail services in Scotland, and I'd like to invite the National Union of Rail, Maritime and Transport Workers to move, please.
Thank you, President. Anne Joss from the RMT to move Composite F. This Congress pays tribute to rail workers in Scotland employed by Network Rail and the DFT managed operating companies involved in the national rail dispute, and we commend their determination to protect their jobs, their pay and their conditions. RMT members in Scotland employed by Network Rail and the Westminster DFT have in the last year taken industrial action in defence of their jobs, pay and their conditions. Network Rail members recently voted to accept a pay deal worth 14.9% to the, 14.4% to the lowest paid, 9.2% to the highest paid. This is a 2-year deal for us. Our members showed true determination and commitment to get a good deal for themselves and their colleagues. I was one of the many who took industrial action over a period of time, and it was quite an extensive period of time. That dispute went on for over a year from start to finish. Following the first successful ballot, we reballoted. We met all the thresholds again that the government seemed determined to put in our way, and they want to add to that now and take away our right to go on strike and put in the bill that means a minimum service will have to be provided. For many of us, we may have to make the choice between being able to carry on doing our job, go on strike, and risk being sacked. That's stripping our rights as workers. There is nothing left if this government has its way. We have no line of defence. Our last line of defence is to defend ourselves with using industrial action. And that right is going to be taken away. This is absolutely unbelievable that we're living like this now in 2023. Maybe it's not as unbelievable as it could be. We know that the Scottish Government climate change has included a reduction in car usage by 20% by 2030. This aspiration is possible, but a radical overhaul is needed in line with passenger needs. A safe, accessible, sustainable and affordable railway that delivers for passengers, not for profit. While we are talking about climate change, we need to look again at the Network Rail dispute. Part of that dispute was to do away with thousands of maintenance jobs. At the same time, climate change is causing havoc on our network. Flooding, high wind, excessively hot weather, excessively cold weather, and almost a regular occurrence, or weather events as the bureaucrats like to call it. Apparently we don't need track maintenance to carry out the repairs that are needed after those events. Noted the company's position of compulsory redundancy at Network Rail has been withdrawn, but make no mistake, those jobs are going. It's going to be redundancy by stealth. So if somebody retires, they're just not going to be replaced. Still getting rid of a job, isn't it? Yesterday, I think it was, or maybe even the day before, a report was leaked to the media, and it's well worth a read. The report talks about Network Rail will do fewer repairs over the next 5 years, and it will clear less of the debris that can cause delays and accidents. Lack of funding will lead to higher costs in the longer run, with rail bosses expected to repeatedly repair their outdated infrastructure, and it would be cheaper to replace that. Network Rail has cut its usual £3 billion risk fund used to cover events such as extreme weather and COVID because there is not sufficient headroom. The company will have to take a market-led approach to maintenance, in which rail services that make the most money will be prioritised. I'll leave you to work that one out for yourself, but that to me suggests that the rural routes are going to suffer the most. If it's a busy train, you know what, that one will be fine, but if it's the rural routes, well, you know, who knows. With its passenger service in public ownership, the Scottish Government must now be bold and take the action required to meet Scotland's climate reductions target and create a rail network which works for passengers and communities, not for profit. 1st of April 2023 marked 1 year of ScotRail being in public ownership. The renationalisation of ScotRail marked a success for a long-standing campaign by the RMT and other rail unions and the STUC. Congress believes that real investment in Scottish Railways for the Scottish Government is to reverse cuts to ScotRail services and commit keeping ScotRail tickets open. A huge part of that focus on the ticket offices, the decisions to close these is a travesty, and that needs to be reversed. While the Scottish Government has ruled out closing ticket offices, Westminster is threatening the closure of all ticket offices. It has still not made the decision over cuts to ticket office hours, which were initially proposed in 2022 by the former Albelio. The cuts would mean a reduction in office hours opening by around a third. The proposed cuts were universally opposed by labour movement, disabled people's organisations and passengers and environmentalists. Ticket machine does not adequately cover and replace the assistance of somebody in the stations. It doesn't make the stations safe for women and young girls and what have you going out and trying to go about their business. It cannot, again, be allowed to happen. I'm going to just round up now and just saying that we call on you to support us in our endeavours to, as a bare minimum, reverse the cuts to rail service implemented since COVID, but that shouldn't be it. Instead, we must invest and improve. We therefore ask Congress work with affiliates to campaign around these issues and calls on the STUC General Council to lobby the Scottish Government to commit to keeping ScotRail and the Caledonian Sleeper service in public ownership and not consider awarding the services to any private operator in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Can I ask Yousaf to second, please?
Vice President, Congress, Kevin Lindsay-Aslef, seconding the composite. Before I go into my speech as such, I want to pay tribute to Anne Joyce, just been elected a regional organiser for the RMT, so I want to thank her for all the work she's done in the Carmant inquiry and look forward to working with her in the future. Well done, Anne. Congress, the railways in Scotland and the railways in Britain are separated by different governments. Governments that take a different approach towards the railways. In England, under the Department of Transport, we've had 15 rail companies been on strike, repeatedly on strike. 4 of them are based here in Scotland, cross-border services. These rail workers haven't had a pay rise for 4 years, and we continue to fight and take the Tories on over their ideological demands, that we are the only group of workers that have to give up terms and conditions to get a pay rise. That's not acceptable, and we're going to continue to fight them. This is a long, long strike. We will continue to fight them, but we will not give in. 2 rail companies in England were given £82 million in dividends to their shareholders. That cannot be right when workers are not getting a pay rise. But here in Scotland, we've had our disputes with ScotRail and the Scottish Government. The Scottish Government have told us they've nationalised ScotRail. Well, have they nationalised ScotRail? ScotRail's payroll is still done by Abellio, the failed Dutch operator that they kicked out. Scotland's trains are owned by Roscoe's, who make millions of pounds in profit. That isn't nationalisation, that's privatisation by stealth, and it's not acceptable. If we then look at the Caledonian Sleeper, it's even worse. The Caledonian Sleeper has been announced it's coming back into public ownership. Well, is it? The Cali Sleeper, the coaches are owned by private operators. The maintenance by private operators. The locomotive and the drivers are hired in from a private operator. HR and payroll, it's even worse, are done by Serco, the same company that's just been kicked out. That isn't nationalisation, that's privatisation by stealth. We need to continue the fight to bring the railways back into public ownership. We need a ScotRail and a Caledonian Sleeper, which is for the people, by the people. We need a triple standard, A-standard railway, which is affordable, accessible and accountable. ScotRail should be in the public ownership. We produced a document along with our colleagues and our sister trade unions, a vision for Scotland's railways. And in that we called for the scrapping of peak fares, which is nothing more than a tax on workers going to their work. We called for free travel for our pensioners and young people. And bizarrely, we see today McGill's, you know, the socialists at the heart of the buses and across Renfrew and Armagh, are now complaining that ScotRail gets too much subsidy. Well, I'll give the McGills a wee clue. We own ScotRail. We don't own McGill's buses and we're not going to subsidise you. We're going to subsidise the railway to deliver for the people of Scotland. Congress, taking the railway back into public ownership, even if it is stealth privatisation, was a victory for us as a movement. But it's just the start. We have got to keep the fight going. We've got to stand together because, as a train driver, I'm devastated. I've got a SPAD. That's a signal past at danger. As we stand together, we'll fight together. We'll bring the railways back in. Let's keep the fight going. Solidarity, comrades.
Thank you, Kevin. Any of the speakers wanting to come in on this debate? Yes, please.
Okay, good morning, Congress. Martin Hartley, Executive Committee Member, Transport Salaried Staff Association, Transport Union. Look, as we've just heard there from Kevin, and our famous General Secretary once told me, fight and fight until you get what you want. They won't give in eventually. And as we've seen with the ongoing successful strikes up and down the country, trade unions have stood shoulder and shoulder, and each of us should be proud where we've broken through with pay deals and improvements to terms and conditions, and solidarity to those that are still fighting. And so the transport trade unions will keep fighting the governments here and in London, public ownership for public transport. The railway should be an affordable, green and comfortable way to travel. ScotRail has been taken back by the Scottish Government as the operator of last resort, and since the formation of the Frankenstein franchise system, the Caledonian Sleepers were part of that ScotRail franchise. In 2015, Serco managed to get their sticky fingers through the door of the railway, and yes, they'll tell us it was great, we're running new carriages and an improved customer experience. So they say. But we'll still run them with 40-year-old and 50-year-old locomotives and locos that was designed to take freight through the Channel Tunnel. Come on, Scotland, we can do better than that. Both governments also insist on closing ticket offices. Why? When people want to buy a ticket, they want the assurance that they've bought the right one. They want to ask questions about connections, seat reservations, alternative times, also to be able to book passenger assistance if they need assistance getting on and off trains in one easy step. A machine can't do that. And not everyone can use the internet or a mobile phone to buy tickets. And when they do, and I've seen it time and time again, phone batteries go flat, the machine can't find the booking numbers, tickets have been booked for the wrong day, and passengers need a member of staff to help them sort that problem out. So why close ticket offices? Just apart from the fact that they're protecting private companies' profits and shareholders' pockets, and that's it. That's the fact. So the TSSA, we fully support this composite motion, and I'd ask Congress, let's get behind this. Vote in favour of lobbying the Scottish Government to commit to keeping these services in public ownership and keep the greedy out. Thank you. I support.
Thanks, Delegate. I can see nobody else wanting to come into the debate, so we'll move on to the vote on that one. Composite F. Can I see all those in favour? Thank you. Can I see those against? And can I see abstentions? Thank you very much. That motion is carried. Sorry to tell delegates that the rest of the transport section of the agenda has to be carried forward till Wednesday. Very sorry about that, but it's pressure of time. We will now move to the item scheduled at 11:30 on your order of business, video People's Recovery Education course.
War, climate change, rising energy prices, a failing economy. The world is in crisis. Yet our politicians are failing us. In Scotland, just 2 families have more wealth than a fifth of our population, yet working people are expected to pay the price, facing the biggest fall in living standards since records began. But the working class are fighting back. Power has never conceded anything without a demand. So now is the time to educate, agitate and organise. Our cost of living political education programme is designed to do just that.
Originally, the STUC, through Congress, passed a motion to put together a political education programme for better pay, improved conditions, the fight to address cost of living issues that is real for every worker in Scotland. The course is about equipping people with the confidence around political arguments, economic arguments, getting to the root of who holds the purse strings and how we can improve how much money is in that purse. Everything we do together. We do it collectively, we do it in groups. We explore things, we discuss things. So it really is pitched at anybody who's interested in finding out about the cost of living crisis, the history and story of Scottish working people fighting back, and who holds the political purse strings in Scotland.
It's been really interesting hearing about working people's economic struggle past to present and how politics now is still severely impacting our ability to do ordinary things like pay our bills.
Hopefully we'll be able to say to other trade union activists the wage rises that people are looking for are ultimately affordable. When politicians saying we can't afford, the country can't afford, actually it can.
A really valuable course looking at the economics of what we're currently suffering in the cost of living crisis. So I would recommend it to any trade unionist who's looking to benefit their members and their community they live in.
Our political education course is crucial for any trade union activist that wants to know how to fight back more effectively. Workers coming together have shown that we can deliver real change for people on the ground. What we need to do now is demand that our politicians deliver that change, and this course shows how we do that most effectively.
Congress, thank you, and thanks to everyone who's participated in the political education course, and the only way is to move forward with that, and we'll look forward to bringing in more affiliates over the next 12 months. We're now actually going to move to debate under section 5 of the agenda, public services, and this is going to take the form of a group debate from motions 43 to 48. And so I'm going to take the 6 motions, and I will ask for each to be moved in turn and then to be formally seconded. After that, supporting speeches and any speeches against will be taken before moving to the vote on each motion individually. So as I say, this is a group debate. The speakers are being asked to identify which motion they are speaking in and whether they are moving from a support or opposition position, and are invited to come forward now. Can I ask for speakers to come to this side of the hall, please, and make your way quite close to the rostrum in the interest of time. Thank you, Congress. If you'd just like to make your way forward, as I say, it is a group debate. So that's for all speakers, 43 up to and including motion 48. If I can ask for the mover of motion 43, please. Thank you, Jennifer.
Delegates, Jennifer McCary from Glasgow Trades Council moving motion 43. This motion focuses all our attention on the need for intervention to save our NHS. The prescription for an NHS recovery also must include addressing the crisis in social care. And you'll not be surprised that this motion originated from a retired members branch in our city, because the sick, the vulnerable, the chronically ill often experience care and compassion of the NHS workforce, but also experience a system that currently lacks the capacity to provide timely services, whether that's GP appointments, elective surgery, or accident and emergency waiting times. Because 15 years of austerity, years of real-term cuts to budgets in the NHS has meant that the NHS faced a pandemic already cut to the bone. The lack of workforce planning and the consequences of recovery to the pandemic have led to a critical situation around vacancies and staffing. Trade unions within the NHS have warned us about this. 7.2 million on waiting lists across the UK. That's lives on hold, but delegates, lives don't stop. We lose quality of life, we lose jobs, we lose confidence, capacity. Sisters and brothers, hearts starve as well as bodies. 335,000 excess deaths in the UK are being caused by austerity. That was concluded by research from the University of Glasgow in October last year. And this disproportionately affects women who still bear the burden for caring for us all. Cancer Research UK estimates that 4,900 extra cancer cases each year are caused by deprivation. 74% are more likely to die from cancer than from most deprived areas, from the least deprived areas. Inequality is morally wrong. It materially affects all of us. And so the deterioration of NHS and social care services disproportionately affect the poorest of families in Scotland. We welcome the General Council's statement that clearly states that industrial action must be led by the NHS unions, and the spirit of this motion is that we must all share the burden of fighting for services that we all need and rely on with urgency, and to replenish our NHS with some serious funding. It also recognises that social care workforce are an essential ingredient for the NHS to survive, and our strategy across Scotland must integrate our ambitions for social care and the NHS. This motion is a call for action for all of us, not just our unions, but in our communities and civic organisations. Nye Bevan's quote that the NHS will only survive if there are folk with faith willing to fight for it. The NHS was built by our collective efforts and will only survive with our collective muscle. I move.
Thank you, Jennifer. Can I ask for motion number 43 to be formally seconded, please? Thank you. I'll now call amended motion number 44, National Health Service, and invite Midlothian Trades Council to move the motion, please.
President, Congress, Ralph Patterson, Midlothian Trade Union Council, moving amended motion 44. The endless repetition of the lie that the NHS is an expensive 1940s dinosaur in need of reform hides the fact that Tory and Labour policy over decades has driven the NHS into crisis. The NHS has suffered the impact of bureaucracy and fragmentation introduced by Major's internal market, has suffered the outsourcing of health contracts to private providers that began with Blair, and suffered the delays, inefficiencies and rip-off prices that flowed from privatisation of the NHS supply chain. Although the Blair government increased investment, it also burdened the NHS with huge long-term debts via private finance initiative schemes. It was landed with an 80 billion repayment bill for just 13 billion of private investment via extortionate contracts that are still being repaid. Last year, a spotlight analysis of NHS accounting found hospitals that were spending more than twice as much on legacy PFI debt than they were spending on medication. The answer to these problems is not complicated. Abolish or bail out PFI debt, end private sector provision, increase investment to meet needs, bring outsourced services back in-house, and reintegrate medical supply and pharmaceutical services back into the NHS. But our politicians have different plans. The British Medical Association warned last year that the government's recovery plan would significantly increase the outsourcing of services to private providers, and that it threatened the clinical and financial viability and sustainability of the NHS. The direction of travel is to continue underinvesting in the NHS and to increase its enforced dependence on private healthcare. The chair of the BMA's Scottish Committee has said the situation facing general practice in Scotland is dire and only going to get worse, and that Scotland is sleepwalking into a two-tier health service that will see a continued loss of GPs with practice contracts given back to health boards, the subsequent closure of some practices and the emergencies of under-doctored areas where patients have difficulty registering with a GP. This will lead to increased levels of health inequalities and create opportunities for private GP services. Many of the objectives set out in Scotland's NHS recovery plan quickly slid from being ambitious to being unrealistic. After COVID, the pace of recovery is slow and any return to normal remains far off. The SNP National Care Plan threatens a mass removal of care services from democratic local oversight, opening the door for further privatisation and outsourcing of care. The National Care Service, as envisaged, will be a commissioner rather than a provider of services. Previously, there were step-down beds in the NHS for patients who were completing rehabilitation, waiting for a permanent care home place or for a social care package. Even without the pandemic, NHS Scotland needs an estimated 1,000 extra beds to cope with demand. Hospital beds are being cut at a time when care home beds numbers are also falling, and social care provision is not growing fast enough to meet demand. There is a major underinvestment in community care. With more GPs, district nurses, health visitors and carers, we can prevent more people ending up in hospital. And with more support packages, we can address delays in discharges. Investment must be directly into the NHS, not paid to private providers and outsourced services. Outsourcing further weakens our underfunded NHS by further reducing its capacity to respond. It also leads to competition for staff with the private sector, worsening the present staffing crisis. We need a return to the original NHS model before internal markets, before PFI debt, before contracting out and underfunding has driven it into crisis.
Thank you, colleague. Amended motion number 44. Can I call on the Pharmacists Defence Association to second the motion, please? Formally. Thank you. Thank you, colleague. Motion number 45, NHS Scotland recruitment, and invite Chartered Society of Physiotherapy to move this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Congress. Fiona McKellar, Chartered Society of Physiotherapy. Congress, in the UK today, around 1.4 million people work within the NHS. 220,000 of those report a non-British nationality, according to statistics from the House of Commons Library. This amounts to 1 in 6. Between them, these staff hold over 200 different nationalities, and as of June 2022, those originating from within the EU accounted for less than 5.3% of those. So, in Scotland, of that 1.4 million, we currently have an NHS workforce of over 181,000 people, and yet we still do not have enough staff to deliver healthcare to our local communities by the right people, in the right place and at the right time. The Office for National Statistics tell us we have a high vacancy rate within the service in Scotland, which is in part due to difficulties recruiting. Practising on the Northern Isles, where I do, it's not unheard of for us to take years to recruit to a post. We've had a highly specialist physiotherapy post vacant for 3 years until recently filling it through an international recruitment process. Congress will also be aware that the Scottish Government pledged a significant amount of funding to support our boards with the recruitment of AHPs, midwives and nurses from overseas. These professionals are a welcome addition to our workforce. However, we recognise the need to support these staff coming from all walks of life into our teams, our local hospitals, health centres, clinics and communities. Within the cities, towns and villages which they have chosen to make their homes. It's also worth noting the guiding principles that underpin the NHS Employers Code of Practice when recruiting for overseas, 4 of which are: international migration of health and social care personnel can make a contribution to the development and strengthening of health and social care systems to both the countries of origin and destination countries if recruitment is managed properly. Opportunities do exist for individuals, organisations and health and care systems to train and educate and enhance clinical practice through international recruitment. That recruitment of international health and social care personnel is closely monitored and reported on. International personnel will have the same rights, same legal rights and responsibilities as domestically trained staff in all terms of employment and conditions of work. They will have the same access to further education and training and CPD. So, the principles are there, but are we assured that these new employees and the teams they're being integrated into are getting the right kind of support they need from their employer? Recruiting managers and those staff supporting and supervising them on a day-to-day basis need to be able to find and utilise easily accessible, relevant information to enable them to support recruits and each other with confidence and skill from the whole onboarding experience onwards. Organisations are also meant to monitor the process. We need to make sure these recruits are not falling foul of either capability or disciplinary proceedings through being ill-prepared or insufficiently supported at work. We need to ensure boards capture these workforce statistics through effective quality and diversity audit processes, monitor and act on any concerning trends. We therefore call on the STUC General Council to ensure any conversations they have with the Scottish Government raise our concerns and pave the way to improving the processes surrounding international recruitment within our boards, ensuring parity across all AHPs, nursing and midwifery professions. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Sister. Congress, can I ask for a formal seconder to motion number 45, NHS Scotland and recruitment? Thank you, Congress. We're now going to call motion number 46, recruitment of allied health professionals in NHS Scotland, and I invite the British Diabetic Association to move the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just clarify with the British Dietetic Association? We're frequently, for some reason, confused with the British Diabetic Association, but just to correct us there. President Congress Simon Fever proposing Motion 46, recruitment of allied health professionals in Scotland. Shock, horror, there is a workforce crisis in the NHS in Scotland. Trade unions over the last 10 years have been saying that the workforce is getting older, there will be increased retirements, and the demand on the NHS from demographic changes in the population have been known about for years, but the Scottish Government has failed to prepare properly, hence the pickle that we are in just now. I am one of those older AHP staff members. I've worked within the NHS for the past 37 years, and what I see is a service and staff that are crumbling at their knees. There was a time when we would get 30 applicants for a single post within a therapy service, but this is no longer the case. Jobs are advertised for newly qualified staff and specialised staff, and you are lucky to be able to get enough applicants to generate a shortlist. But even when you do, many of these applicants do not turn up or get better offers from their current employers. We not only need to retain the staff that we have, but we need to look into the future, because that looks even bleaker. The AHP family is a broad church which includes dietitians, physios, occupational therapists, radiographers and podiatrists, and many more services. We play a vital role in delivering key services and care in hospitals and in health and social care partnerships. The AHP workforce in Scotland offers expertise, assessment, diagnostics, advice, support, education resources, and where needed, direct intervention to people of all ages to improve mental and physical health and well-being. We're experts in rehabilitation, self-management and reablement. We provide consistent, person-centred, preventative and therapeutic care for children and adults that enable the people and communities of Scotland to achieve the health and well-being outcomes that matter to them. Generally, it's a university course, but how do we attract people into training places in universities where there is a crisis in our universities also? There needs to be an incentive to want to work in the NHS beyond caring for other people. We can offer you, while studying at university, an opportunity to run up a significant debt. We even ask you to run 2 households when you undertake your practical training in a health board where you do not currently live. And when you qualify, we can guarantee you an excessive workload, not enough staff to undertake the work required, and a pay system that is going out of date and not keeping up with the cost of living. Applications for AHP degree courses have been falling for the past 10 years and are now almost half of where they were in 2010. Many of the students are international students, some of whom will not be working in Scotland once they qualify. University places have not increased in the last 10 years either, as it is universities that control the number of places available, not the government. So it becomes a business decision, not about what Scotland needs. The British Dietetic Association say that this needs to be addressed now. It can't wait until there is a new workforce strategy or a new framework or a new action plan. It is action that we need now. There are many actions that could be implemented to support the recruitment of AHPs, and our motion asks for 2 specific changes that could easily be made to start planning for a better future. Firstly, we think the government need to take control of the number of student places that are available for universities to offer and allow them to start training more students. More importantly, we want them to increase the number of places available. And secondly, we need to make working as an AHP a more attractive career option. In nursing midwifery, students can access a bursary whilst they are studying. This is not available to AHP students. And we think this not only would help reverse the trend of falling applications, but would also reduce the number of students that drop out of their university courses due to financial hardship. I ask you to support the motion.
Thank you, colleague. Can I ask Congress to formally second motion number 46, please? Thank you. Now call motion number 47, AFC pay ban differential and I invite the Royal College of Podiatry to move the motion. Thank you.
Sheila Russell, Royal College of Podiatry, moving agenda, motion 47, agenda for change, pay band differential. Congress understands there is a training, recruitment and retainment crisis in NHS Scotland for staff of all bandings and professions. We have hit a crisis point where we need to increase the level of registered staff within the NHS to ensure that we have safe staffing levels and to provide the service all patients deserve within the NHS. The Royal College of Podiatry believes that the differential between the majority of pay bands needs to be addressed, as each step taken up the ladder has a minimal effect on pay, but a huge difference in responsibility. We need to look at this as part of a recruitment plan for staffing within the NHS and to do this urgently as part of the future pay negotiations in Scotland. For example, within podiatry, how can we encourage interest in moving from a non-registered post within the NHS to a degree level grade when the difference between the top point of band 4 and the bottom point of band 5 is only £210 on the 2023 to 24 pay scale? Along with 4 years of full-time study and a possible student debt, there is no incentive with this meagre level of remuneration. A further example is for top band 6 to bottom band 7, the salary difference is a mere £144 per annum, but the change from clinician to team lead comes with a dramatic increase in responsibilities, but with no appropriate remuneration to reward the significant change in duties. Congress calls upon the STUC General Council to support all unions in their engagement with the Scottish Government to implement change in the pay band differential and to ensure it appropriately reflects the increased responsibilities and significant change in role. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. Could you just give me a second, please? Can I ask for a formal seconder to motion number 47, please? AFC pay band differential. Thank you. Moving swiftly on to amended motion number 48, health and social care, and invite Chartered Society of Physiotherapists to move the motion. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you. Congress, I'm Claire Craig from the Chartered Society of Physiotherapy, proposing amended motion 48 on health and social care. I want to start with some positives of this forum. I stood in front of STUC in 2017 asking Congress to support the CSP's Backing Rehab campaign, and you did. In the years since, the CSP have highlighted and asked for your support to recognise the Right to Rehab campaign from the Right to Rehab Coalition in Scotland and the Alliance in England, and you have. With the hard work and determination of the multiple trade unions, professional bodies and charitable partners that make up the Alliance and Coalition, and the support of STUC, there has been progress. In 2020, the Right to Rehab Day of Action was held, supported by multiple MPs. In 2021, a commitment to the right to rehab was included in SNP, Scottish Lib Dem and Scottish Labour Party manifestos. In 2022, the Scottish Government released Rehab and Recovery, a person-centred approach presenting a Once for Scotland approach based on the 6 principles of good rehab in a post-COVID era. It's now 2023. We have a growing support network, political party commitments and a government guiding document. So why are we here talking about rehabilitation again? Congress, this January, Scottish hospital bed occupancy was over 95%, up from 87% in January 2020. Let that sink in. This country's been talking about enhancing early intervention services to prevent admissions for many years. Yet occupancy rates are up. Why? Because improving access to primary and social care and early rehab in the community is absolutely essential to ease acute sector pressures, but it receives very little kudos and investment in comparison to those front door services. Ambulances outside hospitals make headlines. Year-long waiting lists for community physiotherapy services, sadly, do not. Yet both impact on these emotive hospital statistics. Next statistic. In January 2023, over 1,700 people could not be discharged without delay once medically fit due to insufficient care home packages and beds in social care facilities. Why? Busy hospitals and high demand for physio rehab, coupled with staff shortages in all sectors, mean that people delay seeking the help they need. When they're admitted, they may be seen by rehab staff less often than needed, therefore leaving hospital with higher care needs compared to pre-admission, sometimes requiring specialist equipment or multiple carers, where one or even none may have been needed before. The government's solution to secure additional social care beds, creating step-down care facilities. So we have more beds, problem solved, but it's not. The CSP are aware that many of these units have been created without the employment of dedicated AHP staff to work with the people admitted there. We are the rehab experts. AHPs, particularly physiotherapists, are rehab experts. And they have the clinical expertise and autonomy to lead these services and units, assess for challenges, plan recovery, prescribe treatments, and support our amazing health and social care colleagues to implement prescribed rehab plans. Without the rehab input to these step-down care facilities to actively promote recovery, nothing changes. They just become more filled hospital beds in a different location, causing a backlog in acute services when they don't empty timeously. Silo stopgap solutions do not work. We need to look at the big picture and plan for the future with a focus on emerging models of care, including prehabilitation and realistic medicine. The time for implementing rehab and recovery, a person-centred approach, is right now, not when acute pressures reduce and we can shift the focus and resources, because without implementing this, acute pressures will always remain. Congress, we ask you to support our NHS staff and affiliated unions by promoting a whole systems approach to health and social care, service and workforce planning, encompassing all staff groups. We particularly ask you to prioritise rehabilitation and promote physiotherapy in the wider allied health professions workforce, whose essential role in preventing admission, enabling discharge without delay, and reducing care needs is still at times under-recognised and overlooked when new services are developed. We must always remember that what we need is the right workforce in the right place at the right time. Please support. I move.
Thank you, Sister. Amended motion number 48. Can I call on the Pharmacists Defence Association to second the motion, please? Thank you.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Congress. Apologies if I've messed up earlier. That's not a position I'm unfamiliar with, so thanks for your patience with me. So we're amending and seconding two of the motions here, and I appreciate we're short for time, and Angela, I don't want to keep you, so I'll make it brief. I had prepared a lot more for this one than I had for the motion that I was supporting earlier on, but I'll get through what I've got. So, community pharmacy has been provided by private contractors since 1948 when the NHS was formed. And in 1948, don't want to give a full history lesson, but the majority of community pharmacies were owned by single independent pharmacist contractors. The pharmacist owned their store. Now, in 2023, that position is significantly reversed and different. So there are a handful of business owners who are extracting a significant amount of money out of the health service. So evidence that we've found shows that Boots UK moved £5 billion of dividend profits offshore between the years of 2016 and 2019. And then in 2020 to 2022 pleaded poverty to their landlords to say that they couldn't afford their rents, looking for reductions. However, due to the issues of COVID, they still managed in those 2-3 years to extract a further £5 billion of dividend profit from the UK business to Walgreens, the owner. Lloyd's Pharmacy's owner, the German asset strippers Aurelius, are currently in the process of selling up and shutting down Lloyd's pharmacy stores across the UK. They're selling off their unprofitable businesses. They are making to the tune of 400 to 500 million pounds through the process of selling these businesses that they bought last year for a knockdown price. How is that allowed? The Pharmacists Defence Association support full and adequate audit of where public money is going, especially when it is being delivered to private contractors. It's an absolute disgrace. It's said that the Scottish Government likes foreign travel, so maybe they should follow the money. A fair whack of NHS spending currently doesn't go to pharmacy workers' pockets. Pharmacy wages have stagnated over the past 14, 15 years, but it's going offshore and it's going to owners and simply vanishing. So PDA support this motion. For amended motion 48, we also support that the health service needs to change its entire focus. We currently, and I'll shut up quickly, focus on healing the sick and fighting disease. What we should be promoting and what we should be focusing more on is promoting health and well-being. And we have the capacity to do that, we just need to change our focus. So I'll shut up there and go away. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. Congress, before we move to any other contributions from the floor, I would like to call on Lillian Macer from the STUC General Council to make a supporting statement. Thank you, Lillian.
Thanks very much, President, and thank you, Congress. Lillian Macer, Unison, moving this statement on behalf of the General Council, but also a health worker working in NHS Scotland for over 30 years, so and a proud health worker moving this statement. The General Council confirms our commitment to supporting the NHS in Scotland, and in particular supporting our health workers. The NHS has never been in a more precarious position than it is right now. Staff facing a vicious cycle of increased demand, unsustained workloads and low morale, falling wages and staff shortages. In motion 43, that makes clear that we need to defend the NHS and the fight that the General Council will always champion. We support the efforts and campaigns for increased public funding, but we note that health unions are best placed to lead on this campaign and, in particular, best placed to lead on any industrial action. We would also note the range of priorities campaigns that the General Council are leading on your behalf around the cost of living, around just transition and the National Care Service. In motion 44, it calls for an end to PFI and an end to the creeping privatisation and to reverse that creeping privatisation. Congress, I'm absolutely delighted to report to Congress today that at University Hospital Wishaw, 400 predominantly low-paid part-time women working in that service will transfer back from Serco back into NHS directly employed staff. And Congress, rightly so, that transfer will take place on May Day, the 1st of May, our day, so double celebrations. And that, Congress, is a consequence of the health trade unions in Lanarkshire's sustained campaign around PFI bleeds the NHS dry, and that campaign has shown results with that transfer back in. On motion 45, 46 and 47, it highlights the issues around recruitment and the challenges faced by the NHS. And it calls, as colleagues have said, for an increase in the allied health professions student places, but also in support of bursaries. It's inappropriate that colleagues going to university to deliver services in our health service come out with such staggering debts. We need to make sure that the bursary and the provision of that bursary is extended to AHP colleagues. We need to support the health unions in terms of their campaign around the pay differentials. Let me give you a practical example, and colleagues have already quoted some of those statistics to you already this afternoon. If you're a band 5 nurse and you gain promotion to a band 6, that means a significant increase in terms of your responsibility. You could be managing staff, an increase in terms of your commitment to the service. That pay increase, though, however, doesn't recognise that. £157 per year for that promoted post is completely unacceptable, and we need to do something around that. And there's a commitment from the health unions to do that. The amended motion, motion 48, talks about the impact on social care and the crisis within health and calls for a better workforce planning. We need a proper integrated workforce plan that looks at social care, that looks at health care, but also looks at the third and private sector that deliver in this space. We need a proper integrated workforce plan. Congress, you absolutely can't talk about health services without talking about social care, and we need a properly funded social care infrastructure that recognises social care as a career and that offers decent pay in terms and conditions as of right. And that's something that the STUC will campaign for. Thus, we recognise that our members working in the health service endeavour to deliver the best possible health outcomes for our patients. The chronic staffing crisis across every health board in Scotland make it impossible for us to meet the demands that are placed on us. Frankly, we don't have enough capacity to meet that demand, and we need to send a clear message from this Congress to Scottish Government. Unless you invest in the NHS at the front door, patient harm and death will be the consequence. The General Council will support health unions who are leading our campaigns for investment in the health service, who have won significant concessions from this government, whilst recognising that there are other priorities that you have set and that you have asked the General Council to deliver on. So as we debate this, at this Congress in Dundee, we need to think about the other priorities that you're asking us to look at. Congress, we're asking you to please support these motions, and thank you to my NHS colleagues for a fantastic debate at Congress this afternoon. I move.
Thank you, Lillian, and fantastic news on behalf of workers in the NHS. Colleagues, I'm going to move it on for any other contributions from the floor, but I am mindful of the timeline. I don't want to stifle debate, but if there's any other speakers, could you please now make your way to the rostrum? Thank you.
Thank you. It's Helen McFarlane from Unite the Union. Unite the Union is the union for speech-language therapists and for arts therapists, which is art therapists, music therapists, drama therapists, and Unite the Union is a union for paramedics as well. All of those are also allied health professions. We heard yesterday about the impact on preschool children and their language, their speech and language skills in our motion about libraries support. That is an area that needs speech-language therapists. We also had some fantastic contributions from a comrade with artificial larynx yesterday, somebody else who has received speech-language therapy. We have art therapists, music therapists, drama therapists involved in addressing mental health needs and issues. What I'm particularly wanting to focus on is motion 46, and specifically the call for bursaries for students. If we want people to decide to become allied health professions, we have the first hurdle of people knowing that these professions exist in the first instance. The NHS is not just doctors and nurses, it's so many other different roles. But once individuals have chosen to apply and go to university to study to become allied health professions, they're hit with major financial difficulties. Not just, obviously, a lot of those allied health professions are now master's level qualifications. You get no fees paid, you pay your own fees for those qualifications, you get no expenses for when you have to go on placement, which can be anywhere in Scotland. You have to pay for your accommodation costs where you're living, where your university is, and you have to pay double, you have to pay for your accommodation costs when you're on placement elsewhere. If you're lucky enough to be doing a degree, a first degree to be able to qualify, although increasingly a lot of the allied health professions are master's level, if you're lucky enough to be at undergrad, you can now get expenses towards your placement costs, towards your accommodation costs, but it's such a disparity. Paramedics have won the right to get a bursary. That wasn't given. We've heard this yesterday as well. We have to fight for these rights. And the paramedic students led a brilliant fight to say we should get a bursary equivalent to the nursing midwifery. That's the first of the allied professions to get that. And we really want the STUC to join with all the unions involved in representing allied health students to see if we can also get bursaries for all of those students too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sister. Colleague, I'm sorry, but because of the timeline, we are running over. We've had a huge amount of support from the floor and from the General Council with a statement, unless there was actually any opposition to the motions. And thanks to the sisters who have decided not to participate in the debate. As I say, it's a really important debate, but there seems to be a huge consensus around the hall. With that, I'm now going to move to the votes on each motion, which will include 43, amended motion 44, 45, 46, 47, and amended motion 48. So can I ask for those voting in motion 43, the General Council position is to support. All those in favour? Thank you. Any against? Any abstentions? Thank you, Congress. Motion 43 is supported, is carried. We're now voting on amended motion 44, National Health Service. All those in favour, the General Council position is to support. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Thank you, Congress. Amended motion 44 is carried. We're now moving to the vote on motion 45, NHS Scotland recruitment. The General Council position is to support. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Thank you, Congress. Motion 45 is carried. We'll now move to motion 46, recruitment of allied health professionals in the NHS. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Congress motion 46 is carried. I think that's been a really good debate so far, and now we're moving to motion 47, AFC pay band differentials. General Council position is to support. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Congress motion 47 is carried. And then moving to the vote on amended motion 48, Health and Social Care. General Council position is to support. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Congress amended motion 48 is carried. Thank you so much for your support in that group debate. And if you could bear with me, Congress, we're very much aware of the timeline. Just a quick update. As I say, we're very much aware of the timeline, and I really appreciate delegates staying with us for this section, because I appreciate that our fringe meeting's being held as well. But we are going to extend the lunch time to 2:10 for good behaviour. So before I bring in Angela Rayner, just to make you aware that once Angela's spoken, just be assured the lunch break will be to 2:10 this afternoon. But it now gives me great pleasure. Angela, thanks for your patience, but we're bringing in Angela Rayner, Deputy Leader of the Labour Party. And Angela, before being elected in 2015, was working as a workplace rep for social care workers and a trade union official. Angela was the first woman MP to be elected for Ashton-under-Lyne and is currently the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party. Angela, last time I saw you, you were mixing the decks at Brighton at a CWU reception, so I know that multitasking comes easy to you. We're looking very much to your contribution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President. President Congress, Angela Rayner, proud Unison member and first-time Speaker at Congress. It's great to be up here in Dundee, and I know what you're all thinking, and just for the record, no, I didn't arrive in a luxury camper van. They get better. I am keeping you from your lunch, so I've got to try. Some of you know that I was born in Stockport, but I very much say that I was raised in our movement. And so I always feel at home when standing together with you, my comrades, and it was so nice to be in here for that debate on public services. And my friend, the other convener for Scotland, we go back a very long way. It's really good. But it's also incredibly depressing to see that we're still having to fight those arguments around decent pay, fair conditions and insourcing of our public services like social care. And when Labour gets into power, our procurement policy will see the biggest wave of insourcing back into our public services for a generation. But more important today is the sense of unity that I feel across the room with my fellow gingers. Let me just say, it's a good thing that the sun doesn't always shine up north of the border, but I reckon we've got at least back to 50 weather today, so that's good. This year's Congress takes place in the midst of the most, and it is the most brutal cost of living crisis in a generation, at a time when working people need strong unions more than ever. As trade unionists, we know that it is not inevitable for working people to shoulder the burden of this crisis. And it is not inevitable for working parents to struggle to feed and clothe their children. That's why the theme of this year's Congress is so important. Scotland's workers deserve better, and you deserve to demand better and to get better. Faced with a harrowing cost of living crisis and an explosion in zero-hour contracts and a wage crash, governing parties on both sides of the border are failing working people across the whole of the United Kingdom. Working people left out in the cold as ministers in Westminster and Holyrood exchange in endless political battle of internal obsessions. From my constituents down the road in Manchester to families in Motherwell, Melrose and Musselburgh, the pain is deep and the pain is the same. Working people across our nation are working harder and harder and getting less and less. That is everyone except the 1%. Shielded by their latest guardian angel, the patron saint of private jets, heated home swimming pools and non-doms, Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. The same old ideology from the same old Tories. They incentivise the richest by handing them more and incentivise the rest of us by taking it away. Whether you're from Glasgow or Gateshead, there is a Tory penalty on everyone's cost of living, compounded by a Tory discount on everyone's wages. We've had 13 years of Tory economic failure. We've heard in this room over the last couple of days how vicious and how devastating austerity has been for people that need public services, for even businesses that need to thrive in the UK. And let's not mention what happened with Liz Truss. At this year's budget, what was their latest solution to the problem? To give a tax break worth billions to the richest pensioners. It'd take the average worker until the year 24-23 to gather this wealth. As Scottish workers find themselves on average £800 worse off compared to 2008. At the general election, there will be a clear choice between a Labour government or another 5 years of Tory incompetence. Can you imagine another 5 years of what we've endured? In Scotland, the SNP can only oppose the Tories. They can't get the Tories out of office, and they lack the energy and the vision to stand up for Scotland. It is only Labour that has the power to boot the Tories out. And it is only Labour that can deliver the change that I believe Scotland needs. But despite all this, the Tories seem to think that our biggest problem is you, the trade union movement. For 13 years, they've tried to stop you from demanding better for your members. They pushed through the 2016 Trade Union Act, which has so viciously attacked trade unions' ability to stand up for the most vulnerable. Last summer, they egged employers to break strikes with agency workers, putting public and worker safety at risk. And this year, they gave us a minimum service levels bill, a spiteful and bitter attack on the fundamental freedom to strike for better pay and conditions. From a shoddy and unserious government that doesn't even have the respect for workers to properly engage in strike negotiations. I tell you what, we all want minimum standards of service and staffing in our NHS and our railways, but it's the Tory ministers that are failing to provide them. As I said in January, Labour will ask Parliament to repeal these vindictive attacks on trade unions and working people within 100 days of entering office. But Congress, we won't do it by slicing and dicing what rules and regulations apply to different parts of the UK, as the SNP would advocate. We will repeal these laws for everyone, because we are on the side of all working people across the UK. But the problem isn't just the Tories. The SNP appear to like talking to themselves about themselves, although it's anyone's guess who exactly how many members are actually listening. But more than ever, we need politicians actually focused on delivering change. It starts with recognising that we can only make better Scotland for workers by creating an economy that works for the people of Aberdeen, Angus, Ayr, as well as it does for my community in Ashton-under-Lyne in Greater Manchester. And so I want to make a direct appeal to people who have voted SNP in the past. I totally understand your desire for change. I share it. I recognise your desire to get rid of the Tories. I share it. I know you dream of a brighter future. It's a dream that both me and Keir share. Neither of us were born with silver spoons. Unlike our billionaire Prime Minister, the son of a toolmaker and a nurse, and a teenage mum off a council estate, we know what it's like to graft, squeeze and penny pinch, and to dream and aspire to be more. And it'll always be both Keir and my #1 personal and political mission to raise up other working people. We get it. Working people don't want handouts, they want opportunity and self-respect, to be able to pay their own way and to contribute. But the SNP act as if independence is a silver bullet. After 15 years of SNP government, there is not a single institution in Scotland that is stronger now than when they took office. Record A&E waiting times, with 1 in 7 Scots in need of care on waiting lists. Record drug deaths, tragic, avoidable and damning. Record vacancies for nurses and doctors in our NHS. Record levels of homelessness. Record levels of child poverty. That's the SNP legacy. And it's working people who are paying the price. Each and every day, they are showing that they're not the answer to the question. And Humza Yousaf isn't the man to resolve it either. The truth is that the problems facing workers in Scotland are shared problems. And what we need is shared solutions. What we need is a Labour government that works in the interests of the whole of the United Kingdom. One that puts you, the people, in control. And one that shows the Scottish people our respect and that we are listening. Only Labour is the party of working people and for working people. The clue's in our name. And the next Labour government will build on our long, proud history with a new deal for working people, for all working people. You should have heard about our new deal because it was the unions that helped develop it, and I will be the one that enables it to be in our legislation within 100 days of a Labour government. This is our plan to deliver a stronger, fairer and more aspirational future of work for the whole of Britain. It's our plan to strengthen workers' rights and our plan to end the Tory injustice of insecure work. Our New Deal is central to how Labour will achieve our highest economic growth in the G7 and raise living standards with good jobs across the whole of the UK. It's how we will ensure everyone from Perth to Portsmouth benefits from the proceeds of growth. Working people keep our country moving. Dignity and certainty should be given. But under the Tories, working people are getting poorer. And under the SNP, a divided United Kingdom, this problem will only get worse. Comrades, you know our motto: united we stand, divided we fall. Together, under a Labour government, we will, as we have done before, do what is right for working people and hand the UK back to the people who built it. From the Highlands of Scotland to the coves of Cornwall, we will update workers' rights, giving workers' rights from day one and ending fire and rehire. And as the number of workers are at the mercy of zero-hour contracts in Scotland reaches new peaks, we will ban these once and for all. We will boost incomes with a genuine living wage, fair tips, and by ending the gender, disability and ethnicity pay gaps. And when we say it's our ambition to ensure fair day's pay for a fair day's work, we mean it. And this is our ambition for the whole of the United Kingdom. But that's not the limit, comrades. The next Labour government will also recognise the integral role that the trade unions play in fighting for better for workers. You've spoke about it here today. Those wins on pay, those wins on recognitions, those wins on insourcing were fought for by ordinary workers in their trade unions. I will always stand up for trade unions. It's in my bones. It was my trade union that gave me the confidence to dream bigger and the tools to get there. Lillian knows she saw me as a young member get up there for the first time ever and shake at my first ever conference. As a teenage mum from a council estate who left school at 16 pregnant without any qualifications or prospects, I started my working life as a manual home carer on poverty pay and insecure terms. In them days, we were labelled casual workers. It's now zero-hour contracts. It was thanks to my union, Unison, that I was able to improve life for myself, my family and my fellow workers who I represented. I know the power in the trade union. And I tell you what, that Stockport lass could never have believed that this is where she'd have ended up. But it's not just Angela Rayner who benefited. From securing paid holidays to equal pay for equal work to the furlough scheme, trade unions have shown their worth time and time again. But for too long, you have been tangled in restrictive red tape getting in the way of your day-to-day work. Those in power today, they just don't get it. And this has only served to worsen industrial relations and disruption, which is why the next Labour government will release the shackles of the 13 years of Conservative rule so that once again you have the freedoms and the legal rights to properly stand up for your members. Unions are not devoid of reality. You are made up of ordinary workers who keep our country moving. And so we will usher in a new era of a partnership between trade unions, employers and governments at all levels to deliver a better deal for all workers. We will unlock electronic balloting, simplify union recognition and make it easier for workers in the gig economy to organise. We will create new rights and protections for union reps to ensure that they have sufficient facility time, and we will strengthen collective bargaining, including through fair pay agreements and other sector-wide agreements on conditions, pay, training and much more. Labour believes passionately that strong collective bargaining is key to our fight against inequality, discrimination and low pay, because we know that when workers are empowered to act together, they have the best possible chance of securing better pay and conditions. Our new deal for working people is ambitious. I've never been one to shy away from ambition, something I learned in my union days. But boosting people's income and making their work more secure isn't just right for them, it's the right thing for our economy too. Strengthening workers' rights, tackling insecure work and improving well-being in the workplace will boost productivity. Strong workplace rights are also key to creating the right conditions for business, innovation and sustained economic growth for everyone. And this agenda will be good for Scotland, good for the Scottish people, good for Scottish business, as much as it is for the rest of Britain. But Congress, only a Labour government will be able to deliver it and put us all first. The Labour Party roots weave far and wide across the high and lowlands, from spearheading devolution to creating our NHS to bringing in the national minimum wage. We have always been the party of and for working people in Scotland. Keir Hardie, John Smith, Gordon Brown, true Scottish Labour pioneers. We stand on the shoulders of giants. And under the leadership of my friend Annis, Scottish Labour stands tall once more. The Scottish people are aching for change. But the SNP, warped by their internal wars, cannot deliver it, and the Tories never will. So the choice is simple. The choice is clear. Only Labour can bring about the change the Scottish people crave. Only Labour has the vision and the energy to stand up for Scotland. Only Labour can deliver a new deal for Scottish working people. Labour is ready to lead in Scotland once again. You are Labour, and together we can build a better and brighter future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela, for your contribution and the commitments that we look forward to being delivered from Labour. Congress, thank you so much, as said, for staying, for Angela's contribution. That concludes this morning's session. As you're leaving the hall, delegates, there will be a bucket collection for the Scottish Pensioners Forum. I'm conscious many of you will be going to the fringe events as published in the programme, but can I ask for people to be in their seats sharp for 2:10 for the address to Congress from General Secretary Foyer. Enjoy your break, Congress. See you at 2:10. Thank you. Congress, can I ask delegates to start taking their seats, please? We do have quite a bit of business to get through, and we'll have the address from the General Secretary coming up, so I would like delegates in the hall full. Thank you. Congress, I'm going to bring this afternoon's session to order. I hope you all had a nice break at lunchtime, and I believe the fringe events were very successful again, so thanks for your attendance. Congress, if we could note that the election for members of the General Council for the next 12 months was uncontested. Also, the election for the 2023-24 Standing Orders Committee was uncontested. A list of the names for both General Council and the Standing Orders Committee for the next 12 months is included in your final agenda if you refer to pages 41 and 42. It now gives me immense pleasure even, to ask our General Secretary, Foyer, STUC General Secretary, to present the General Council report, sections 2 and 3. And can I ask Congress to note that section 1 will be moved in the private session on Wednesday morning by the Treasurer, Mary Senior. And before Ross speaks, we're actually going to be showing Ross a short video highlighting the General Council's activity in the last year. Thank you, Congress.
Very silent video.
Yeah, I think we're waiting for a bit of sound. Thank you, Congress. Thanks, Ross.
Thank you, President, and good afternoon, Congress. And I think that just shows that we are able to do our business in all weathers. Doesn't matter if it's sunshine, rain, snow, or indeed all of them in the 1.5 hour. In moving this year's General Council report, I'd like to start by thanking the whole STUC staff team and the General Council for working and campaigning so incredibly hard over this past year. And it really has been quite a year, as you all know. And in particular, I want to thank our absolutely brilliant President, Pauline Rourke, in what has been a truly significant year for our movement in the most trying of times, when workers have stood together, fought back, demanded better and won. Pauline has been the absolutely perfect ambassador for our movement. She's been an outstanding trade unionist and STUC president, and she's connected with the struggles that workers have been facing right across Scotland and beyond in a way that few others could. She spread solidarity across our movement. She's been at picket lines far and wide, but she's also walked the walk in her own workplace, leading the successful strike action in the CWU dispute with BT. So to me, what Pauline represents is the best of our movement's leadership, because the most humbling and inspirational leaders for me are not found at General Secretary level or in our executives. They're the leaders in our communities, in our workplaces and on our picket lines. They're the ones that work tirelessly on a voluntary basis to stand up for their members. So thank you, Pauline. In the pandemic, the government and the media hailed our key workers as heroes, and for once they were right. So I want to pay tribute to every worker across Scotland who's taken strike action or voted to take strike action, because they are our superheroes. And I want to thank each and every one of these workers for their courage, for their commitment to justice, and for the personal sacrifices they've made to take our struggle forward. And yes, superheroes have powers. Throughout this past year, governments, bosses and employers have been left in little doubt about where our power lies. Our power lies with the workers, it lies in our collective, and it lies in our solidarity. Because over the past year, trade union members in thousands of workplaces right across Scotland have proven that when we come together to demand better as part of a collective, we have the power to win real change, and we have made a positive difference for hundreds and thousands of ordinary working people and their families. Our research shows that the action taken by workers to demand fairer pay has resulted in over £2 billion going into workers' pockets, and at least £1.1 billion of that is additional pay achieved through our industrial action. That's money that the bosses and the government claimed wasn't available. And make no mistake, it's money that wouldn't have been found if we hadn't fought hard for it. Throughout this crisis, our movement has been the strongest force for redistributing wealth to ordinary workers across Scotland. So yes, we will continue to build that collective strength and solidarity. We will continue to make movement building and supporting workers in struggle our #1 priority. And that's why wherever workers have been taking action or fighting injustice, the STUC has been standing right beside them. Our message has consistently been, your fight is our fight, your struggle is our struggle, because every time one group of workers win, we all win. And looking ahead, it's imperative that we make our mantra, no workers left behind. Because yes, we've had victories, but we need every single worker to make progress. So that means that we have to keep organising, we have to throw every ounce of solidarity and energy we have behind our comrades who are still fighting for just pay settlements. And with inflation remaining high, we have to remain committed to the struggle. So let's no longer allow the right-wing elements of our media or government spin doctors to try and divide our class. Let's remain strong, angry and united in demanding better, because as we are increasingly demonstrating, workers know how to fight for a fairer deal and we know how to win. And that's why the Tory government have tried to attack our right to strike, because they know and they fear the power of organised labour. And I applaud Scotland's First Minister for his pledge yesterday to stand by our movement in resisting this draconian legislation, because it has no place in a just society. But our Westminster government doesn't want a just society. They fear our ability to create that fairer society. They try to play their old tricks, but the veil has well and truly slipped from workers' eyes. Because we see through their spin, we won't fall for their divide and rule tactics any longer, and we stand ready to kick them out of power at the next general election. So yes, we should have confidence right now. We're demanding better, we're fighting back, and we are winning. But the far right, I'm afraid, are also organising right now, because they know that this cost of living crisis is becoming increasingly severe. They know that that means mistrust in mainstream politics is growing in our communities. Many people are quite rightly angry and disillusioned, as well as increasingly struggling. And the failure of politicians to address the crisis, coupled with decades of austerity, has created the ideal conditions for a rise of the far right. And this rise has been fuelled by the shameless and immoral UK government's ruthless scapegoating of refugees. Trade unions are the backbone of workers' rights in safer workplaces and communities, and we must be vigilant in organising against fascism wherever it rears its ugly head in our communities. So I want to pay tribute to the work being done right now by local trade unionists and anti-racism campaigners in Erskine and elsewhere to stand up to the hatred and the lies and the fear that's been provoked by far-right agitators. Thank you for the work that you're doing. This work will always be a priority for the STUC and must always be core work for all of us as trade unionists. But although action on the ground and organising at community and workplace level have been of vital importance over this past year, we make no apologies for also demanding a shift from rhetoric to real and urgent action from the Scottish Government. They need to step up to support ordinary workers in this, our time of greatest need. In the run-up to last year's budget, we kicked open the doors on a proper debate about taxing the rich and using the full powers of the Scottish Government for wealth redistribution. The STUC's tax research, released before the budget, showed that if the Scottish Government chose to, they could, within existing powers, raise up to £3.2 billion in extra revenue by taxing the rich, redistributing that wealth to the areas that need it most. And following his commitments to Congress yesterday, we look forward to detailed discussions with the First Minister and his Cabinet on what concrete actions they propose to take in this area. The Scottish Government has talked up the National Care Service Bill, and as the biggest public sector reform since devolution, it should be a real opportunity to create a service that delivers high-quality care delivered through our local authorities by well-paid and valued care workers. But their current plans have left care in the hands of private companies, with staff no better off and council budgets slashed. So we're glad to hear the First Minister indicate that they are now in listening mode, because we will continue to stress the need for a non-profit, local authority-led national care service, one that is fit for purpose and truly transformative, with sector-wide collective bargaining. And that's because the working conditions of our care workers are the living conditions of our loved ones who are receiving that care. And yes, the Scottish Government also love to talk about a just transition. But in reality, they've sold off Scotland's seabed on the cheap to multinational companies and overseas governments that have little interest in building a thriving offshore wind supply chain here in Scotland. They're using diesel barges to ship offshore wind towers and foundations from China and Indonesia to Scotland's tax haven Freeports. And it's not good for Scotland's communities, it's not good for Scotland's economy, and it's certainly not good for our climate. We need to take back control of our energy through a publicly owned energy company which builds and generates renewables, delivers on green retrofitting and creates sustainable unionised jobs for our people. We need the Scottish Government to use the powers it has, and we will stand shoulder to shoulder with them in defence of devolution. That means standing against Westminster's interference in our democracy, whether through supporting the Scottish Government's Section 35 challenge on the Gender Recognition Act, or resisting the imposition of the UK Government's anti-strike bill on public services here in Scotland. So while we will absolutely engage constructively with the First Minister and work closely with his government on behalf of you, our members, we do need them to understand that talk is cheap and that our people's patience is running out. There does come a point where it is only real deeds and real delivery on the ground that will be welcomed at the ballot box by Scotland's people, and that point is fast approaching. And finally, before moving the General Council's report, I just wanted to also highlight the important and detailed work that's been taking place to prepare our contributions to both the UK and the Scottish COVID public inquiries, for which we've gained court participant status. We want all workers to know that we haven't forgotten the huge sacrifices that were made and the lessons that need to be learned from the pandemic, and we're actively preparing to contribute fully to both the public inquiry processes in the year ahead to ensure that workers' experiences of the pandemic and the mistakes that, in our view,
sections 1 and 2? Thank you, Congress. It now gives me great pleasure to move into what is the Congress international session. Before I do, just a note for your pads, please, that unfortunately Andrea Bradley is no longer able to join us this afternoon to give the report on behalf of the STUC Women's Committee. However, Elaine Dougal will fulfil that role following the international session. So, moving swiftly on, it gives me a real personal pleasure to have the opportunity for this session this afternoon. I mentioned it in my address that I had the privilege to go to Sri Lanka along as a member of the War on Want delegation. And you know, when I came back, we didn't want to just say we've seen it and that. We knew that there was an opportunity for the STUC to move forward on a number of issues, and we continue to work with War on Want. And I'm really pleased that we'll have Tracy Gilbert from USDO this afternoon leading on this session, because Tracy was a tremendous support to me in the run-up to going to Sri Lanka and since. So Tracy, thank you so much.
President, Congress, as Pauline's just mentioned in her President's address yesterday and just now, she was very lucky to be part of the delegation that went to Sri Lanka last November. The visit was organised by War on Want to see firsthand the impact of the cost of living crisis on the people of Sri Lanka, and to hear in particular about the conditions in which garment workers operate and their struggle that they're involved in for safe and fair treatment at work. The people of Sri Lanka are facing a severe political and financial crisis, with millions unable to afford food or medicine. Nationwide protests of the cost of living crisis resulted in the storming of the Presidential Palace last July and the President Rajapaksa's resignation. The exploitation faced by garment workers in Sri Lanka is part of a wider global problem. The global garment industry employs up to 60 million people worldwide and makes billions in profit each year. Yet most garment workers, mainly young women, never get the benefit of any of this wealth. Clothing brands continue to squeeze enormous profits out of the workers through exploitation, including poverty wages, long hours, unsafe working conditions, abuse and harassment. Companies regularly use union-busting tactics to deny the workers their right to fight back through collective bargaining. This is also a gendered issue, as the majority of the exploited workers are women who face multiple layers of discrimination. As trade unionists, consumers and workers, we all have a stake in ensuring that the goods that we buy and sell and the companies who manufacture the goods are pressured to improve their practices. The role of the brands and big business is key in this. They must take responsibility and ensure that at the very least minimum standards are delivered for their workforce. War on Want is playing a key campaigning and supporting role to bring about this justice. So I'm very pleased to introduce Ruth today from War on Want, who will chair this session and introduce our international guests. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much, Tracy, and also thank you to STUC for inviting us to address your international session at this year's Congress. As Tracy has said, my name is Ruth and I work with War on Want. War on Want began life over 70 years ago, and it emerged from the labour movement to tackle the root causes of poverty, inequality, conflict and human rights violations. We believe, as my T-shirt says, that poverty is political. It's the result of the decisions made by those who hold power, governments and corporations, and it's in a rigged economic system which continues to generate increasing wealth and power for elites at the expense of the majority of people on earth. And this is why we have an interest in fashion. As Tracy said, the fashion industry is one that generates actually trillions in profits for companies. It creates billionaires. There is an estimate that the 15 richest people in the fashion industry have a combined wealth of $410 billion. And this wealth, as has been stated, is not shared by the millions of its workers. And instead, it is an industry that is characterised by the poverty wages, those long hours, the gender-based violence, insecure contracts, and the union busting. During COVID, we saw how fashion supply chains globally work to protect the profits of those powerful fashion companies, and those are companies headquartered in the UK, America, and Europe predominantly. And it's at the expense of its lowest paid workers. Many of those companies simply cancelled or renegotiated the terms of their orders. That left their manufacturers without orders that had been planned on, and it resulted in a rapid and devastating loss of jobs and wages for many. Workers in garment manufacturing countries are engaged in struggles to resist this exploitation. They have formed trade unions to demand a living wage and fight for their rights, often in the face of harsh repression. War on One is proud to support some of those unions in South Asia who are organising and campaigning for change. We campaign to uplift their demands for accountability from powerful fashion companies and for globally binding agreements that will protect workers throughout the supply chain. And as said in November last year, we were really delighted that STUC and President Pauline Rourke joined our delegation to Sri Lanka to meet workers themselves and their union leaders to hear firsthand how the dynamics in the global fashion supply chain and now this extreme cost of living crisis, which saw food inflation rates reaching beyond 90% at some points last year. How is that affecting workers in the apparel sector in particular? So today I am very pleased to introduce to you 3 speakers who will share more about the challenges and the victories of garment worker unions in India and Sri Lanka. So we have Nandita Shivakumar, who is the Strategic Campaigns and Global Partnerships Coordinator at the Asia Floor Wage Alliance. She works with trade unions and labour right organisations in the garment industry and on the global campaigns at the intersection of labour rights and gender justice. We also will hear from Jacob Horwitz, who has been involved in membership-based, worker-led organising and campaign programmes in the US and Global South for over 15 years across numerous sectors, especially migrant and guest worker organising. And he is currently the Field Director at Global Labour Justice, where he works closely with Nandita and AFWA, Asia Floor Wage Alliance. And we will hear from Swastika Arulingam, who is the first woman president of the Commercial and Industrial Workers Union in Sri Lanka, whose members include textile and footwear workers. She represents CIWU in Sri Lanka's National Labour Advisory Council, which is the national labour consultative body. And she is also a prominent human rights lawyer and women rights activist. So I am actually going to first ask if we can hear from Nandita and Jacob together. They're going to speak to us about a recent landmark struggle and victory on gender-based violence in supply chains. So hopefully Zoom connections will hold. And just to say that if they do fail for reasons of power or data connection, we will just continue. So Nandita and Jacob, if you can hear us and if you're ready to share with us your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth, for the introductions. I hope everyone can hear me. Okay, great. So hello, everyone. It's really great to be here with trade union comrades. As Ruth said, Jacob and I will be talking about the landmark agreement we won last year called the Dindigul Agreement to eliminate gender-based violence and harassment. The agreement is an incredibly important milestone for the global garment labor movement for multiple reasons. For one, the agreement and the fight that led to it is so important because it shows how a small, independent, women-led trade union in a very rural village in southern India were able to hold 3 global fashion giants based in the US and Europe, H&M, Gap, and PVH, liable for labor and gender-based violence in their supply chain. It is important because it shows how a grassroots workplace agreement created and led by workers, rank and file members of the union with global allies can radically alter working conditions from a situation where sexual harassment, physical abuse, and corporal punishment were the everyday norm in the factory to a situation where workers are free from gender-based violence, have access to a union, and are even able to negotiate and win on non-GBVH issues like wage and social security. The Dindigul Agreement is the first enforceable brand agreement in Asia that addresses and remediates gender-based violence, caste-based violence, and freedom of association in garment supply chains. It is a product of a women worker-led struggle that created a global campaign known as the Justice for Jayashree campaign, joined and endorsed by thousands of workers, unions, and allies. It is an incredible story of struggle. It's an important struggle that fought against gender-based violence, but its victories have been able to address issues far beyond gender, including the pandemic wage theft and the cost of living crisis in India. My colleague Jacob will speak more about the struggle and the campaign that led to this incredible victory, but I will briefly explain the Dindigul Agreement and its scope. So the Dindigul Agreement has two parts. Firstly, the local trade union and the supplier have an agreement. The supplier which produces for H&M, Gap, and PVH, they, along with the union, they have an agreement. And secondly, the brands, H&M, Gap, and PVH, they have an agreement with the local trade union and global allies. So it's a two-part agreement. And the agreement, it covers about 5,000 workers, most of whom are women, and includes 2 garment units, 2 spinning mills, 1 printing unit, and a women workers hostel. Actually, it is the first agreement in the garment industry that extends a union factory agreement to a living quarters of workers. And it is the first agreement that significantly addresses the question of caste-based discrimination within garment supply chains. Now I'll pass it to Jacob, who will explain a bit more about the components of the agreement and the fight that led to it.
Thank you, Nandita, and thank you all for having us. As Nandita said, this breakthrough agreement really represents a massive shift in the power relationships between the global garment brands, the supplier, Eastman Exports, one of the largest clothing suppliers in India, and labor, particularly TTCU, the independent women-led union on the ground in Tamil Nadu. So the structure of the agreement that we won was specifically designed to deliver power and open the doors for women workers to collectively identify, remediate, and then prevent gender-based violence. The components include, firstly, union access to the factory through worker and union-led trainings. So TTCU won the ability to train both all workers as well as all management in GVBH in the terms of the agreement. It also opened the door for TTCU organizers and representatives to access workers at all times in the factory. Also unique in the components of the agreement is a shop floor monitoring system by which the union is able to appoint 1 worker for every 25 workers in the factory as a shop floor monitor, which is similar to a shop steward system. Those shop floor monitors then become essentially leaders and organizers within the factory. They're able to both receive and organize their line, their production line, to hear the issues that are on the total spectrum of GVBH, as well as other labor issues, and then bring those to management through the regular meetings that management committed to with the union. Additionally, as Nandita mentioned, the agreement explicitly prohibits discrimination based on caste or immigration status and provides a channel through which the union and workers can negotiate and address any issues of discrimination of that kind. There are strong freedom of association protections also enshrined in the agreement, which again opens the door for women workers to organize on a broader set of rights that go even beyond gender-based violence. The shop floor monitors themselves have special anti-retaliation protections such that any adverse action against them would be presumed retaliation and grievable under the agreement, and it's on the employer to prove that that was not retaliation. Additionally, there is an independent grievance mechanism that builds on and strengthens national law, but becomes kind of very accessible from the ground up. All of these terms and all of these conditions are then enforceable through business leverage that the brand has to exert on the supplier if the supplier doesn't follow through on the terms and conditions of the agreement. So kind of all of this is bringing to bear the power that the brands have and a recognition that this is really the brand's operation, and forcing them to use that power to support and deliver the rights of women workers. So how did we get here? How did we win that? You know, in 2001, one of the young women workers, a member of TTCU and a student named Jayashree Katrevel, was tragically murdered by her supervisor after facing months of sexual harassment by him. When that happened, TTCU responded. There was massive protests on the ground. And then through Asia Floor Wage Alliance and Global Labor Justice, we launched a global campaign. We were able to get a story placed in The Guardian. We brought together labor leaders from across the world on a massive sign-on letter. And through past organizing and past relationships, we were able to secure brand engagement on the issue, the brands that were sourcing from this factory, including Gap, PVH, and H&M. In those negotiations, we were keenly aware that just having a long dialogue would not solve necessarily the problems that were being faced by workers in this extreme case. And so we kept the pressure going throughout the negotiations. We held a global vigil that brought together over 1,000 people from 33 countries and 4 continents.
That's okay, it's just the Zoom, it may well. Jacob may rejoin us, we'll just give it a moment.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can, you're back, don't worry.
Okay, sorry about that. So we, in addition to a global vigil, we also held a US-based speaking tour, which was really a tool to pressure brands as well as do a massive kind of movement build and show a credible threat that we could launch actions in retail stores across the United States where these brands largely sell their products. We were intentional about bringing together workers from across the garment supply chain, warehouse workers in Chicago, models in New York, US garment workers in LA, and also workers in the United States from across the South Asian diaspora to show brands what was at stake here. And all that was being done, we were running kind of a global bargaining with the brands that was deeply grounded in the context of Tamil Nadu. Our conversations about the agreement were workshopped with workers such that the agreement really responded to the local context. And I guess I would just say, and then I'll pass back to Nandita, that kind of all of this came through a deep partnership that links a trade union on the ground with a sectoral expert and international Asia-led alliance, which is AFWA, with our organization that was also able to bridge and build a credible threat of campaign in the US. So I'll pass back to Nandita to talk more about the impact a year into the agreement.
Thanks, Jacob. We are completing 1 year of the implementation of the agreement, and we're seeing some very important changes. Before the agreement, as Jacob said, we had seen 25 plus severe cases of gender-based violence, including sexual assault, severe physical violence, and workers were extremely scared to report gender-based violence. Today, we see women workers who are confident to raise grievances with their voices being heard by management and the leadership of women being recognized and built every day. After the agreement, women workers have raised 100+ grievances, and these have been resolved with management within a 1 to 2 week frame. This is unprecedented. From a time when women workers were losing jobs or were being spied on for being a union member, women union members are now sitting in the workplace grievance committees and are able to dialogue with management every week, not just on gender-based violence, but also on issues of wage and social security. To give a few examples, using this anti-GBVH agreement, women workers in the union negotiated for a cut in the transport fee and they won it. They used the agreement to negotiate and resolve more than 10 cases of unfair termination and lack of access to social security for workers. They used the agreement to ensure that the drivers who drive women workers do not drink and drive or drive rashly, and if they do, they are punished swiftly for the same. Today, because of the agreement, women workers who stay in the hostels of Eastman Exports are the only garment workers staying in company-run hostels who have absolute freedom of mobility. This is unseen in any other garment factory in Tamil Nadu. Not only that, a lot of women workers in Eastman Exports now reach out to the union on domestic violence or caste-based violence they experience in their communities, and the union has been able to extend support to them. Thus, the Dindigul Agreement, which is an enforceable brand agreement, something which is related to the workplace, has actually had impacts on other issues, on issues outside the factory, including in homes and communities. Also, union membership itself has grown in the factory after the agreement. From 50 workers in 2020, pre-agreement, we have grown to 1,000+ women workers joining the union. Through the agreement, the union has also tried to smoothen the relationship and the misunderstandings which might arise sometimes at work between workers and management. And this has actually improved productivity, and the management itself has seen this. I would end by quoting a message from a TTCU union leader, Nadia, who's a garment worker who is currently working in Eastman Exports. She says, after the Dindigul Agreement came into being, the sense of dread and fear, which I used to have before I left to the factory every day morning, is no longer there. I feel lighter in my mind, and I feel like I want to work for this company. I look forward to work, which is something I've not felt in my 6 years in the industry. I pass it on to Jacob to just share some lessons that we've learned from this campaign and the agreement.
Sure, thanks, Nandita. I would just say that we know that global corporations, these massive global supply chains, which are designed and our workers, we really offer a campaign as a model for global solidarity and a way to knit back together decision makers with the ground that are generating the profit. We believe this campaign shows the power in intersectional thinking, that through fighting based violence and harassment, the union was able to build power on the ground and build power across borders. So, I mean, in the words of the General Secretary, we really also believe that solidarity is our superpower and hope that together we can all link arms across borders and fight together and win many more victories like this. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you very much, Jacob and Nandita. Really inspiring, and it's an agreement that I'm really pleased that you've been able to share, because that's one that should be getting a lot more attention and celebration for the industry. I would now like to ask Swastika if she could speak to us a little more around that relationship, the power dynamics that exist between brands, the companies that we all see on our high streets and our internet shopping sites, employers and workers in Sri Lanka, especially as has been mentioned during this extreme cost of living crisis. It was actually an international debt crisis for Sri Lanka. I'll hand over to you, Swastika. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Hello, Pauline. Hi, STUC members. It's it's a great privilege to be speaking to all of you and to be sharing some of our experiences, despite the fact that Sri Lanka is facing one of the worst economic crises since independence. And today morning, or late morning, I'm coming out of a discussion on mental health, because there was a young activist who took his life today. And we are seeing this more and more happening in Sri Lanka, where young people and mothers and people on the social margins are resorting to extreme measures to combat this crisis. So just to maybe touch a little bit on there has been a lot of media coverage about the crisis, but just to say that last year our economy contracted by nearly 8%, and this year the World Bank is estimating that it would contract even further, at least by 4%. So the crisis is the economic crisis particularly is very deep. Nearly 500,000 workers have lost their jobs last year, and as Ruth was saying before, cost of living at one point, or the inflation at one point, was close to 70%, and the food inflation was 90%. And it is in this context that we are speaking about the structures of production, the supply chain systems, and what unions and workers have been highlighting for a very long time, at least since the 1970s, when it comes to Sri Lanka, when we opened it for trade liberalization. And these are issues, what we are facing today, in terms of, we're talking about brands making profits even during crisis. We're speaking about Wall Street investors and company owners paying dividends and making profits, even while, for instance, in Sri Lanka, real wages have fallen by 50%, and companies have refused to raise wages of our workers, despite the cost of living crisis in Sri Lanka. So we speak about these things. We speak about numbers. There is a number. There was an Asia Flow Wage report which said that 3 brands have made 427 million US dollars out of the wages of workers of 6 different countries. So we see these numbers, but for a person sitting in Sri Lanka and witnessing this crisis unfolding, what we realize is that this was a long time coming. Unions have been highlighting this, workers have been highlighting this. This is not about Sri Lanka defaulting on some debt and suddenly we are in this state of crisis. This is the structures and the system which has been put in place in the global south, so that for decades our workers have been working and working and working, and somehow their state of living, their state of livelihoods and their state of living had continued to be as it is. Just to give a very specific example, in Sri Lanka we rely on 3 different export products largely. One is the garment sector, the other is the plantation sector, and of course we rely on migrant worker remittances. And if you see the living conditions of these 3 group of workers, who are predominantly women, to see the living conditions, they still live in very poor housing complexes. They live in what we call slave-like conditions. They still live in those conditions. Their wages have stagnated during the crisis. For a very long time, companies have refused to increase their wages. Union busting is the norm. Workers are constantly dismissed from the workplace for even attempting to organize. And despite the fact that we are constantly contending with local suppliers, we are very conscious and we are very aware that brands have put all these nice slogans and words in their marketing tools, saying that we are promoting ethical labor, we are promoting ethical trade, and so on. But we don't see the ethics in production countries like Sri Lanka. So we were very glad that Pauline and Ruth and several comrades from the UK made a delegation visit to Sri Lanka. We were able to share several experiences from Sri Lanka, and we were also able to learn the different campaigns, particularly the cost of living campaign, which is happening in the UK, because this is also a global issue. But what I would like to request or ask in this solidarity meeting, like as I would like to call it, is that Sri Lanka is facing an unprecedented crisis, and so far the cost of the crisis has been put on workers. The IMF, for instance, have said that it had almost mandated the Sri Lankan government, and the Sri Lankan government does not have an alternative, that Sri Lankan government can only spend 0.6% of the GDP in terms of social spending. And I can't even imagine to explain the devastation which that paltry amount of spending has had, particularly on workers and on people who are living in the economic margins. So even while we work with international organizations like War on Want, the Debt Justice Project, asking for debt cancellation, speaking about issues like ODS debt, we also call for solidarity between North-South workers unions, because the solidarity between workers and unions is very, very important to countries like Sri Lanka at this point. I would like to conclude with particularly this one instance. There was a union busting, I can't mention the name of the company, but there was a union busting incident which happened 2 years back. And workers were dismissed for attempting to form a union in one of the major export factories in Sri Lanka. But despite the fact that this was such a shocking and horrendous incident, and it was a shock for our union, and we were fighting against all odds, one of the things which we got out of this union busting incident is solidarity and support from organizations like War on Want, and also from international unions. And I can't explain the morale and the upliftment which we had in a small country like Sri Lanka, to know that workers and unions are supporting campaigns in countries like Sri Lanka when it comes to workers' rights, when it comes to protecting the workers and the right to organize workers. I will end with this, and maybe we can answer some questions. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much, Swastika. I have a couple of questions just to ask you all, if that's okay, before our session will close. Maybe actually just coming to Swastika first. You talked around obviously the debt crisis that Sri Lanka is in, and in that kind of global economic system, the IMF role, those things. But can you say a little bit more about how, in navigating that crisis, how government is working with trade unions or isn't, and maybe some of the labour law reforms that may well be coming very soon to change working conditions, particularly in apparel factories, but across the board?
The government of Sri Lanka, from the inception of this crisis, because several members in the government of Sri Lanka were in fact directly responsible for the crisis, because Sri Lanka for 40 years have had recycling of the same politicians. So because of that, when Sri Lanka moved into this very deep crisis, the government was quick to go to the IMF. The government was also quick to pass the burden of the crisis on the workers, and the government was quick to protect people who have been responsible for this crisis. And what was interesting is that despite the fact that the IMF and international organizations have been speaking about anti-corruption, we need to have better systems, and so on and so forth, they also have looked the other way in terms of where they want to place the burden of the crisis. So as I was mentioning before, cost of living has gone up, and workers really need social spending in order to survive this crisis. But the IMF has recommended only 0.6% of the GDP in terms of social spending. And to give very practical examples, workers are no longer eating. They're sometimes eating just one meal per day. So I think there is a huge complicity between global organizations like the IMF, who on the one hand talk about robust financial systems and so on, but unions on the ground have been pointing out that countries like Sri Lanka since 1994 have had financial structures and systems which has allowed the richer parts, or the 1% of the society, so to speak, to take away wealth outside Sri Lanka, and store it in offshore accounts. So when a rainy day comes, they are okay, they are doing fine. While the workers who went through a COVID crisis, who went through an economic crisis, did not have any savings or any buffer to get through the crisis. So in answering your question, Ruth, the government of Sri Lanka is bringing in labor law reforms, which is going to make it easier to fire and hire, which is going to make much harder for unions to bargain for workers' rights. The government is also bringing anti-terror legislation, which is popularly known in Sri Lanka right now as the anti-protest legislation, which has several clauses which would result in even trade unions being called as terrorist organizations once this anti-terror legislation comes in. And this anti-terror legislation is not coming in a vacuum. It's coming in a context where IMF conditionalities of austerity, of cuts on social spending, of unplanned privatization coming in, and people protesting against this. So the only way in which the government knows to control this protest, the only way in which the government knows to control this uprising is to name and to frame all protesters as terrorists. So we are also facing this crisis where the government is trying to frame
That may... Swastika, can you hear us? No. We just lost the last closing sentences, I think. Swastika, if you could just kindly repeat.
So trade unions are being framed by the government as today the trade unions are being framed by the government as terrorists, and trade unions, the government has openly taken an anti-union position, and I just want to emphasize on the complicity of organizations like the IMF, who on the one hand want to preach countries like Sri Lanka on our systems, on our financial structures, on corruption and so on, but on the other hand are negotiating and coming into agreements with the same people who brought this country into a state of crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wonder if it's possible to ask a question of Nandita and Jacob. I think the Dindigul Agreement is certainly a very powerful example of so many aspects of how workers have power. Would you like to say any more about any current campaigns that you're working on around that?
Sure, and Nandita, please jump in. You know, Ruth mentioned this a little bit, but we recently launched a campaign called Fight the Heist. And this campaign comes where workers from 20 garment unions across more than 6 countries are demanding an end to stock buybacks by US-based big fashion brands, and that companies pay workers back for stolen wages and wage loss during the pandemic, as well as change their supply chains to include living wages. You know, the unions, Asia Floor Wage Alliance and GLJ,
I think you may have to step in, Nandita.
brands, can you hear me? Okay, sorry. Yeah, just during the pandemic, brands like Nike, Levi's, and VF, which is the parent company for Vans, and North Face, slashed orders, cut the prices for which they were paying garment suppliers. And garment suppliers responded, essentially stealing workers' wages, cutting workers' hours, and forcing workers wages adequate to get by. You know, that was all brought to light by Asia Floor Wage Alliance, who did a survey of over 2,000 garment workers and documented $164 million in wage loss that has still not been paid back 3 years later. On average, workers lost about 22% of their wages, and workers really remain in permanent crisis. All of this is happening in a context where the Nike owning Knight family, for example, paid themselves $74 million in dividends while garment workers are struggling to survive. So, you know, the campaign is really about garment workers putting the squeeze on people like Phil Knight and saying, no, those wages need to be paid back, and also the supply chain needs to be radically changed so that when there is a crisis and in the everyday realities of our economy, where the cost of living is skyrocketing and the political crises that Swastika mentioned, garment workers can survive even if there is a turmoil in the economy. So workers are demanding that brands sit down with them, investigate these wage claims, particularly the impact on women workers, that the billionaire pay end until workers are made whole, and that living wages are paid to all garment workers. And you can follow that campaign. We can put the link in, but workers recently brought an OECD complaint against Nike, and we are building up a whole series of actions that are going to be coming in the coming months.
Thank you very much, Jacob, Nandita, and Swastika. And before I maybe sort of close this session, I would like to say that when we were in Sri Lanka, one of the key things that came out was that, you know, workers are highly dependent on these jobs. There have been poverty wages, so in general it's about a third of a living wage is what they're earning, and they are reliant on non-contractual overtime or allowances. So when brands even just reduce their orders, this immediately plunges poverty, families into poverty. So whilst brands may now say that they're not pulling out their orders, the cost of living crisis, the devaluation of wages, there's been no improvement to minimum wages during this crisis, and even things like an economic relief allowance, which War on One and others with unions in Sri Lanka is asking that brands should at least enable an economic relief allowance to be paid to their workers, and that should not be seen as contradicting the ongoing campaigns for living wages. But one thing I think is really struck as well is that in this crisis workers were talking about the fear of joining a union, because the message is put around that if you're in a union, your factory will lose orders and it will close. And I think the more that we can share our struggles and our victories, the more that we can challenge that and give confidence to workers across the globe that actually it's unions that will secure better wages, working conditions, and as we've been hearing with the Dindigul Agreement, they go much even way beyond the factory gates. So with that, I'd also like to thank again the STUC for the opportunity to talk to you and for that visit that you accompanied us with to Sri Lanka, and thank you to Nandita, Jacob and Swastika. It's late in the evening for Nandita and Swastika and very early in the morning for Jacob, so thank you very much for joining us.
Ruth, thank you so much. And on behalf of the STUC and Congress, can I take this opportunity to say that we really feel that this session has enriched Congress. I know we've got the international session tomorrow and the social inequality issues. And I'm just going to bring in Tracy. Thank you.
Thank you, President. On behalf of the General Council and Congress, can I thank Ruth and all the speakers from across the world. I'm sure that Congress agreed that the session, whilst being shocking, has also inspired us to redouble our efforts and support the campaign for justice and the garment supply chain, as well as strengthening workers' rights across the globe. We offer our solidarity to you all, and it just shows the importance of our international links to the trade union movement, and I'm so glad that our superpower crosses oceans as well. Thank you all very much.
Thanks, Tracy. Can I just quickly add a huge thanks to Dave Moxham? It's not an easy feat to get a session like this with the international time difference. It kind of reminds me of my trip to Canada last June. So thanks very much, Dave, for all the efforts you've put into it. And as I say, there's work to be done. We're committed to the international issues. Thank you so much to Ruth, to Jackie, and to War on Want. Thank you, everybody. Congress now gives me real pleasure to introduce Elaine Dougal to talk on behalf of the STUC Women's Committee. As explained, Andrea Bradley, the chair of the Women's Committee, is unable to be here today, but Elaine knows that as a former member of the STUC Women's Committee, it is an equality agenda, as is the yard, but very close to my heart, and I still keep an eye on the priorities, Elaine, and you know I'm with you. So thank you, Elaine, for taking up the position today. Thank you.
Thank you, President, and I'm deeply honoured to be the stand-in of Andrea Bradley, so very, very, very happy to do so. Congress, I'm deeply honoured to be addressing the 126th STUC Congress on behalf of the STUC Women's Committee. On behalf of the whole STUC Women's Committee, I want to begin by paying tribute to this year's wonderful President, Pauline Rourke, a former member of the STUC Women's Committee, and a dear sister, mentor and friend to the STUC Women's Committee, and so many women across our movement. Thank you, Pauline. Pauline, I want to send a message from us all on the STUC Women's Committee of how proud we are of you, and to thank you for your continued support to the STUC Women's Committee, our work, and your continued commitment, passion and dedication to advancing the voices and views of trade union women. I know how much the Women's Committee means to you and the role it has played in your trade union life. I also know that some past and present Women's Committee members will be joining your presidential extravaganza dinner this evening, and if the STUC Women's Committee and Conference has trained you for anything, we know it's how to party, sing and slosh all night and talk rules, motions and speeches so eloquently as soon as it's daylight. Pauline, we thank you for your support to the Women's Committee activity during your presidency and for your sisterhood. We all look forward to joining and celebrating with you this evening, and I wish you good luck for the rest of your Congress and look forward to joining you and celebrating with you tonight. Congress, our STUC Women's Committee Chair, Andrea, is unwell and unable to be with us today to make this address. However, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate Andrea on behalf of the full Women's Committee and the General Council on becoming the first woman General Secretary of the EIS in its 176-year history. To balance steering our Women's Committee plans and campaigning whilst also taking on this new role and straight into a historical teacher strike is admirable and inspirational. Andrea passes on her thanks and best wishes sent to her on her appointment and all the solidarity given to both her union and members who were on strike. Congress, we have already heard some powerful contributions to defending our right to strike. Defending the right to strike and fighting back against the Minimum Service Levels Bill is a gender-based issue. We know that no one takes strike action lightly, but it's becoming increasingly necessary and a fundamental right that no worker should ever apologise for exercising. The difference is striking, and as others have mentioned through Congress, it's now the job for all of us to collectively fight to protect and defend the right to strike. Our right to strike and the attack on workers' fundamental democratic right is under attack at the very moment the public and the unions are organising and fighting back against the cost of living crisis and years of austerity imposed on working people's lives. Let's be under no illusion, this attack on workers is deliberate and timely. The strikes bill will have a disproportionate impact on women. Women make up the majority of our public sector. Women are both the backbone and the front line of so many of our services that will be hardest hit by this anti-worker legislation if passed. The right to strike and the right to join a union underpins women's ability to win dignity, equality, safety and fairness at work, and a secure and decent standard of living. In an already challenging labour market rife with discrimination, the last thing working women need is to be threatened with a sack for exercising their democratic right to strike, for trying to defend their pay and working conditions. For many women, especially women of colour, who work in systematically undervalued sectors, strike action is critical to making their voices and the only power they have. This is one of the biggest fightbacks facing our movement today, and a fightback that must prioritise the place women's trade unions is at the heart. We know the power of our collective union strength. We can defend this repulsive and regressive bill and attack on workers, and collectively we will win. Congress, the STUC Women's Committee work to drive forward activity and matters of concerns important to the lives of trade union women. We have a bold and wide work plan, and I have been tasked to share some of these with you today. Inspired by our past, building for our future was the theme that shaped the 2022 STUC Women's Conference. A theme that provided the STUC Women's Conference and women across our movement with the opportunity to reflect upon women's struggles, wins and activists of our past, be inspired to continue to organise and win for women and girls today, and consider how we can build and grow our structures and movement for the next generation of women activists, reps and union leaders. And while we should absolutely celebrate the wins of our past and highlight the progress we've made, the present-day challenges facing women and girls here in Scotland and around the world should not be underestimated. The fight for women's equality and justice is unfinished. In fact, in some quarters, it's only just beginning, and we have a long way to go. The motions that came to the 2022 STUC Women's Conference shaped our work plan and activity. Our work plan is only a small but bleak reflection of the scale of struggles and inequalities facing women and the battles still to be won. The STUC Women's Committee have been demanding better on tackling child hunger and poverty, preventing and tackling sexual harassment at work, delivering pay justice, fair work for women and closing the gender pay gap, implementing safe access for abortions and defending the women's right to access healthcare. We also plan to deliver a 2023 STUC Women's Weekend taking place in August, and in the midst of launching a trade union women's Her Story project, which aims to build on empowering women trade unionist activists to share their stories, and for us as a movement to capture, showcase and archive these. Congress, no child or young person in Scotland should face hunger or experience any level of poverty in one of the wealthiest and most resourced nations in the world. Hunger knows no age boundaries. That is why we have been increasing our campaigning and lobbying to expand universal free school meals to all young people attending publicly funded schools in Scotland. This is a policy that the Scottish Government could implement tomorrow as a measure to mitigate the impacts of the cost of living, preventing hunger, reducing the poverty-related attainment gap, supporting working families living on the poverty line, and tackle the long-standing stigma associated to free school meals. Poverty is not inevitable. We will not stop our campaign to expand free school meals to all until this is implemented and we have won. So please support our campaign to expand universal free school meals and help us increase the pressure and lobbying on this issue. The STUC Women's Committee report and our ongoing activity on sexual harassment has reaffirmed to us that sexual harassment remains rife at work. Sexual harassment at work is a complete violation of women's dignity and rights at work. It is a manifestation of power, control and structural workplace inequalities, and all too often goes unchallenged, unchecked and dismissed in the workplace. No workplace in Scotland is immune to sexual harassment. That is why we have joined forces with the women's committees from the TUC, the Wales TUC, the Irish Trade Union Congress to drive forward a collective campaign to prevent and tackle sexual harassment, including in our own movement. We must all embed sexual harassment into our industrial, political, bargaining, educational and health and safety agendas. We are also working closely with Hazard Scotland on sexual harassment as a workplace health and safety issue. We used International Women's Day to challenge the Health and Safety Executive on their position of not seeing investigating incidents of sexual harassment as part of the remit or as a serious health and safety at work risk. We will continue to challenge the Health and Safety Executive. We will continue to campaign to prevent sexual harassment. We will continue to work with our sisters across the aisles on this issue. We will continue to campaign to prevent and tackle sexual harassment and strive towards workplaces where all women can feel safe and are free from all forms of harassment. All women have the right to a safe workplace. No workplace will be safe for women until sexual harassment is eliminated from social, cultural and industrial fabrics of Scotland's workplaces. Congress, it is now more than 50 years since the Equality Pay Act came into force and 6 years since mandatory gender pay gap reporting, but there is still a massive pay inequality between men's and women's pay and a shameful gender pay gap. At the current rate of change, the global gender pay gap will not close for another 100 years. The gender pay gap for all employees currently stands at 14.9% in Scotland and 10.1% across the UK. The gender pay gap is a global economic injustice affecting women in every country that grows as women get older. Tackling the gender pay gap and delivering pay justice for women is fundamental to achieving Scotland's ambitions of becoming a fair work nation by 2025 and delivering equality on the ground for women. That is why we have prioritised this through our work plan and have developed a gender pay gap subgroup for trade union women to develop more activity and lobbying on this. We need more action on gender pay gap and its roots and causes, not just warm policy soundbites. The STUC Women's Committee will be looking to develop its campaigning activity on this issue, and we look forward to people in this room helping us to take that forward. Congress, women and girls' reproductive rights around the world are under attack. Abortion is a healthcare and trade union issue. Access to abortions in Scotland and around the world should be free, safe and legal. The increase of harassment and intimidation of women outside sexual and health services is utterly shameful. Women should be able to access healthcare, including their right to an abortion, free from all forms of intimidation, fear and harassment. That is why we have been working closely with Gillian Mackay, MSP, on her Safe Access to Abortions Bill and with our friends at Abortion Rights Scotland to continue our commitment to campaigning to defend a woman's right to choose and for safe access to abortions. We will continue to prioritise abortion rights as part of our work plan and women's health. Congress, as I mentioned earlier, the STUC Women's Committee will be hosting another Women's Weekend School in August, and I would strongly urge women in this room to consider applying and encouraging your reps and activists to attend, especially underrepresented groups of women. It's a fantastic weekend full of education, learning, skill development, empowerment and, of course, fun. We are also developing a women's Her Story project to capture and share the stories of the women trade unionists We hope that some of you will contribute and support to this project and its progress. Congress, I want to end by paying tribute to our sisters across the world, especially our sisters in Iran and Palestine, who face unimaginable brutality, violence and discrimination. I am pleased that there are some international motions which reflect and remind us that the world remains an unsafe and unequal place for women and girls, and we have a very, very long way to go to build a safer, fairer, equal and more just world. Women don't just need unions, unions need women, and we must continue to keep fighting for justice and equality for women and girls here in Scotland and globally. Congress, on behalf of the STUC Women's Committee, thank you for your support and providing us with this opportunity to share some of our activities. Thank you.
Elaine, thank you, sister. Elaine, I'd like to also pass on our best wishes to Andrea, and we appreciate you for picking us up today on her behalf. I think the priorities you've just covered are so important, and the link into even the War on Want international session, and we're looking forward to working with the Women's Committee. But just to say that the STUC and General Council are exceptionally proud of Andrea Bradley. She's not only carried out the role of chair of the Women's Committee, she's an active member of General Council, and she's a newly elected General Secretary of the EIS while they've been in dispute. So it's absolutely fantastic that we'll have someone like Andrea leading the Women's Committee. Thank you. Thanks again, Elaine. We really appreciate that. Congress, before I move into the next section of the agenda on public services, I'd just like to read out a small note on behalf of the Scottish Pensioners Forum. There was a bucket collection at lunchtime, and it's just to pass on the thanks to all delegates for your contributions. There was £222.73 raised, and that will go towards the ongoing campaign work for protecting the welfare rights and state pension for future generations. Thanks for your continued generosity, Congress. So we're now moving into the section on public services, Composite H, and I'm going to call on Unison to move that National Care Service. Thank you, Kate.
Thank you, President. Congress, Kate Ramsden, Unison Scotland, moving this composite. Let's be clear, this composite is about our aspirations for a National Care Service, and that's all good. But if the National Care Service bill is passed, it will be completely out of our hands. The delay to the bill announced yesterday is welcome and comes on the back of work done by Unison and other unions. However, for all Humza's talk of local control yesterday, we've just heard that he's already transferred ministerial responsibility for social work away from the Minister for Local Government and given it to Angela Constance, the Justice Minister. What are we to make of that? We need to be telling our MSPs and our new First Minister that trade unions representing workers in Scotland are totally opposed to this bill. I'm telling MSPs they should be doing all in their powers to get it scrapped completely and a proper process of consultation begun before any bill is put before the Parliament. Because this bill is not fit for purpose. It's an enabling bill that, if passed, will leave it entirely in the gift of Scottish ministers about what happens next. Trust us, they'll say. Well, there will be no further need for parliamentary scrutiny, and that will weaken the democratic process. There are promises to consult before transferring social work, co-design they call it, but that's entirely non-binding on the Scottish Government, and they can completely ignore it, as they've done with much of the criticism of this bill. Despite the rhetoric of Scottish ministers, there's nothing in this bill that guarantees investment in social work and social care. Funding that we all know is essential if these services are going to value their staff and properly meet the needs of the people they support. Even the Scottish Parliament's Finance Committee is clear that the sums don't add up, with one SNP MSP saying she has no confidence whatsoever in the costings, and if it was your money, you wouldn't be risking it. The SNP convener likened it to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Well, we couldn't agree more. This bill, if it goes through, will create massive uncertainty for huge numbers of our members. 75,000 workers could be transferred out of councils. So it's not just a threat to social work and social care, it's a threat to local government as a whole. If councils lose that many staff, it will reduce the need for payroll, for HR, and for many other support services. And what's the chances, if the Scottish Government gets away with this, that education won't be next? As our Scottish Secretary Tracy Darling said, councils will be reduced to bins and bodies. The NCS bill is also an outsourcers charter. The way it will be set up with care boards commissioning services paves the way for massive outsourcing and privatisation, just at a time when we're seeing the huge folly of outsourcing in social care. The massive leakage of profits out of the sector and into the pockets of shareholders and offshore accounts, rather than reinvested in staff and services. Even if councils win contracts, it will be on a commissioning basis, and they will have to tender again at regular intervals with no guarantee they'll win the contract. Thus, the bill creates massive uncertainty for council staff. Not least, Congress, around their pensions, which are not covered by TUPE transfers. When Unison asked the question about what would happen to staff pensions, the answer from the Scottish Government was that they didn't know. They clearly hadn't given it any thought. Now that we've raised the issue, they've started to look into it by commissioning private consultants, Deloitte. They will produce a report in July, and that is after the bill was meant to be going through Parliament, and at the princely cost of 75k, which comes on top of monies paid to KPMG, Pricewaterhouse earlier in the process, money that could certainly have been better spent on delivering care and social work services. The STUC must continue its active opposition to the NCS bill. It concerns us all, whatever union you're in. We can all agree what a proper national care service should look like, much of it's in this composite. One that values staff and gives them decent pay, one that kicks profit out of care, and one that's properly funded and delivered locally by councils. But that's not what we have here. Let's not kid ourselves. This bill is an existential threat to publicly delivered social care and social work, and to councils as a meaning level of government. That's why we must continue to demand that the Scottish Government thinks again. We should pass this composite, but in doing so we should be clear that getting the national care service we want and people deserve will mean making sure that MSPs don't vote for this bill. That's the campaign we need. Please take it out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. I'd now like to call on the GMB to second the composite motion. Oh, thank you, Annette.
President Congress, Annette Riley, GMB Scotland, supporting the composite on the National Care Service. Conference, in many respects, the situation for social care workers is the same today as it was when we debated social care last year. Social care workers are still overworked, overlooked, underpaid and undervalued. But this year we have the Scottish Government's National Care Service Bill to consider, and the many promises ministers have made, promises that workers have heard a million times before. A National Care Service provides the opportunity to transform the sector, to value the workforce and to deliver the best possible care that people deserve. But the opportunity is being missed. The bill is low on details. Even basic matters like the number of care boards are missing. On pensions, which thousands of local government workers have paid millions into, there are no answers. The National Care Service is fast becoming a press release that has grown arms and legs. These are not trivial matters. These are the people's futures which cannot be gambled on. Workers need certainty. Instead, they're being expected to take a leap of faith that they cannot afford. A National Care Service can be transformational, but it can also be the reason for us to get it right. Not to ram legislation through Parliament without having a clear vision of what comes after and how people's lives and care will be affected. GMB and our sister unions realise that the SNP have put the cart before the horse. That is why we've made a joint call earlier this year for the bill to be paused so we can get the National Care Service right by amending the bill to deliver the changes we need in social care that will value the workforce. It isn't enough for us to set out what we are against, we have to set out what we are for. GMB Scotland is clear. We are for £15 an hour, sectorial bargaining encompassing all of the care by the end of 2023, professionalism for the workforce and terms and conditions to match, a regulatory system that goes after rogue providers, not care workers, sick pay that treats care workers with dignity, and trade union representation on the key decision-making bodies for the National Care Service. Conference social care workers stood through us through the depths of the pandemic and continue to do so. It is now our turn to stand by them and fight for a National Care Service they deserve. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Annette. I'm now going to call on Edinburgh Trades Council to speak in support. Des, thank you.
Congress says Lockney, Edinburgh Trade Union Council, supporting Composite H. I should also say that I'm Secretary of the Unite branch, which organises social care workers in the third sector. Whatever the future of the social care bill, there is no doubt that social care is in a deepening crisis now. Urgent action is required in 2023 on behalf of social care workers and their clients and patients. The sector is short of staff and has a turnover of 30% per year. There is not enough staff to meet assessed needs. We're all familiar with the contribution of poor pay for skilled workers to the crisis. However, I wish to focus on the deterioration of health and safety in the social care sector. Examples that we are familiar with in my branch are social care workers being denied statutory breaks, people working a full day, 7 or 8 hour shifts without getting any break whatsoever. This is on contracts that have been approved by the Integration Joint Boards and the City Council. Increasing the use of poorly trained and inexperienced casual and agency workers who are not able to handle the work they deal with. Untrained and inexperienced staff having to look after clients with multiple and complex needs. Working 24-hour shifts as a lone worker where there used to be 2 workers without appropriate support from management or any other kind of backup. The lack of trained staff to do risk assessments, risks are getting higher and more severe both for workers and clients. Integrated joint boards fail to see that health and safety is a problem in retaining workers. They want to turn a blind eye to the poor performance of their so-called partners in the private sector. The IGBs still support the light touch of neoliberalism, despite its manifest failure, at least in Edinburgh, during the COVID crisis. We are at the moment lobbying the Edinburgh IJB to take health and safety seriously in the interest of workers, clients, residents and patients. The Scottish Government and Scottish local authorities have to ensure that IJBs honour their statutory duties. At the moment, they're not honouring their statutory duties. They have to give IJBs the resources now in 2023, in the next few months, to tackle and make sure that health and safety is observed. Cuts in care packages must be ruled out and care packages increased to meet assessed needs. Please support Composite H. Thank you.
Thanks, Des. I'll now invite Unite to speak in support. Thank you, Sister.
Good afternoon, folks. Sylvia Stewart, Unite the Union, supporting Composite H. Social care in Scotland needs a complete overhaul. The system requires fixing, and not in 2026, and not with the National Care Service Bill in its current form. Unite and our sister trade unions expressed their concerns and warned about the direction of the care service at Congress last year. The Scottish Government have been vague and unclear about the mechanisms and design of the service, with threats to transfer staff as well as various outlandish proposals for its set-up. Yesterday, the First Minister announced that staff would be locally employed, but without explanation, what does that really mean? Almost 135,000 social care staff work in the public sector, the private sector and the third sector, and unbelievably, there are 12,000 registered social care services in Scotland, with a 43% vacancy rate recorded in 2020. And that gives some context to justify the claims that the system is uncoordinated and disorganised, and in many respects broken. But it is in this state because of the lack of investment and in staff, as well as the lack of care for the service, which is quite ironic. The NCS is supposed to improve standards and consistency and to partner the NHS in health and social care provision. But the NHS is on its knees, and that needs fixed first before jumping into the creation of another care service which is currently destined for failure. And it will come at a huge financial cost which has been grossly underestimated. Health and social care should be protected and built upon, not diluted. The proposal to transfer at least 75,000 workers to centralised ministerial quangos is simply ludicrous. The proposals could see the transfer of power and responsibility for social care currently provided by local authorities moved to a care service body, only for that body to then outsource back to the same local authority that it came from, who will then be deemed as the contractor. It is genuinely bizarre. Unite took the decision to withdraw from any further involvement in the co-design of the care service in its current form, and we won't engage in any co-design meetings. The Scottish Government did not listen, and this bill is unchanged, and this bill, if unchanged, is a recipe for disaster. So far, it's been a wasted opportunity, no discussion with the people on the ground, i.e. the workforce. And it could end up costing the taxpayer £1.5 billion, with millions already spent when it could have been invested where it was needed most, in frontline services and a failing NHS. Fair work principles and collective bargaining were assured yesterday, but that should have been a given from the outset. An extension was also announced yesterday, but ultimately it should have been withdrawn because it is not fit for purpose, and ministers now realise that. At the very least, the Scottish Government should go back to the drawing board with a guarantee of an integrated public sector service, not-for-profit service with decent pay and conditions for all social care workers. Please support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister. We have been advised that Glasgow Trades Council are no longer getting up in support of this composite motion, so I'll open it up to the floor for any other contributions on this debate. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Congress. Patricia McNally, representing the Chartered Society of Physiotherapy. The CSP fully support this composite and the aim of setting up a fully funded national care service with a minimum hourly rate of £15 and the proportionate rises for other staff. But I would like to share some statistics from the NHS of which the writers of this composite may not be aware. Qualified NHS workers, after completing a 4-year honours degree, start their career with an hourly rate of £13.84. Healthcare assistants start on £11.82. My point I'd like to go over today is that if our aim is to have a national care service similar in form to the National Health Service, we should be calling for parity on pay and terms and conditions for all health and care staff across both our national services. Please support the composite.
Thank you, Patricia. Congress, I can't see anyone else indicating they're wanting in on the debate, so I am going to move to the vote. So it's Composite H, National Care Service, and the General Council position is to recommend support. Those in favour, can you please show your hand? Thank you. Any against? Any abstentions? Congress, thank you. Composite H, National Care Services, carried. Thanks for your contributions in that debate. I'm now going to move straight into Composite I, Public Sector Pay Strategy, and I'll invite GMB to move the composite motion. Thank you.
President Congress, Linda Walker, GMB, moving Composite I, Public Sector Pay Strategy. Congress, workers across Scotland during the cost of living crisis and due to austerity measures are living with the negative impact this has had on conditions and service and wages, all caused by decades of real-term pay cuts. The Scottish Government Pay Strategy 2023 speaks about the need for sustainable public services. We have experienced strikes, had poor pay rises, and experienced pay imposition. And for the first time in the history of the NHS, we secured strike mandates. Congress, these are not indicators of sustainable public services, but demonstrates a failure of political leadership, with many negotiations lasting longer than needed and leaving workers waiting too long for much-needed pay rises. To be sustainable, there needs to be a level of pay that recognises the roles and responsibilities of public service workers, one that enables and supports recruitment and retention. Currently, it does not. Sustainable public services should be fully public run. Currently, they are not. Sustainable public services should be not for profit. Where services are outsourced, they are not. The strategy states that the 22-23 pay negotiations underlined the value of a partnership approach, one that is based on trust, collaboration, and open and meaningful dialogue between employers, trade unions and government, and that pay deals are stronger when underpinned by fair work principles and collective bargaining agreement. Currently, they are not. Fair work principles states that fair work is work that offers all individuals an effective voice, opportunity, security, fulfilment and respect, that balances the rights and responsibilities of employers and workers, and that can generate benefit for individuals, organisations and society. The pay strategy currently does not contain these. Conference, these are words from the Scottish Government that are not translated into action. To the Scottish Government, you are failing to deliver on all these points. You are the ones wearing the rose-tinted glasses, and we see right through you. Public sector workers are on their knees, a workforce whose pay has been neglected for over a decade. The pandemic cannot be blamed for that. A workforce who stepped up without question during the pandemic years. A workforce that's exhausted, overstretched, understaffed, not able to take breaks, doing hours of unpaid work, and some not able to afford to go to work and or having to use food banks, all of which is contributing to the highest levels of poor mental health and well-being ever seen across the workforce. For many years, public services have been propped up by goodwill, people going above and beyond. Well, let me tell you, that goodwill has been abused and is now no longer there. Contrary to what the First Minister said yesterday about working with the unions for the benefit of public service workers, the Scottish Government has spent the last year staggering from shambles to crisis and back again, as ministers failed and failed again to ensure public authorities treated workers with respect and fairness. Let us be clear, their words mean nothing, and only our action won the wages needed to protect our members from the ongoing onslaught of inflation and rising prices. Then, only a week ago, as the cost of living continues to soar, they revealed this so-called public sector pay strategy. On pay, this is as good a strategy as Liz Truss was a good Prime Minister. And as it did with Liz Truss, let the lettuce war begin. There are things to be commended in this strategy, but on the most critical issue, suggesting public service pay rises must be limited to 3.5%, on the very same day as inflation was revealed to be running at more than 10%, is as insulting as it is self-defeating. Let us be clear,
these offers will not be accepted and this strategy is already dead. Scottish Government, you say you value us. You say you commit to fair work principles. Well, it's time to step up and start demonstrating this in your actions. We are waiting. Congress, please support this motion.
Thank you, Sister. I'm now going to invite the SSTA to second this composite motion. Thank you.
President, Congress, I am more than delighted to second this motion on behalf of the SSTA. I would also like to congratulate my colleague there for what I thought was an eloquent explanation of this pay strategy and the disaster that it actually is. As a member of a teaching trade union, I'm going to focus on that as an example of how ridiculous this actually is. When you actually look at the Institute for Fiscal Studies and it looks at how pay strategies should be worked out, one of the key comments that it makes, and I quote, "Good public sector policy and strategy is to ensure public sector pay is sufficient to both recruit and retain." I don't think that goes quite far enough, but think about that. You need to be able to recruit and also retain these people, and that means you have to have decent wages. Now, let's not dance about this issue, because when we think about what my colleague said previously about the exhaustion and about the tiredness and reaching breaking point and the goodwill, I want to look at that from a teaching perspective. Goodwill is indeed gone. In fact, the only reason that the public sector has often survived is because it has been successfully exploited and abused in order for it to survive. Education has been described as reaching breaking point. Sorry, I have to turn around and say categorically, it has not reached breaking point. It is now broken. Why? Because quite simply, each of our members are exhausted, they're tired. Education will collapse without the free, unpaid overtime that has to be done to keep our children educated. That's the reality. 40 hours is not unusual as free overtime. Toxic, chronic, it is actually damaging. So therefore, when it comes to this idea of what the fiscal studies says, I would say that when it comes to recruitment and retaining, I think there's one other aspect that has to be a crucial part where the STUC has to take this back to the government and look at their policies, and that's remuneration. The 3 R's: recruit, retrain, and remunerate. I support the motion and ask Congress to do so also. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. I'll bring in any other speakers on the debate if you just want to make your way to the rostrum. Thank you. Jim.
Thanks, Pauline. President, Congress, Jim McFarlane, Unison Scotland, supporting composite, aye. We live in a time where there have never been more billionaires in this country and across the planet. Yet at the same time, our members cannot get a decent pay rise. I'm reminded of the words of the writer in the 19th century, Victor Hugo, who says that the paradise of the rich is made out of the hell of the poor. The economic crisis continues for our members day in, day out. We keep getting told there's no magic money tree, there's no money for pay. Predictions by the Tory government and their apologists in the media that somehow inflation would rapidly fall in this coming period have clearly been well wide of the mark. Food, fuel, energy, housing costs are still rocketing for the vast majority of working class people. The wholesale gas price has plummeted, yet our energy bills are still rising. All the while, big business continues to make massive profits at a rate of 89% higher than it was before the pandemic. Congress, let's never accept the argument that there's no money for pay rises. I heard nice words from the Lord Provost of Dundee, my local authority, yesterday. I heard nice words from the First Minister, but it's not enough. It's not enough, Congress, to hear nice words or warm words from the politicians. We need action on that. When myself and other colleagues in the local authority go step over the city square every year to go into budget talks with my local authority, I'm horrified to hear that my council and councillors tell us that we are budgeting for the retail price index for fuel costs to go up for the local authority, but we're budgeting for 3 or 4% for staff pay. Congress, that is horrendously the wrong way round, and it's not acceptable in any day or age. Our members deserve more than the greedy shareholders. I'm tired of being told that care workers being paid £10.90 an hour is something to boast about by the government and employers. It's shameful. It's a disgrace that care work is so undervalued given the vital skills that are needed to do that job in demanding circumstances. It's not a coincidence that that workforce is overwhelmingly female. Is there any wonder there's a recruitment and retention crisis in that sector? As the previous debate clearly said, the profit motive has to be removed from care. There is no place for profit to be made out of care services. As trade unions over the last year, we have shown that we've been able to squeeze millions of pounds out of the government and out of the employer by taking action or even by threatening to take action. Let's continue that pressure. Let's show that action wins and action works. Support the composite.
Thank you, Jim. Sister, do you want to come up to the rostrum? Thank you.
Congress, Anne-Marie Harley, here with the EIS delegation. I am also the president of EIS Fila, who support the college lecturers in Scotland. So spring is upon us. The sun's out, the daffodils are out, and college lecturers are out. That's what happens every year. We've been on strike 8 of the last 9 years. We were going on strike before going on strike became sexy. This last year it's been amazing. People have been out, thank you. People have been coming out and strike all across the land, and it's been a brilliant thing to see. But I have a message to anyone who's been on strike in this last year. Welcome to the party. Yes. This motion calls for a pay strategy that is timely and coherent. So I'm going to tell you a little story about the world of the college sector. Our management asked us a couple of years ago, could you change your pay claim timing from April to September? And that way, we'll have our budget in March and we'll be all ready for you to pay you in September. Guess what? It didn't work. What they did was they said, but we need to know our budget for next year. And you think, wait a minute, this is last year's budget. Yeah, but we need to know what we have to budget for next year. I thought, I'm maybe awfully stupid here, but I didn't think that's how a budget worked. I think you get your money and you work out what you're going to have to pay out, and then you deal with it. So we put in our claim last year in June. We waited till December because they couldn't give us an offer. We had to go into dispute with our management to give us an offer. And they did, and they gave us an offer in December. Now, we're public sector, constantly being told, you can't get any more than anybody else in the public sector. So guess what they offered us? 5%? No. 4%? No. 3%? No. 2%, and I'm being very careful how my fingers are positioned here, because many of our members had a different stance on that. 2%. So, that was timely action. We are the Cinderella service, and we should not be funded on buttons. But this year, we have more support than ever. I've been in picket lines all across the country in the last year. And I know that my people, the people here, will support us as we will support you. Support this motion.
Thank you, sister. Josh, do you want to come to the rostrum? Thank you.
President Congress, I'd like to move to support in principle, if that's possible. Just on the basis that it says here at the bottom, Congress therefore calls on the Scottish Government and the STUC General Council to campaign for basically for fair pay. I do struggle to see why we'd be asking the Scottish Government to campaign on their own policies. You know, the recent public sector pay disputes we've seen, I think the unions have very deliberately identified the Scottish Government as the target and the ones that they want to pressure into making change. So I think just the wording there's a wee bit strange, but I agree with all the points that have been made by...
Josh, sorry, but could you maybe indicate, are you supporting the composite or opposing?
Supporting principle.
Supporting.
Is that not a thing? Oh,
no.
Never mind then, support.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you for that contribution. Congress, I don't see any other speakers indicating that they're coming into the debate. So I am going to move to the vote on Composite I, Public Sector Pay Strategy. The General Council position is to support. So those in favour, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? Composite I is carried. Thank you, Congress. And now moving into motion 40, Crisis in Scotland's Justice System. And I'm going to call on the PCS to move this motion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President. Conference. Sharon McLean speaking on behalf of PCS to move motion 40. Congress, currently workloads are unsustainable in the justice sector. There can be no functioning justice system without workers. Workers are the most important resource, so we're told by management. It is every worker across the multi-different layers of the justice system who does ensure that justice is done. Backlogs are putting immense pressure on existing staff as there's not been a proportionate increase in staff to meet the demand. The backlog was started well before COVID, but of course it got worse during it. In trying to address the backlog, PCS members are feeling overburdened, and it's the classic example of workers expected to do more with less. Courts are overloaded with far more cases than could possibly be progressed in the time allowed, leading to massive numbers of adjournments. This wastes time of witnesses and jurors cited to those cases, as public money is also needed for expenses for the day, including loss of earnings. Meanwhile, our members have to do all the administrative work in setting up and standing down those courts, whether they actually run or not. Victims of crime are giving misleading pictures about repeated adjournments, becoming demoralised from the process, eventually disengaged and possibly re-traumatised. A flat funding settlement means a real-term cut in budgets. This can only mean that workloads will only get worse, not better, for our staff going forward. Workers are losing out by not being paid for additional hours. I think that was reminiscent of the previous motions. There's no overtime pay. They're on flexi, allegedly, and that time back in lieu is often not taken. It's lost because they've never got the time to take it back due to the incessant demands placed on them. Courts are routinely only prepared at the last minute, sometimes over the weekend before they're due to commence, and then staff members' own time. This last-minute practice means that what should have been picked up much earlier can arise in last minute and prove fatal to cases, e.g. witnesses being unavailable, certification problems. Staff working in their own time out of necessity are then generating additional urgent work for other workers, often lower paid, to do so during the working day. Is it any wonder that workers are feeling burnt out, demoralised, stressed, anxious? In 2022, a survey, more than 50% of PCS members in the Crown Office and Procurator Fiscal Service reported experience burnout at work. Sickness rates are increasing, mainly due to the mental health problems caused by their work. An HR survey in the courts, the Crown Office and Procurator Fiscal showed that more than 50% of workers are continuing to try to work despite feeling too ill to do so. Dictates are commonplace, and even when they have an impact on working conditions, the lives of workers, there is little or no consultation. For example, having to do work in public holidays or custody courts. The same issues are evident on the other side of the fence, and this has led to a boycott of the Scottish Bar Association. Crown Office and Procurator Fiscal and the Scottish Courts and Tribunal Service are the engine rooms for our justice system, that very system that is in crisis. These systems and processes often make life much difficult and harder for the workforce and ultimately the system itself. Internal digital systems are slow and needed modernisation, and upgraded paperwork and printing and photocopying are still cornerstones of the processes of taking to court, and adjournments are common. And then the whole process has to start all over again. It's obviously expensive and a waste of time for the whole judicial process, and moreover, more upsetting for the victims and the witnesses involved. I move this motion.
Thank you, Sister. Can I call a seconder for the motion? Kate? Thank you.
Thanks, President. Congress, Kate Ramsden Unison, seconding this motion and welcoming this motion and PCS's call for additional funding for criminal justice budgets across the board. Unison represents members in justice social work, a key part of the criminal justice team. Our members recognise only too well the pressures so clearly outlined by the mover of the motion. The cuts, the lack of investment, the unsustainable pressures also impact on justice social work staff. They've told us how cuts have affected them, as well as their colleagues across the justice system. Not enough social workers, with people leaving and not being replaced, additional workload demands and the knock-on effects of the pressures of the courts and the PF service that we've just heard about. A massive increase in admin because of cuts to admin staff, hours of overtime and weekend working, much of it unpaid. High levels of staff sickness amongst justice social work staff as well, adding to the pressures and workloads. Our social work members have told us they feel there's a complete and utter lack of understanding about the sheer complexity of the job they do, a job that involves adults and children at risk and public protection, sometimes in the same case. Justice social workers see the huge value of their role when they can do it well, when they can engage with their clients and build meaningful relationships with them. We know that vulnerable adults, care leavers, people with mental health and addiction problems, young adults with learning difficulties such as dyslexia or who are neurodiverse are overrepresented in the justice system and in prison populations. If justice social workers are given the time and the resources to support these clients, they can help them make positive changes, supporting them to have a better future, reducing recidivism and protecting communities. As we move towards more community sentencing, their role is critical. Like others in the justice system, theirs is skilled and complex work, but they can't do the job to their fullest potential without the investment the criminal justice system needs across the board. And if that is not provided, it will leave offenders vulnerable, prisons fuller, and communities more at risk. We welcome the PCS initiative in commissioning a report into all aspects of Scotland's justice system. We hope that this will include the voices of our members in justice social work and that it will lead to the investment in the criminal justice sector that's so urgently needed. Please support.
Thank you, Kate. Congress, I can't see anyone else indicating they want to come in on the debate. With that, I'm going to move to the vote. So we're on motion number 40, Crisis in Scotland's Justice System. The General Council position is to support. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Thank you, Congress. Motion 40, Crisis in Scotland's Justice System, is carried. Congress, we now move on to amended motion 41, Public Sector Budgets and Resourcing of ASN, and I'm going to invite the EIS to move this motion. Thank you, Susan.
President, colleagues, Susan Quinn, EIS, proposed an amended motion 41. There can be no doubt, colleagues, that public services require to be better funded. That's across the board. Whether it's social work, roads, parks, education, or any of the vital areas that are offered essential services to our colleagues and the public, it is clear that the services that are able to be offered have been decimated by the cuts to local authority budgets over the last decade and a half. Within schools, we are constantly told that we should be grateful that education budgets are protected in comparison to our colleagues in other areas. This protection has seen schools have budgets that have been see their resources stripped. They've seen budgets that are unable to provide cover for absent staff. Budgets that are unable to properly resource support for pupils with additional support needs, and budgets that have seen a reduction in jobs available to new teachers. No, I'd call protection. Additional support need identification across the education estate is on the rise. We can see the increase in mental health challenges that our young people face and the challenges that schools have in providing the support for all of the range of needs of our pupils. 34% of pupils, many who live in poverty, an additional support need for many, have additional support needs. It's vital that local authority budgets are increased to ensure that they can provide the support for pupils with these needs. We need to see greater funding to provide increased numbers of qualified ASN teachers and support staff. We need greater funding to ensure all staff can access training. We need greater funding to reduce class sizes to make inclusive education manageable. We need greater funding to ensure staff have the protected time to plan effectively for the pupils with additional support needs. We need greater funding to ensure that having additional support needs is less of a barrier to achieving. We need greater funding to ensure that there is a full range of additional support needs establishments to meet the varied needs of our pupils. We need greater funding. Scottish Government must fund local authorities and education properly to provide support for our pupils with additional support needs. For them to fail to do so is to fail these pupils and to fail the staff who seek to support them. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Susan. I'll now call on Unison to second the amended motion. Thank you, Sister.
President, Congress, Lorraine Thompson, Unison, seconding motion 41, Public Sector Budgets and Resourcing of Additional Support Needs. As the mover has said, almost 1/3 of children face barriers to their learning for a wide range of complex reasons, sometimes involving early trauma. Their life outcomes can be affected unless they receive the right help at the right time to overcome these. 3 years ago, Angela Morgan carried out an extensive national review of additional support for learning in our schools. She raised serious concerns about the effects of austerity on children with additional support needs, and she said the underfunding of councils has led to the rationing of resources for these children and that the thresholds for receiving help have risen. We're talking here about support for the most educationally disadvantaged children being subject to rationing, and it's been going on for years. We've got to remember that education has been protected when councils set budgets at the expense of other local services. However, even when schools are prioritised, they are still forced to ration support for children with additional needs because they've been starved of funding for over a decade. Staff in education support roles are on the front line supporting children with additional needs. Additional support needs workers, classroom assistants, family support workers, homeschool link workers. Our members are only too well aware of this dire situation. Cuts to school budgets and salami slicing of staffing means there are several thousand fewer education support staff across Scotland. And these cuts have hit hardest on the pupils with additional learning needs. It means children whose parents are not able to advocate for them have their needs overlooked, worsening inequality. Families have to fight all the way to get their children's needs met. The Morgan Review said resource constraints underpin decisions about placing children in special education. Access to other public services, especially in the health and social work services, is requiring significantly higher thresholds and preventing access to the services children and young people need. She said very clearly that this was due to the impact of austerity on public services and the underfunding of local government. Unison has argued for a long time that substantial investment is needed in a range of different staff to support children in mainstream education and specialist schools for those children that need it. And many councils do not have that specialist provision for children with additional support needs. They are placed in mainstream schools, often allocated rooms which are not fit for purpose. And need and resource and staffing resource is mainly based on data, not on what's needed at the front to support these children in mainstream schools. Pupil support assistants have been asked to work with children without training, PPE, or having had sight of a risk assessment. If risk assessments are in place, often they're out of date and they're not being treated as live documents. Our priority is the protection of our members and the children they care for. It needs to be mainstreamed into the expansion of early learning and childcare from the start. And that means additional funding for higher staff-child ratios. It means additional staff who can identify pupils' additional support needs, for example, educational psychologists, counsellors, school nurseries and social workers. There also need to be staff in place to provide appropriate support, and this includes specialist teachers.
Lorraine, sorry, can I ask you to wind up, please?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. In addition to staffing, we need sustained investment in training and ongoing professional development for all staff so they're able to identify and meet the children's needs. Even when training does not take place, it's not appropriate or detailed enough to allow staff to meet the needs of the children they work with. Please support this motion.
Thank you, Lorraine. Thank you. Congress, are there any other speakers wishing to come in on this debate? Can you make your way to the rostrum, please? Thank you. Thank you.
President, Congress, Eddie Carroll, NSWT National Executive Member, first-time speaker and first-time delegate. Speaking in favour of Motion 41, Public Sector Budgets and Resourcing of ASN. Congress, I'm currently in my 36th year of teaching in secondary school. Hard to believe, I know. When I started in this job, I had a full head of hair. Alas, no longer. In that time, there have been many changes in terms of the curriculum and in terms of the management in schools. But the one constant thing across all local authorities in the last 2 decades has been cuts to educational budgets, and ASN provision has always been seen by councils as an easy target. The days of savings by low-hanging fruit are long gone, and cuts over the past 2 decades have been deep and savage, while the number of ASN population in the school in terms of pupils has been sharply rising. These cuts have been taken away from in terms of a reduction in placement and provision for the pupils with additional support needs across local authorities, and also in terms of a return to home policy, which is firmly based on saving money. Congress, getting it right for every child has become getting it right for local authority accountants. Our most vulnerable pupils needing the greatest support are being let down by a system which robs teachers and associated staff of resources, time, capacity and finance, and doesn't allow them to do a proper job of supporting our ASN children in schools. These children and their parents deserve better, and they need proper investment in their future. This motion places the pressure on government and employers to provide a future path for a better, fairer provision for a brighter future for our ASN pupils. Give teachers and support staff the tools they need to prepare the children to take their place in society and to achieve their full potential. Congress, please support this motion.
Thank you for your contribution. Thank you. Congress, I can't see any other delegates looking to come in on this debate, so I will now move to the vote. We're on amended motion number 41, Public Sector Budgets and Resourcing of ASN. The General Council position is to support. All those in favour, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? Congress, thank you. Amended motion 41 is carried. Now going to move to motion 42, World Class Heritage, Second Class Pay, and I invite Prospect to move this motion. Thank you.
President, Conference, Angela Gannon, archaeologist with Historic Environment Scotland and Chair of Prospects Heritage Group, moving motion 42. I hope you're all up for a bit of audience participation, as I'd really like you all to take a moment and think about where you are. This isn't a trick question, as the answer is pretty obvious. Of course, we're in the Caird Hall in Dundee. But how many of you are aware that this was designed by James Thomson, a local architect, opened in 1923 by the then Prince of Wales, and named after its benefactor, Sir James Caird, a jute baron, jute, of course, being so important in the development, growth and decline of Dundee's industrial heritage. So a neat segue into that topic of heritage. This very building then has a past. It has a present, which we're all part of, and indeed it has a future with a series of forthcoming events, not least next year's STUC. And it was built for public benefit. Is this not what heritage is all about? Our heritage is all around us. It is something we embrace and celebrate. It can be something we accept and never challenge. And it can also be something we reject and want to escape. But whatever the emotional attachment, heritage is what makes us all. It gives us a sense of place, a sense of belonging, and our sense of identity. It is all about connections and stories. I have been chair of Prospects Heritage Group since 2015 and involved in a number of campaigns, this most recent being World Class Heritage, Second Class Pay, which relates to the cost of living crisis and the problems of endemic low pay in the sector. The reports we have produced over these years have highlighted the plight of our sector, but arguably the issues remain the same and have actually become worse. Funding cuts remain, workloads have increased, there's a lack of career development opportunities and a lack of succession planning. Morale is at an all-time low, there are increased levels of work-related stress, and heritage is no longer that attractive career choice it may once have been. When I started out 30 years ago, yes, a long time ago, and I still have a full head of hair, you could raise a family on my grade and salary, have your 2-week holiday in the summer, and own a car. Now I hear of colleagues unable to heat their homes, never mind own them, some even having to use food banks. How can this be? Surely this shows how far we have slipped behind. Heritage workers in Scotland are professional, intelligent, dedicated, thinking people working in all aspects of the historic and natural environment. Our staff roles range from curators, conservators, and climate change scientists to archivists, archaeologists like myself, and air quality monitoring specialists. So yes, we are not frontline services like doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, and the police, but we are public sector workers, and we do contribute to society, both economically and socially. We saw this most recently during the pandemic with the recognition of how heritage improves our health and well-being, supports education, and makes the world a happier place for us all, physically and mentally. Furthermore, as we continue to recover from the pandemic, heritage contributes to the revival of the economy, attracting visitors once again who spend money beyond the price of an entrance ticket, whether it's on food, travel, and accommodation. But valuing our heritage goes way beyond boosting visitor numbers to heritage attractions. Heritage is far more than just a grand day out. We mustn't lose sight of the dedicated specialist people who work behind the scenes. These are the people I represent, these are my colleagues, and they deserve much better recognition and definitely much better pay. We are not asking to be treated differently, but we are asking to be treated fairly. Please support this motion.
Thank you, Sister. I'm now going to call on the PCS to second the motion. Thank you.
President Congress, Steve West on behalf of PCS to second amended motion 42. Workers across employers in the Scottish tourism and heritage sector are some of the lowest paid, and that is their reward for providing what is a world-class service. I expect that the figures I'm going to tell you about will shock you. PCS represents members in the National Museums of Scotland, the National Galleries of Scotland, and Historic Environment Scotland. Here are some statistics on pay, retention, and worker demographics. These figures are as from 2021-22, as we do not yet have the data for this year, and the process for this year is still to be concluded due to our ongoing dispute over pay and job security. In the National Museums of Scotland, the two lowest grade salaries are £19,533 and £20,434. Young workers are mostly placed in the lowest two grades, and the staff turnover is 17%. In the National Galleries of Scotland, the two lowest grade salaries are £19,976 and £20,604. Again, young workers are mostly placed in the lowest two grades, and the turnover is 36%. It is worth noting that NGS has run two voluntary exit schemes over the last 2 years as a cost-saving measure, and this accounts for half of the turnover, and as a result, long-standing experienced employees have left the sector. Furthermore, nearly half of the leavers were due to the end of fixed-term contracts. The vast majority of these were in the lowest grades, and this further exacerbates the insecurity of the lowest paid. Every April, workers in NGS who are on 42-hour contracts have to have their salary uplifted to keep it compliant with the national living wage set up by the UK government. Every April, such is the inadequacy of these workers' pay. What a disgrace. There was a survey which we did in December of these workers, and 36% of members using credit to pay for essentials. We found 40% of workers are in debt, 9% of using food banks, and there's further figures that I haven't got time to go into here, but it's a disgraceful situation. It's scandalous. Please support this motion.
Thank you, colleague. Congress, I can't see any indication of anyone else wanting to speak. With that, I'm going to move to the vote on amended motion number 42, world-class heritage, second-class bay. The General Council position is to support. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Thank you, Congress. Amended motion 42 is carried. For your information, motion 49 on council cuts is not to be heard today, so I'm going to move straight into motion 50 on Scotland's public boards and invite Glasgow Trades Union Council to move the motion. Thank you.
President, Congress, STUC Sangha, Glasgow Trades Council, moving motion 50 on Scotland's public boards. Congress, this motion calls for greater scrutiny of an executive class who hide in the shadows yet tread the well-worn boards of governance in Scotland. They make decisions about the delivery of our public services and oversee millions of pounds of public money. They're supposed to act in the interests of public services that they're delivering, but who are these people and in whose interests do they govern? A 2021 report by the investigative journalism platform The Ferret found that a disproportionate number of positions on Scotland's public boards are occupied by people who have previously or continue to hold executive positions in some of the biggest companies operating in Scotland. The report found that as many as 775 Scottish Government public board positions were filled by influential bankers, retired senior servants, well-connected industry insiders, powerful chief executives and former politicians. These are executives who have made fortunes working in banking, accounting, law, construction and the energy sector, and who can now expect to earn hundreds and thousands every year chairing and attending Scottish Government public boards and NHS trusts and government commissions. Whilst not all roles receive financial payment, a wealthy class of executives hold the majority of positions on bodies such as the Sustainable Growth Commission, the Scottish National Investment Bank, our NHS trusts, health and social care partnerships, further education colleges and non-departmental public bodies, which the Scottish Government has farmed their own responsibilities out to. The decisions that they make have a huge impact on all aspects of our lives. A brief look into the movement of these board members quickly reveals how routinely they move from one board to another. These people have amassed huge amounts of wealth and continue to accumulate profits from the various private ventures. They have regular access to government ministers and have the ability to influence government policy and push through a policy of cuts and privatisation, which means that this unelected executive class has a disproportionate influence on public policy and in the delivery of our public services. That needs greater public scrutiny. Only recently, Glasgow's Integration Joint Board passed through millions of pounds of cuts to health and social care, decisions that will have a devastating impact on our city's working class communities. Public boards across Scotland make decisions which lead to chronic underfunding of key services, decisions that lead to greater cuts to public services and pave the way for greater privatisation. These decisions are an attack on our city's workers, the services that they deliver, and the communities that rely on them. The City of Glasgow College is currently proposing a large number of job cuts, outsourcing of aspects of learning support to a private company, further reduction in teaching hours, more online study, and an increase in workload for remaining staff. The board has shown no scrutiny over the fact that the same executive leadership team which proposes these cuts are those who junket around the world, attending Tartan Week in New York, London and Dubai recently. This is our money, these are our institutions and that they are governing over. Research by the Ferret also showed that Scottish ministers have had telephone meetings regularly with Scotland's richest men. As these meetings took place by phone, they don't fall under regulated lobbying rules, an exemption which means that they don't appear on the lobbying register. Congress, the influence and impact on policy, public funding and service delivery of a large number of corporate executives on public boards is not widely understood or investigated. Without further investigation of Scotland's public boards, including the membership, the wider interests of those who occupy public boards, public spending by the Scottish Government, spending by the Scottish Government, is at risk of manipulation by some of the wealthiest people across our society. And if the distribution of public funds is being manipulated through a network of public boards by an executive class, then of course it's going to have an impact on diverting diverting funding from key and essential services on the workers who deliver those services and on the communities that rely on them. This motion calls for an investigation into the membership interests and wider business interests and relationships of those who sit on Scotland's public boards in order to strengthen our community and our industrial campaigns. These people need to be publicly named and held to account. Crucially, this motion also calls for educationals to give people the skills to map and target key decision makers in their workplaces, industries and communities. Trade union members on boards need to be skilled and confident, ensuring that they're ensuring better scrutiny if they're on those boards as well. Political education is one of the most powerful tools in our armour as trade unionists, and it's absolutely necessary in building the kind of power we need to hold this executive class to account and ultimately to redress the balance of power across society. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Suki. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Thank you, colleague.
President, Congress, Stuart Graham, Unison Scotland, supporting motion 50 on Scotland's public boards. I suppose, as mover, Suki had referenced, I work in Glasgow. That 35 million cut that was applied by Glasgow's IJB, 22 million out of social care, 13 million out of the NHS. Now, I suppose the way that the IJB in Glasgow is divvied up might be different elsewhere, but it's 7 councillors, 7 NHS board members, and the deciding votes one of the councillors is with the chair, who's currently a councillor. So there's a level of democratic accountability here that exists within that doesn't exist within the other public boards. And I suppose whenever, you know, as you do, as a trade unionists and as branches that are affected by this, whenever we're lobbying the politicians that were affected, we were able to change the minds of 4 of the politicians, which ultimately meant that the cuts were put through or voted through by unelected members of NHS boards. And I suppose it's not just about the cuts agenda. If these are the decision makers who are deciding on what commission services are then going to subsequently be delivered, what interest do they have? Particularly, you know, you can Google these guys. You know, you can Google public board, find out who they are. It'll tell you their name. It'll tell you their previous employment, their current employment. But that's relying on a level of honesty and integrity that we know is not consistent throughout the folk who appear on these boards. I suppose even if you think about what was in the press yesterday with Rishi Sunak, the UK Prime Minister and the leader of the party of robbers and thieves, if you're going to translate Tory properly. He's in for, you know, he's in the press because he didn't declare 500 million shares in Moderna. Do you think that would have affected the intention to give Moderna a contract for the vaccines? Of course it did. Same whenever it comes to the business associations with his missus for the pilot scheme for incentivising childminders. But I suppose, get back to the point, the motion calls for an analysis to be applied which would complement the current STUC political education programme and strategy, because it would be able to provide workers who are in dispute with additional information that they could actually attempt to hold some of these people who are unelected, who aren't accountable in that process, put them under a level of scrutiny, make them uncomfortable and try and forward trade union and civic interests, because let's face it, there's tens of thousands of Unison members that work in the services that are affected by public boards. There's tens of thousands of other trade union members too, so please support this motion.
Thank you, Stuart. Congress, is there any other speakers wishing in on this debate? I can't see anyone indicating, so I am going to move to the vote. So we're on motion number 50, Scotland's public bodies. The General Council position is to recommend support. All those in favour? Thank you. Any against? Any abstentions? Thank you, Congress. Motion 50 is carried.
Right, Congress, we will now debate motions on equality and social justice from section 8 of the agenda, and so I now call motion 82 on buffer zones, and can the University and College Union please move?
Hiya, Rayner here for UCU Scotland, and apologies, we sit at the back, so it took me a while to get here. Comrades, colleagues, sisters, brothers, siblings, I'm very proud to present this motion on buffer zones. This motion calling for buffer zones around abortion clinics and facilities comes at a time when women's reproductive rights are under attack across the world. Our fundamental right to bodily autonomy and safety is being attacked by far-right and fascist governments. For example, in countries like Poland, in countries like Hungary. Poland went as far as, in practice, outlawing abortion in 2021. And in Hungary, the government have introduced restrictions around abortion access, such as, for example, things you may have heard around before from the US, such as forcing an expecting woman to listen to the heartbeat of the fetus before going ahead with deciding to have an abortion. We have also seen in the US, of course, reproductive rights being attacked, where the Supreme Court recently overturned Roe versus Wade. And there are many more examples. Usually when conservative and far-right forces move in, they also attack women's rights. In the UK, anti-abortion groups have also become more aggressive in recent years, in response to which several local authorities across the UK have set up buffer zones to protect workers and visitors. However, in Scotland, no local association had done that, and Scotland is behind on this issue. Glasgow and Edinburgh both declined. This makes Scottish government moves, which this motion mentions, to introduce buffer zones even more welcome, and the UC would like to thank Gillian McKay, MSP, for her work on this. Introducing buffer zones at abortion clinics means improving the lives of both those accessing these services and the workers in these facilities. Reproductive rights are a workplace issue, they are a trade union issue. Abortion rights are a workplace issue and they are a trade union issue. Of course, this is not just because healthcare staff are workers and abortion clinics and facilities are their workplaces where they should be treated with respect and dignity and feel safe. This is apparent. But reproductive rights and the right to safe and legal abortions are also a workplace and trade union issue because, surprise, surprise, workers across sectors need them. Women are struggling in the workplace due to kind of lack of support regarding various gynecological conditions, menopause, and period pain, period poverty, which there is another motion on, of course, and so on. I could give many more examples, and if I have time, I might give you one. I would explicitly ask you to please note that these buffer zones that we want to, that the motion mentions would not extend into wider protests, such as picket lines linked to industrial action in healthcare. This is a key part of the motion. And of course, many UCU members work in hospitals themselves and in medical schools. So we defend the right to strike and we defend the right to protest. So please note that section of the motion. I would say the motion asks the STUC to do three things: to support the introduction and passage of legislation on safe access zones around clinics, calling for the introduction of legislation on this at the soonest practical dates, and I know there are many MSPs who are supportive of that, but also, crucially, to engage actively with trade unions when drafting this bill. And if I have time, I will give you one example of how reproductive rights are a key workplace issue. In universities where I work, a lot of workers are on precarious contracts. One example that I know of was a woman who started miscarrying at work, and she did not dare tell her colleagues or her boss because she was on a fixed-term contract, and she thought that if she told anyone at work, she would not be employed or have her fixed-term contract extended. Reproductive rights are a trade union issue, a workplace issue, so please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Call on Unison to second, please.
Brenda Aitchison, Unison Scotland, seconding motion 82 on buffer zones. It would be totally remiss of Unison not to lend our full support to this motion. As a union with 1 million women members, we wholeheartedly support that all women should be free from harassment and intimidation when accessing health services. At Unison's Women Conference in February this year, there was a motion from Wales debated on the floor of conference around buffer zones. And we in Scotland submitted an amendment, and I'm going to use a technical term to tartanise it, in order to reflect what's going on in Scotland, and in particular to pay tribute to the work of Gillian Mackay of the Scottish Greens. Now, that motion was passed unanimously. Congress, we need to make it clear, it's our bodies, it's our choices, and they should be free from harassment. Please support.
Thank you, Delegate. We have any other speakers want in on this debate? If not, I'll move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. And all those against. And any amendments? Any abstentions? That vote is clearly carried. Thank you. Call on now motion number 83 on the National Security Bill, and we invite the National Union of Journalists to move.
Thank you very much. Simon Barrow, National Union of Journalists, proposing motion 83, National Security Bill. Colleagues, our trade union movement in Scotland and other parts of these islands faces an unprecedented series of attacks from the UK government right now. That includes anti-strike, anti-union and anti-protest, free speech and free association legislation. As if that wasn't enough, this motion focuses on the serious dangers inherent in yet another assault, this time from the new National Security Bill. The aim of this bill, ostensibly, is to give the UK government new powers, sweeping powers in fact, conjoined to the Official Secrets Act in relation to espionage, sabotage and foreign actors believed to be seeking to harm the nation. But the deliberately vague and general provisions of the National Security Bill go far further than this aim. It blurs the distinction between spying and, guess what, investigative journalism and campaigning for transparency and accountability. It also blurs the distinction between the activities of NGOs, trade unions, campaigns and charities, and those of foreign agents and state operatives. At the heart of this pernicious, deceptive bill is the targeting of, quotes, political influence that is, quotes, directed by, quotes, a foreign principle. Figure out what that might mean. Congress, what it could easily and dangerously translate into is the criminalising of international solidarity, legitimate cross-national campaigning, global trade union collaboration, and of course, writing, reporting, researching and broadcasting about these, the bread and butter work of journalists and other media workers when they're doing their job, which is to expose the truth and call vested interests to account, not to act as megaphones for corporate and state power. There should be no situation in which journalists risk being classed as spies or traitors for simply doing their job. This legislation will also deter disclosure of wrongdoing and corruption by officials and chill and obstruct public interest journalism, something which the NUJ has been at the forefront of developing and advocating in Scotland. At present, the scope of the bill is so sweeping that any organisation receiving foreign funding, including foreign news services, could be caught up in the legislation. The NUJ believes that the foreign power condition should be narrowed specifically to exclude journalists and media organisations. And furthermore, the bill's definition of UK government protected information can allow the law to be used simply to defend the reputation of the government and shield it from public and democratic scrutiny. Spin, in other words. Congress, as this motion spells out, at the very least, we must call on the UK government to amend the bill to create a clear public interest defence, as recommended by the Law Commission. We should also be demanding further amendments to protect journalists, other trade unionists and civil society groups. No one should be threatened with prosecution for doing their legitimate work or for lobbying in a free and democratic society. We urge the STUC Council to advocate and press against this repressive legislation. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Delegate. Can I now call on the UCU to second, please?
Answinny University and College Union seconding the motion. Article 19 of the International Declaration on Human Rights says, "Everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression. This right includes freedom to hold opinions without interference and to seek, receive and import information and ideas through any media, regardless of frontier." This right, as we know, is increasingly under threat around the world. Those who speak out against their governments risk their liberty and, in many cases, their lives. Writers and journalists have been attacked, imprisoned and murdered because they have exercised their right to freedom of expression. So, there are very real concerns about the National Security Bill and its conflict with international human rights law and the impact such legislation will have on freedom of expression. These issues have been raised by commentators and politicians on all sides, and the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights has called for amendments to the bill, being specifically concerned about the vagueness and ambiguity of terms used, such as safety or interests of the United Kingdom. It also highlighted how the proposed legislation would endanger a healthy, functioning democratic system by affecting the rights of whistleblowers, protesters and journalists. The bill potentially criminalises organisations or individuals in receipt of overseas funding who release or share information that the UK government has not publicly disclosed. This will have a major impact on investigative journalists who receive overseas funding and whose work involves exposing corruption and uncovering the truth. Several independent organisations have expressed concern about the impact of the proposed legislation, including Article 19 and open democracy, and they point out the chilling effect it could have on investigative journalism. It is feared that if the bill is enacted, it could lead journalists to self-censor and fail to report on important issues that are in the public interest. The National Security Bill poses a real threat to the work of writers and journalists, whose job it is to scrutinise the work of government. The National Security Bill has the potential to undermine journalistic attempts to challenge and expose the wrongdoings of the UK government and others by creating an environment where investigative journalists no longer feel safe to carry out their work. The basis of a democratic society is that people are able to challenge and speak out against those in power by exercising their right to freedom of expression. It is therefore essential that Congress stands behind writers and journalists to protect their rights to freedom of expression and that we refuse to allow them to be silenced.
Delegates, any more want to come into the debate? If not, we'll move straight to the vote. General Council recommendation is to support. Can I see all those in favour? Thank you. All those against? Any abstentions? That motion is clearly carried. Thank you. We now move on to motion 86. Period Products, brackets Free Provision, Scotland Act 2021, to be moved by the TSSA.
Well, it is bright. I was told it was bright, and it is. Chair, Congress, Alan O'Hare from the Transport Salaried Staffs Association, moving motion 86, Period Products Free Provision Act. Congress, if I may, a wee quick recap. 6 years ago in 2017, North Ayrshire Council became the first local authority to introduce a policy of free period products in their schools, libraries, community centres and public buildings. And the Council continues to do and further that work. Other councils followed with similar policies, and then we moved to Holyrood, where Monica Lennon drafted a bill to make free, dignified access to period products a law. And through the hard work and perseverance of gaining cross-party support, we today have a law that helps those in need and those who have a need. An act that brings discretion and dignity, an act that supports the community spirit of Scotland. Congress, it's an act where Part 1 covers education establishments, Part 2 covers government facilities, and where Part 3 refers to specified public service bodies. There are 129 public service bodies, and none have been named to this date. As a transport trade unionist, I see Part 3 as an option to enforce this act when a company is all talk and little action. The government announced in 2021 that they would take over ScotRail, and they've ran the railways at arm's length since 2022, managing local railway stations and a number of main terminus. Do these facilities require to provide free provision? No. But can we encourage they do, or name them under Part 3? The government took over ownership of Prestwick Airport in 2013. It's also owned Highland and Island Airport since devolution, a public transport hub, a service with government funding. Do these facilities require to supply free provisions? No. But can we encourage they do, or maybe name them under Part 3? And our ferries, CalMac, a subsidiary of a Scottish Government company, a public service body, do they require to adhere to the Act? No. But can we encourage they do, or possibly name them under Part 3? All these companies and facilities are in discussions to do more, but how much longer do we have to wait? Congress, I ask for your support on our motion to remind the government that they can ensure that these government-owned companies provide discreet dignity to all travellers at transport hubs across Scotland. Should actions be delayed time and time again, can we name them? These are the options. And as one last thing, as trade unionists, if we're carrying out a health and safety assessment in the workplace, can we raise it with a local facilities manager or the equivalent, that if they don't currently provide period provisions, can they look to do so and make it free where possible? Chair, thank you for the time, and I ask the floor for your support. I move.
Thank you, Delegate. Do we have a seconder? Formally? Anybody else want to come into the debate? Thank you. We'll move. Is this? Yep, somebody else coming.
Yes, I realise we're all getting there towards the end today, so I'll be quick. Congress President Carol Thorpe, speaking in support of Motion 86 on behalf of the EIS. The EIS is very happy to support this motion when these people in other places around the country where their councils were pushing to have free products, and Monica Lennon began working on the period poverty bill. We were very supportive and worked with her. We thought it was a great thing, and we were subsequently delighted when the Period Product Act was passed with cross-party support. Of course, being teachers, we had long been concerned over the difficulties faced by our pupils in regard to period poverty. We were fully aware that many pupils from poorer homes were regularly missing out on school, and it's quite a lot to miss because it's, 12 times a year. So if they couldn't afford to buy products, quite often girls wouldn't come to school. Some schools, my own school, primary school, we would have some products in school, we've always had that, but the girls that needed to access these, we'd have to go to the school office, and there would often be people around, other pupils, adults, and it's a bit lacking in dignity. So with the introduction of the Act, that we can now ensure that all our pupils have free access to products in school toilets, so they don't have to lose any dignity, and they have autonomy in getting hold of these products without having, well, in primary school, if you're the only girl in the class that's having their period, you don't want other people to be poking at you for that. So products are also available for staff and indeed for parents, and they're also, as was said, available in other council buildings. This motion is asking for period products to be available in transport hubs, which is really, I think it's a very good step forward, especially given the closure of council premises that we heard about yesterday. The libraries are all in Aberdeen City. They're closing quite a few libraries, and these are among the places that these products can be found where people require them. So with the current cost of living crisis, being able to access free period products can make life just a tiny little bit less stressful for anyone who needs them. So I urge, please support this motion.
Thank you, Delegate. Anybody else coming in for this motion? Can't see anybody, so we'll move to the vote. Can I see all those in favour, please? General Council recommendation is to accept. Can I see those against? Any abstentions? That is clearly passed. Motion 86. Next motion on the agenda is motion 87. Journalism is not a crime. I'd like to invite the National Union of Journalists.
President, Congress, Conrad Landin, National Union of Journalists, first-time delegate and first-time speaker. Moving motion 87, journalism is not a crime. On August the 5th, 2021, I was approached, questioned and detained by 2 police officers outside Aberdeen Airport. I was not arrested, but the officers suggested that I was not free to leave until my details had been checked against the National Crime Database. But my only crime was doing my job. And in my case is far from the only incident of members of our union being harassed and detained for simply doing their jobs as journalists. As part of my job at New Internationalist magazine, I was interviewing North Sea oil workers outside the helicopter terminals at the airport, where they depart for offshore platforms. My interviewees were more than happy to talk about their working lives and the failure of governments and industry to deliver a just transition. The officers who detained me asked what I was writing about. I didn't divulge the content of my interviews, but the officers subsequently said to me that, and I quote, "For renewables, oil and gas is not very well liked," and said that they were concerned that it could lead to a shutdown of the airport. Congress, the UK press card, which I presented immediately when asked to identify myself, is officially recognised by the National Police Chiefs Council as proof that the holder is a bona fide news gatherer. Presenting my press card should have been the end of the matter, but instead I was treated like a criminal. Untruthfully told I was breaching airport bylaws. I wasn't. And when I complained to the police, waited more than a year for a response, which essentially said they'd done nothing wrong. Congress, we're seeing political and corporate policing, and that is bad news for journalists and bad news for trade unionists. We've recently seen the acquittal of the GMB3 pickets south of the border and the detention of journalists reporting on climate activism. The history of political policing has been exposed by the campaigning efforts of trade unionists and journalists, culminating in the undercover policing inquiry. And we stand in total solidarity with the campaigners and trade unionists spied upon by undercover police officers and the women disgracefully deceived into relationships and their long campaign for justice. But Congress, political policing takes place in plain sight too. So this motion calls on our General Counsel to support the NUJ and write to Police Scotland and the Justice Secretary to demand transparency, remedy and an end to the harassment of journalists. Journalism is not a crime. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Delegate. Do we have a seconder, please?
President Congress, Hayley Maxwell, GMB Scotland, supporting this important motion from the NUJ. Independent free media is a fundamental cornerstone of a free society, and like any other worker, journalists have the right to carry out their jobs free from intimidation, harassment and criminalisation. This year, the UK slumped to its lowest ever score in Transparency International's Global Corruption Perceptions Index, and that's due to an alarming decline in government standards. It's due to concerns about corruption and bribery, abuses of office and misuse of taxpayers' money. We've also seen an upsurge in resistance to the self-interested overindulgence of the incompetent cabal of vultures we are unfortunate enough to find ourselves governed by, with their wallpaper, camper vans, COVID parties and VIP lanes. The waves and waves of strike action of the last year has been widely covered in the media, and the majority of these large disputes has been broadly supported by the general public. Suppression of this coverage will impact the success of our disputes. Our movement and our society needs free, independent press, and it is important for us to recognise how the criminalisation of journalism and the suppression of trade union activity are linked. Without fearless reporting by journalists like Rob Evans at The Guardian and the mover Conrad Landon at The Morning Star, we would not know about the decades of abhorrent surveillance and abuse of trade unionists and political groups carried out by the police at the behest of the state from the 1960s onwards, and the current undercover policing inquiry would not be taking place. We would not know about widespread blacklisting and unjust arrests of workers. At GMB, our union is still fighting for justice for the 37 of our members jailed for occupying Camel Laird shipyard in 1984. And those days are not done. Last year, 3 GMB officers were taken off a picket in handcuffs during lawful industrial action against Biffa. They were later found not guilty after the Crown put forward no evidence. With the incoming anti-strike bill, how many more of our members will find themselves in the cells for waving placards on a picket line? It is oppressive to criminalise trade unionists for taking part in industrial action, and it is oppressive to bully and intimidate journalists who are speaking truth to power by covering strikes, demonstrations, and through investigating and scrutinising the state and big business. This is effectively a technique of media censorship and a well-known hallmark of fascism. Congress, please support this motion.
Thank you, Delegate. Anybody else coming in for this debate? Let's move straight to the vote. The recommendation from the General Counsel is to support. Can I see all those in favour, please? Thank you. All those against? Any abstentions? That motion is clearly carried. I now recognise standing orders to come forward to make an announcement. If we could just interrupt business for a second.
Congress, due to the time limitations that we face and an attempt to ensure that all business is completed, the Standing Orders Committee is proposing that all business tomorrow will be subject to the following. For each motion in composite, the President will call a mover. The President will then request a seconder, but wherever possible, we would ask for motions to be formally seconded. Following the moving and the seconding of motions, the President will call for any opposing speakers. The number of speakers against in each debate will be limited to a maximum of 2 speakers against. Where there are opposing speakers, the mover will still have the right to reply. In the absence of any opposing speakers, we will move straight to the vote. And the movers of motions will have a maximum of 4 minutes, and all other speakers, including the right to reply, will have a maximum of 2 minutes. I therefore move the 4th Standing Orders report.
Thank you, Jackson. Can I just get a show of hands? Is that acceptable to Congress? All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. That is accepted and is an update to standing orders. Thank you. Before our next speaker, we have an announcement for delegates. We've been advised that delegates will be unable to store luggage tomorrow within the Caird Hall due to health and safety restrictions. This is Manchester Arena stuff and similar, and that includes storing it behind the STUC reception desk. Delegates will be able to keep their luggage with them at their seats within the auditorium, but may wish to make alternative arrangements, for example, with their hotel. So that's an attempt to crack down on any unattended luggage, as would be in railway stations, etc. So please take that on board and try and comply with that announcement. Thank you very much. Our next motion is motion 88, our right to know, freedom of information in Scotland, and to move the National Union of Journalists.
Thank you very much. And following the excellent speeches from my other NUJ colleagues, I'll introduce myself. I'm Dorothy Grace Elder. I am a veteran investigative journalist, which simply means old. But looking back, I've always been very proud to be an NUJ member. The first newspaper job I ever tried for as a youngster actually had a form which asked, "Do you intend to join a union?" And I thought, damn cheek. So I wrote, yes. A journalist whispered to me, "Drop that, it'll be hard enough for you to get in as you're a lassie." Anyway, he did mean to be kind, you know. People said all sorts of things in those past times. However, nowadays, all sorts of other rotten things go on under the surface. This is the very worst time, delegates, on secrecy. Beneath all the spin rubbish that you hear about openness, there isn't any in officialdom. As a journalist and as a voluntary campaigner for chronic pain patients for the last 22 years, in both roles, I've seen how the swamp of secrecy has actually engulfed Scotland, and it is poisonous to us all. Recent years, anyone who campaigns for people to try and help others, that's unions, journalists, any individual, they suffer because we ask the awkward questions. Freedom of information was the one thing that we relied upon, but it is being weakened, while at the same time spin, which blocks information, has rocketed to costing almost £4 million a year for the Scottish Government alone. Departments being questioned under FY used to just locate material, hand it over to a different official. But nowadays, a unit being questioned under FY can actually decide what is shown to you. So the guardians of their bosses' secrets now rule on what you are allowed to see. Delegates, that is bonkers. And it is most certainly not democratic. Tom decides what happens to Jerry. Even the names of departments are concealed. You know, they don't say who they are, which directorate. It's all gov.scot. But gov.scot has about 8,000 people. But no boss is ever responsible for anything. Dream jobs. Volunteers have knowledgeable questions. But the Scottish Government recently abandoned using volunteers when they consulted patients. Instead, they said that they were barring anyone who was an advocate for patients, people who stood up for patients. What did they do instead? They went to Facebook. They actually hired at public expense a firm which went to Facebook and advertised for patients. under the lines of want to make some extra cash, so that a most serious condition, which is chronic pain, which destroys so many lives, that serious condition was being evaluated like dog meat or toilet rolls. That sort of thing must stop. And it certainly must be exposed when you actually ask under FOI. Well, it wasn't. I had to find that out independently. All over Scotland, there are little things called government advisory groups. They make the real decisions behind closed doors. Unions are not normally invited to these. I have a list here of one advisory group which has 24 people on it, not one union representative. So join things like that. Help to stop the rot. Get in at the beginning where the rot is being plotted and planned because it's behind closed doors and there is no real openness. This is an appeal, really, from journalists, I'm sure on behalf of all journalists. Please support the motion by Katie Clark, MSP, and the NUJ work against creeping secrecy. Get unions onto these secretive little advisory groups. Stop departments being questioned, deciding on FOI. Stop concealment of names of departments, and protect patients and staff from the very great harm that secrecy causes. Thank you, delegates, and I'd be delighted to hear from anyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. I'll call on Unison to second, but just to say that this will be the final motion of today at Congress. The other two Congress motions that are on the agenda for today will be carried over, and we will close at 5:30. Sorry for interrupting you.
It's okay. Good afternoon, or good evening, or whatever it is now, conference. Inez Kirk from Unison, supporting the motion, the right to know. This motion deserves not just support, but attention and follow-up. If we wish to preserve our right to know, we should be making support for Katie Clark's bill to reform freedom of information a priority, because our right to know is gradually being stripped from us. Under the current legislation, freedom of information follows the provider rather than the service. If a service is being directly delivered by a public body, freedom of information can be applied. When the service has been outsourced to a private company or a third sector body, that service is put outside the accountability and transparency brought about by FOI and put in a much more opaque system. Put bluntly, when services are transferred out of public delivery, they fall into a black box where only cash inputs and some previously defined by contract lawyers outputs can be measured. Publicly delivered public services are transparent. Not only what is being done, but how it is being done is open to scrutiny. This is not the case if services are contracted out. Right now, we have a situation in which, simply because of a contractual arrangement, people in Aberdeen have more right to find out what is happening in their schools than do people in Glasgow and Edinburgh. What we have is a double standard. What we need is a single principle. The principle that with public money comes public accountability. Our right to know should not be dependent on the name of the organisation or its corporate structure. If you are spending public money, then you should be accountable for what you are doing, regardless of what sort of organisation you are or whether your purpose is public good or private property. Reform is necessary in any event, but if the my teeth aren't working, but if the Scottish Government gets its local government busting National Care Service through, then the current legislation will become next to useless. The care boards will be subject to FOI, but will their contractors? Ask the Scottish Government about that, and they go a little bit quiet. They go a bit quiet too if you ask why they have spent years dragging their feet over bringing freedom of information up to date. Transparency matters. We've been backing the work by the Scottish Campaign for Freedom of Information and the bill that Katie Clark is bringing forward. Please get behind it and please support. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Delegate. No further speakers up. I move to the vote. Can I see all those in favour? Thank you. All those against? Any abstentions? Motion 88 is carried. Right, Congress, I would like to thank delegates and speakers for their contributions. Delegates should return tomorrow for the final day of Congress, which begins promptly at 9 o'clock. The private sessions and the Treasurer's report will take place between 9 and 9:15. That's a reminder that's a closed session. So unless you are in the hall at 9 o'clock, you won't get in until the end of the closed session. Delegate debates will cover equality and social justice, international trade union organising, constitution, as well as emergency motions. And could I just ask General Council members to make their way to Committee Room 3 ASAP. Thank you very much, Congress.